council members on. Let's see. Jack has indicated that he was going to be late joining us. Got Drew. Let's see. Steve, you're on. Ben Allen is on. Randy, you're on. Yep. Okay, I think we've got everybody except Jack, who's indicated he's going to be a little late. So, Michael, I think whenever you're ready, you can give us a thumbs up, and unless there's any last minute questions before we start, really quick. No? Okay. Well, as soon as you give us a thumbs up, whenever you're ready,
we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. Okay. I want to welcome everybody to our first Habitat Council meeting in 2022 for funding our FY23 Habitat Council projects. Before we get started, I need to throw out some thanks to the tech crew for helping us out for a YouTube stream and for helping make that happen for us. Also need to thank Daniel Eddington, Danny Summers, Allison Whitaker, and Lisa Graham for their help kind of behind the scenes doing all the busy work on Habitat Council, and I really appreciate all of their help. I'm going to do some introductions here really quick, and I'll call your name to do your introduction for members of the council. My name is Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief and also the Habitat Council Chair in that role. I work here out of the Salt Lake office and have statewide oversight of Habitat Section programs in the Division of Wildlife. Let's hear from. Let's start with our other agency folks. Justin Shannon, you want to give us an intro, and then we'll go to Drew Cushing.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Justin Shannon. I'm the Chief of Wildlife. Glad to be here.
Thanks, Justin. Drew.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Drew Cushing. I'm the Chief of Fisheries. So that is, as much as it sounds weird, that doesn't only include fish. That also includes amphibians, reptiles, and mollusks and other critters that don't fit anywhere else.
Thanks, Drew. Tyler.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tyler Thompson. I'm the Watershed Program Director with the Department of Natural Resources. I run a program that we'll speak a lot about in this council called the Watershed Restoration Initiative.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. We'll go to our public members of the council. Like I mentioned before, Jack Ray, who represents waterfowl, has indicated he'll be joining us late, and so we'll make him do an introduction when he jumps on. Randy Hutchinson.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not quite certain what to say. Randy Hutchison, live in Ogden. I'm on the Northern Rack, and I'm representing the Upland, and I'm very involved in the Upland community and the Utah Checker Foundation.
Thank you, Randy. Steve Sorensen.
Hi guys, I'm new to the committee, and I'm from Northern Utah, Hiram to be exact, mouth of Blacksmith, Fort Canyon. I'm over the big game on this, I guess. Justin really didn't give me very good details.
That's okay, Steve. We're going to go through early in this process, and you all will get kind of a tutorial on how this works and whatnot. And so we give Justin Andrew a pass on that. So
that is a joke, but I did do my homework. Justin helped me with that homework, and I kind of know a little bit what's going on, but you'll have to teach me, Eric.
Yep. No, it'll be great. Benjamin Allen.
Benjamin Allen. I'm representing the sport fish on this Habitat Council. So I live in Syracuse, so I'm up northern Utah as well. So pleasure to join.
Great, thank you. So that's it for our council folks. I'm going to ask Daniel, Danny, and Allison and Lisa to do a quick intro because you guys do all the work behind the scenes. Daniel?
Yeah, I'm Daniel Eddington. I'm the Habitat Conservation Coordinator up in our Salt Lake office. So I help administer the Habitat Council as well as our Watershed Restoration Initiative that Tyler spoke about.
Thanks. Danny?
Danny Summers. I'm the Assistant Section Chief over the Habitat Restoration Programs. I'm here in Ephraim at our seed warehouse and excited to be here.
Cool, thank you. Allison?
Hi, I'm Allison. Allison Whitaker. I am the Habitat Conservation Programs Biologist. I run all the database stuff, so if you guys have questions about anything on the database or have any problems accessing anything there, just let me know. I also maintain the spreadsheet that you'll become familiar with throughout this process that just keeps track of all the projects and how much they're requesting from Habitat Council. So
Thanks, Allison.
that's me.
Yep. Lisa?
Hi, I'm Lisa Graham. I'm the Habitat Office Assistant, and I'll be helping with minutes and all sorts of things today.
Great, thank you. So we have various other division and other staff on as well, and we'll ask them that as they present to the council that they introduce themselves at that time, so we can get to know them. Okay, our next item is our director, Shirley, is joining us today. At some point, one of our assistants, Robin Goodman, could join us as well. But Jay, I'm going to give you a few minutes to introduce yourself and any comments that you have at this point.
Thanks, Eric. Good morning, everybody. Like many of you, this process for me is new. Last night I started my crash course on Habitat Council and all that goes into that, and it was my nightly reading, and then I've been looking at it this morning. You know, being with the division for almost 20 years, you get pretty siloed in the stuff that you're involved in, and Habitat has always been one of those things for the division that's obviously one of the most important things that we do. And as employees of the division, regardless of the section, you're always proud of what is getting done inside our Habitat section. And I think part of that is because of the huge amount of partnerships that it takes and the amount of work that we all know others are putting into that. So it's easy for our employees to get on board with the importance of that. And I just wanted to introduce myself to those. I wish we were in person today. Hopefully that time is coming, but wanted to thank our members that are going out, for sure, Darren and Paul for their time, and then recognize our new members that are willing to give their time as well. And just thank you all, and make sure that our staff is giving you the things that you need to make this program continue to be successful. We have an amazing staff as well, and hopefully you know them, and we'll get to know them even better as you work with them side by side. So thanks, Eric. I will be jumping on and off today. I've got a lot to learn on this program, so I hope to be joining back and forth as I have to take care of a few other things today as well. So thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate you taking the time. Yeah, Jay's been in his spot now for a few months and has taken the reins and the helm of the division really well, and we're so happy to have him in that spot. And so, all right. With that, I guess I will mention, like Jay mentioned, we wanted to thank our outgoing or our previous council members. I don't see that Paul Burnett's on the call. Darren, you're on the call. Anything you want to say before we move on, and your time on the council, and we appreciate your efforts, and I will say that we have a wildlife print that we present to all of our outgoing members, and so there's one here sitting in my office that we were going to present to you in person today, but since we moved to virtual, we're going to have to make some other arrangements. But anything you want to say before we we move on about the council and your time on the council?
Yeah, I would just, I really sentiment kind of all of our thoughts probably that I wish we were meeting in person. But I've really enjoyed the time with the council and everything I've learned and the input I've been able to give. But just, it's been a pleasure to serve for sure and help wildlife throughout Utah. Habitat is obviously a huge passion of mine, something that being off this council will still continue. So I just want to thank everybody for their time, all the members, all the staff, all the time you put into it, and just appreciate my time. So I just thank everybody.
Thanks, Darren. I really appreciate you jumping on and being with us. Like I say, for both Darren and Paul Burnett, we have these nice wildlife print from a Bronson print that we'll look to get your way. Dwayne Reading, who was our prior council member that represented Upland Game, moved to South Dakota last June, and so we already presented one to him in June, before he left town. And so, and then we'll get these out to Paul and Darren. So, thank you. Okay, we are gonna.
Eric, it's Justin. Before we move on, can I just say thanks to Darren and Paul as well? I learned a lot from them in different capacities, and we're excited for the new people that are on, and we all enjoyed working with you. And so I think from the council as a whole, we're going to miss you guys, and thanks for all your service. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, I'll second that. It's great to be able to working with members of the public to decide where these funds go on the ground, for habitat improvement projects. All right, we're gonna move on to the next agenda item here.
Thank you. I'm gonna jump off. Sorry, Eric.
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Darren. We're gonna go through a review of the Habitat Council Handbook and be looking to schedule the rest of our meetings throughout the coming few months. So we're gonna shift over to Danny Summers and let you take it away. Danny?
Hey, thanks, Eric. Just gonna put this up on the screen. So this is our, excuse me, our Habitat Council Handbook, which is kind of the sideboards of how this process works and what it means to be on the Habitat Council. Hopefully everybody's received this. We emailed it out, and if you have any questions, you can refer to that as well. Just gonna kind of go through it through each page, or through the first few pages anyway, and if anybody has any questions or comments about it, I welcome that. I don't want to make this process too boring, but I think especially with the new group that we have, this will help us as we begin, just to kind of set the sideboards and what the purposes of the council is and why we're here today. So the Habitat Council was created in 1995, and the legislature created the Habitat account, which is funded by a portion of the revenue from each license, permit, or stamp, or COR that we collect. And so then that money is deposited into an account where it is used for the enhancement, preservation, management, acquisition, protection of fish and wildlife habitat, and for improving access for hunting and fishing. So this is all from the code, legislative code, that is also included at the end of the handbook as well, if you ever have a question about that. So the funds that can be used for the development, this is kind of the upland or the waterfowl part, development, restoration, and preservation of wetlands for waterfowl, for upland game. The funds can be used for predator control, development of habitat, restoration of habitat with landowners, acquiring habitat, implementing landowner habitat education and assistance programs, It's probably one we haven't done as much of. Providing public access to private lands, implementing transplants for fish and aquatic. Basically, it's pretty simple, just enhancement, acquisition, preservation, and management of aquatic and terrestrial wildlife habitats for both for big game as well. And then access is also an important part of this funding. So as part of the code, the council was also set up to help how to administer that funding. And so the purpose of the council is to provide recommendations to the division regarding the expenditure of these funds. And so that's it's at this point it's a recommendation to our director on how to spend the funds. The council's purpose is also to identify the most effective methods to improve and then enhance wildlife habitat across the state. And so that's part of, as we review all these projects, that's one of the things to keep in mind is there a better way to do it? Is this that's kind of what the process we have is vetting and working through these projects is how to make them better and to get the best bang for our buck. We're also to recommend the most appropriate means to provide access for hunting and fishing, improve that for our public. We're also to try to maximize the revenue of this account through matching programs and partnerships. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute of all the other funding sources and then how we combine all these different types of funding and partnerships together to try to make it go as far as we can. One other purpose is to review habitat management plans. So our staff periodically updates and writes new management plans for our lands, and we'll review those management plans. This is one of the review processes for those management plans. And we're also to encourage biological diversity and ecosystem-based management. One other purpose is to review external conservation permit projects that come across. So it's another, as funds for external conservation permits come through, this is another way to ensure that they're being spent the best possible way. Moving on here to the next page about the council membership itself. So council has 8 members with 4 citizens representing the different areas that we talked about. And then there's 4 Department of Natural Resources employees. We have Tyler from the department with the WRI, and then our 3 section chiefs for habitat, aquatics, and wildlife. Citizen members of the council serve 2-year terms with possible extensions. And so, yeah, Jack is on his 4th year, and then we've got 3 new guys this year. So we follow the Robert Rules of Order in our processes and voting. Eric, as the section chief, is the chairman of the Habitat Council, and he only votes when it's necessary to break a tie. We do need 5 members to constitute a quorum, and we need to have a quorum for all habitat actions, with a simple majority of the members needed to prevail on any items. This meeting is a public meeting, and so we must comply with the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act, which is also included in this document, and that is partially why we have the meeting broadcast on YouTube, and public can see what we're doing and can interact. A little bit about how the funding is broken down into the different areas. This is a little bit complicated, but generally speaking, so 4%, the funds are broken up between the 4 different groups by how much generally is the revenue the division is receiving from each of these different groups. So upland game is waterfowl is the smallest, with about 4% of the annual deposits go to waterfowl, and then generally about 12% go to upland game projects, and then the rest is divided between big game and sport fish projects depending on our license sales. So in the last year, when we had record fishing licenses, the sport fish dollars or proportion went up last year. We'll be getting those numbers probably next month. It's determined on a calendar year basis of what the license sales were for last calendar year. And then I think Allison's going to review some of the funding amounts here in a little bit. The proposal review and funding process. So we work closely together with the Watershed Restoration Initiative. They're basically, these two programs are married together, and all of the proposals for both these systems were due a couple weeks ago on January 7th. So different biologists from our agency and from many other agencies and across the state got all of these proposals into the database before January 7th. And so now is the process of reviewing all these proposals and determining which ones to fund and which ones are going to are the best for the various funding sources that we have. This includes our wildlife management area maintenance proposals, which is one of the purposes of what today's meeting is. We'll hear those proposals here coming up later. Under rare circumstances, some of these deadlines can be waived. Sometimes different opportunities present themselves, sometimes like land acquisitions, where they just come in and we'll ask to have the council hear about it and be able to approve or not approve. So all of the proposals are available on the Watershed Restoration Initiative website and database, which is linked on our agenda. If you haven't tried that yet, you can click on the database number and it'll take you to the proposal. And as we go through the proposals today, I think that you guys will pick it up pretty quick of how to navigate around, if you haven't already, through the WRI website and what the different features are within each proposal. And if you have any questions about those things, please let us know. Today is our first meeting of the year, of course, and we typically have a meeting each month here coming up. So today, with kind of a theme, which is for each month or each meeting. So today's meeting, we are hearing a lot of the wildlife management area maintenance proposals, guzzlers, some of the administrative proposals as well. In February is our waterfowl meeting, and March is the fisheries meeting. We do a joint meeting with the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council for part of the day, and they help fund some of the projects. And then in April is the kind of big game centric meeting, and then later in April then is usually our last meeting, which is kind of the final funding decision meeting. So as we go through proposals and up until now, everything, when we ask for approvals, it's kind of just a tentative approval that yes, all of this project can be thrown into the into the bin for consideration, and then at the end of the year, at the end of April, then we actually decide which projects are funded. So then by the end of April is when we make a recommendation to the director on which projects to fund. And then once those are approved by the director, the funding will be available to the project managers on July 1st, which is the beginning of the fiscal year 23. A couple of stipulations: the Habitat Council shall not review requests to fund new DWR personnel costs unless the request has already been reviewed and approved by our director, and that goes the same for equipment. So the director helps determine when we're going to fund new personnel or new equipment needs for the division. Talking about other funding sources. So one of the jobs that Daniel has, that Tyler does, that I help with, and Allison, is compiling a bunch of different sources of funding and to make that go as far as possible to do the most work and the best work that we can. And so some of these funding sources that we'll talk about, in some cases, we use the Habitat Council to match other funding sources when there's match needed, and that's sort of our job, is to try to make the money go as far as possible. And there's different stipulations on what different funding sources can be used for. So federal aid, or Pittman-Robertson dollars, is a federal aid program where funding is collected through excise taxes on firearms, shells, cartridges, bows, arrows, other hunting accessories, and those funds are set aside for wildlife management, and we can use those for habitat restoration as one of the proper uses there. And those are really important dollars across the Division of Wildlife. They need to be matched on a 75-25 ratio, and so oftentimes we use these Habitat Council dollars as the 25% match. This is a big one in our waterfowl management areas. They use a lot of federal aid dollars, and so we can throw these Habitat Council dollars as the 25% match there. The similar act is the Dinkle Johnson Act, which is for sport fish, collects dollars in a similar way on fishing and boating equipment, and is also used as a 75-25 ratio there, and that's used in our aquatic section. Our wildlife restricted account, which Habitat Council dollars are part of restricted dollars. These are the division's revenues that come from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses and permits, and they're restricted to exclusive use by the division and can't be transferred to other state agencies. So all of these license dollars go back to division programs, and Habitat Council is part of that. We also have general funds that we receive from the legislature. It's actually just a small portion of our general budget. So a lot of these are used for sensitive species, law enforcement, wildlife depredation. We don't use very much of that here in the habitat world. Cooperative agreements are agreements when we get funding from other agencies, state agencies, other nonprofits, and individual private landowners as well. The Watershed Restoration Initiative has its own funding, and the funding for that program can be pretty broadly used. So Tyler oversees this program, and this is some of the very last funding that we actually allocate as we go through the process, because it's really flexible, and we can kind of put it anywhere where we need to fill the gaps. Anything you to add to that, Tyler?
I mean, I'll just say that, we get about $6 million a year from the legislature for the Watershed Initiative. $2 million of that comes from the Sovereign Lands Restricted Fund, which is revenue that the state makes off of sovereign lands, mostly the Great Salt Lake. About $500,000 or exactly $500,000 comes from the sales tax on water. And then the rest of that, about $3.6 million, comes from general fund. And pretty much about 97% of that goes to projects. The other 3% goes to pay my salary and kind of the other funding that's needed to run the initiative.
Thanks. Blue Ribbons Fishery is another internal funding source from the division that is set aside for blue ribbon fisheries. And there's a council associated with that as well. Anything that you'd say about that, Drew? Must have stepped away. Conservation permits. These, of course, are harvest permits issued to organizations, conservation organizations, for sale at an auction. These funds, if not, they percentages comes back to the division. Then another larger percentage goes to the conservation group. They can use a small bit of it for their own administrative expenses, but the great majority of it goes back to projects that are approved for wildlife. And so one of the ways that we fund a lot of these projects is later in April, we'll have a meeting with all of these different conservation groups and present, just like a lot of these projects, like we'll present them today, and they'll be able to put their funding down and be able to on different projects they would like to use. I think last year, was it about $3 million, Tyler, that was put through conservation permits committed by the group?
Just over 3. That includes research, though. That includes the wildlife section's research and even some of their transplant activities.
A lot of it they do put on habitat projects. And then there's some internal funds as well that Justin directs where to spend as well. That's a quick summary there of the different funding sources. And we've got the list in the document, list of everybody there and contact information of all the council members. We've also got our 5 habitat managers from the different regions listed here. If you have questions or comments about projects in their regions, we're looking to fill our Northern Region position here soon. Here further, kind of got a table of the process and timelines of what's going on, like I mentioned, and the kind of have the different themes for our each meeting. And sometimes a project won't exactly fit that theme, but for the most part, each meeting is centered around these different topics. And then there's the state code in the back of the handbook. Is there any questions about the handbook, about our purposes? As we begin the process, I think a lot of it questions might be answered as we go, but happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Dan, this is Randy. Quick question for you. And one, I'm going to apologize I don't have the video on. For some reason, my audio, I drop it periodically, so I'm getting a little better audio dropping my video. You went through and you listed the months that were kind of dedicated to the different areas, like waterfowl, big game. I didn't find it listed in here, or maybe I missed it. When is the dedicated section to the upland?
The waterfowl and upland is I should have said that they're kind of together, waterfowl and upland, and
okay.
maybe some of it today with some of our guzzlers as well with some of the upland work. So
Okay, that works.
good question. Good question.
Any other questions for Danny about the handbook and the purpose of the council? And I will have Allison in a minute here go through the funding spreadsheet. But up to that point, any questions? Any further?
We talked about doing scheduling. I was going to maybe suggest we wait until we have Jack.
Okay.
To schedule the rest of the meetings.
I agree. What we'll do is when we can get Jack to be able to join us, we'll just insert that part in at some point, maybe before or after a break. And so that's a good point. I think the last thing I'll mention before we have Allison kind of go through the budget sheet. Habitat Council with the 3.4 million or so that we're going to look to allocate, or assign for projects over the next 3 or 4 months. It's a good chunk of money, but it's one component. It's one cog in the wheel of all of the things that are basically a conservation funding clearinghouse system, which is the Watershed Restoration Initiative. That has its own criteria, but what this does is it allows us, for every dollar we spend from Habitat Council, we leverage another $4 or $5 from other sources overall, generally speaking, to fund these projects, and it just really stretches our money. There's from what I see, there's no other Western state doing this as effectively as we do, and this program, Habitat Council along with WRI working together has been set up for many years now, and is really a shining example of how to get conservation fund dollars on the ground and make things happen. And so it's awesome to be part of it, and I'm glad we've got our public members of the council that can participate with us and enjoy and see the things that are going to go on the ground. During the process of proposals, you'll see updates from current year, previous year projects as well, and it's just awesome to see those things. And so, okay, Allison, we're going to give her a few minutes to review the budget sheet and generally, and if you have questions about that, it can get complicated real fast, but she knows the answers. So,
okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see that? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So this is the spreadsheet I mentioned earlier that you'll get to know. This is where each week or each month as we have meetings, I'll add the projects that we're going to be reviewing to the spreadsheet. But the thing to look at right now is this available amount. This is our appropriation from the legislature. So that's our number we are working with right now. I've got this split up. This is how the allocation was last year, as far as the percentages of this total amount for each group. So you've got big game, upland game, waterfowl, and sport fish. And when you go through and look at projects, and you'll see this today, but as we go through on the funding page, on the finance page, when you click on, if you click on the Habitat Council funding line, it will bring up a percentage breakdown, and that's where this information is coming from. So, for example, this project here, it has 69% big game, 10% upland, 1% waterfowl, and 15% sport fish. And so it just is going to keep a running tally of what we've got allocated so far. And again, like Danny said, you're gonna see these numbers go in the red. And like Danny said, towards the end of April, we'll make adjustments so that we're not over allocated in any one category by too much. But for example, though, we've already got this much requested on the projects that I've actually got entered onto the spreadsheet, and then this is the difference. So I will share this with you guys. This is a Google spreadsheet. I'll share this with you guys, and so you can kind of keep an eye on how things are looking as we go through each meeting. Next meeting the waterfowl number will go up a lot, and upland game some, and then March sport fish is going to go up a lot, just depending on what species group we're working on. But I will send you guys a link for this so that you guys can kind of keep an eye on it over the time. But if you have any questions, please let me know. Or if you see anything that's weird that I haven't caught, please let me know. I'm notorious for that. So, yeah, any questions?
All right. Thanks, Allison. I really appreciate that. There's a lot of numbers there, and the numbers grow and get a lot bigger and crazier as we move along. But it'll all come together in the end. But I guess the last thing I'll mention before we jump to Daniel and look at the new Habitat Council website is, and maybe Tyler, you can verify this. Our 3.4 million with the things we match up to, I think, for me anyways, the Habitat Section Chief, when all was said and done for the current year, the current fiscal year, FY22, for our state government, I think I have signed off for, or will be signing off for, about $40 million worth of stuff to go on the ground that 3.4 million is part of. Is that, Tyler, does that sound about right?
Yeah, each year, depending on how much fire rehab we have, I mean, we can stretch our budget into the 40 or even $50 million range. So yeah, it's a huge program. We're receiving funding to match the state's funding from 80 to 100 different partners every year.
So that's a huge amount, and we're a big cog in that wheel, and so it's great to be able to do this, and it just kind of really brings into focus that what we do with all the matching money can equal a lot of money on the ground. That's a big chunk of change. And so anyway, I appreciate everybody's efforts here and working with the restoration initiative and what I call the conservation funding clearinghouse database, which is the whole business system behind it that creates the magic and mixes it all together. So, okay, Daniel, show us the website.
All right, let me just share my screen here real quick. So Habitat Council, as Danny kind of mentioned, has been around since 1995, but we've never really had a presence on the Division of Wildlife Resources webpage. And so we just barely got this up and running as of about yesterday. So it's brand new. You can find it under our Discover tab up here at the top. But there's now a web page for Habitat Council. Just some basic information there for the public to view, some basic descriptions of what the council is. Kind of gives a list of what has been accomplished through Habitat Council projects. As of today, there's been over 282,000 acres of terrestrial habitat that's had some kind of restoration work. 1,800 miles of streams and rivers, and acquiring about 28,000 acres of land, which actually that probably does not include our new recent purchase that we were just able to do on the Cinnamon Creek property. There's a few just little pictures here of some past projects. You can click through. This is kind of some of the fields for upland game waterfowl over at the Ogden Bay waterfowl management area. You'll see some of their maintenance budgets, and that's what some of those projects accomplished there. This is just a recent access picture that was completed over at Joe's Valley, a new parking lot, area that was put in, new boat ramp that allows better access. This is just a quick picture of some of the browse species that our northern region's been doing along a lot of those spaces above all the towns along the Wasatch Front, trying to get more browse. There's a lot of grass up there, but they've really been trying to get browse species in there for a lot of our big game species. So there's just a lot of cool projects. This is community fishery over in the Northeast region, the old Fort Pond. But these are just some examples of some of the projects that you'll see coming through the council as we do that. So here's a bunch of guzzlers for some upland game that our Southeastern Region put out a few years ago. So anyway, just it's exciting to have this. There is a link to the Habitat Council Handbook if you, for whatever reason, need to look at that as well. But we're just excited to have the new website up and running and be able to let the public kind of see some of the things that this council has been able to accomplish. So.
Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, it's great to have this new webpage up. You know, we need to thank our other section, our conservation outreach section here in Salt Lake, who really helped us and helped Daniel put that together. Faith Jolly, Mark Martinez, Bradley York, and Darby Doyle and Amy Canning helped out on that. I just really appreciate their efforts there. It's really awesome. So cool. Any questions so far before we move on and jump into project proposals? I think we're about ready. So, okay. With that being said, we're at 9:48, and so I think what we're going to do is we're going to jump into project proposals. We'll look to take a break, probably about an hour. I'm just going to kind of go through the rest of our schedule here. We'll take a break, 10:45 or 11 a.m. We'll shoot for a lunch break at about noon, and then break in the afternoon about 2:30, and then we'll look to adjourn before around 4 p.m. Project proposals we'll go in order of what they show up as in the agenda, and they're kind of broken up by region, or division region, including Salt Lake office. As Danny had mentioned before, we go through this using the public meeting process of motions and voting after a presentation. We also encourage discussion, but like I say, we do need to make it through the whole agenda. So we're not going to have real long, lengthy discussions unless we really need to. But because we are in a virtual environment today, instead of everybody voting together at the same time, I'll call out each person on the council individually to see if or get their vote, yes or no. And that's kind of how that will work. And so for the new members, they're probably like, okay, yeah, we'll get the hang of it here after a few projects. And again, I'll advise council members, don't be afraid to ask questions, and to say no, that's worth it, I guess. And so encourage discussion and move forward. So any questions before we jump into our first project proposal? All right. I'll ask I guess Daniel and Danny, if you're ready to go. Daniel's, I think, going to be running the database side of things to show the location of projects and budget and all that kind of stuff. All right, if we're ready to go, then we're going to start with our first project, which will be the first group is from the Northern Region. Hardware Ranch WMA Maintenance for FY23. And I'll remind our staff that as you jump on, please introduce yourselves really quickly and tell us what you do, and then you can jump into your project proposal. Go ahead, Brett.
All right, thanks, Eric. My name is Brad Hunt. I'm the WMA manager for the Hardware Wildlife Management Area in northern Utah. This first project, our WMA Maintenance Project, is one that veteran members of the council have heard several times. It's one that comes up annually. This is what enables us to do what we do up here and fund our various projects and different things that we accomplish. So part of this funding is for personal services for our approved wildlife technicians that help with the grunt labor that makes the WMA operate. And they fix fans, they build fans, they spray weeds, they irrigate the hay meadows, they are part of the hay harvest that enables us to set the feed aside that is then fed to the elk during the winter as part of the feeding program here. And so this amount is for $17,500. It covers a half of a full-time employee, and they are basically employed from May through August, full-time, doing the work here on the WMA. Another aspect of this project is the fertilizer application to the Meadow. This is higher than previous years. When I was putting this project together, I talked with the contract fertilizer, Intermountain Farmers, where we get our fertilizer from, and the cost of fertilizer has gone up about 58% from what it was last year. And so this increase reflects that increase in pricing to cover our acreage. Third item down there, the weed abatement. This is higher than normal as well. We have a MOU, I can't remember what it stands for. Anyway, agreement of understanding with the county, with Cache County Vegetation Management Division. They provide through that MOU and their grant process the herbicide to spray hardware WMA, and they use their equipment, and then we help kind of cover their labor costs, and that's what this funded. That MOU was up for renewal this year, and with the acquisition of the new property at Cinnamon Creek, I received a call from their vegetation management supervisor that they had been spraying that property for sitla, and were interested in knowing if we were interested in having them continue to spray it for us. And after consulting with our regional habitat guys, we asked them if they would also be willing. We said yes, and then asked them if they would be willing to partner with us on Millville Providence and Richmond WMAs here in Cache Valley as well. And they were open to that. So this, I was asked by the regional habitat managers to include those WMAs in this project, since I already had my project set up. I already had the MOU. I was already drafting the MOU for hardware with the county. And so we rolled them all into one MOU and one project. And so this $7,200 reflects all 4 WMAs, the cost of the county to spray all 4 WMAs for us. And by doing so, they provide us with monitoring data points and polygons of where they spray and what they are identifying. And it's been a really good working relationship that I've had with them at hardware. So we're excited to spread that across these 4 WMAs. There's a little bit of money there for us to purchase herbicide and equipment to do our own spraying that the county does not do on the property. And then some of the in-kind that is being given towards this project. And then finally, I have about 22 miles of fence that is maintained or needs to be rebuilt at times, and signage that goes up to manage public use in areas. And so that's what this $8,000 at the very bottom is for. And so that grand total brings us to just under $51,000 for the whole project. And yeah, any questions on this one?
Brad, on the fence, do the South Cache Grazer Association help you out maintaining any of the fences?
They do, as part of their grazing permit, and their offset for those fees. We take in-kind labor as payment for their grazing fee, and so this helps cover other fencing that I sit down annually with the president of that association. We identify areas that for them to work on, and then I identify other areas for my staff to work on. And so that way we can try and get ahead of it. A lot of it is similar in age and in need of repair or replacement. So
perfect. Thanks, Brad.
Hey, Brad. This is Randy. Quick question for you. On that weed abatement that's you're hitting that other areas with, is that going to include the new Cinnamon Creek WMA, or early in that process?
No, it's in the new Cinnamon Creek WMA is included in this. They've already been spraying for, I don't have my note. Oh, here we go. They were spraying for Wapiti down there. They're also spraying for some thistle and things like that. So they will continue what they've already been doing, and that's what they were doing for Sitland. And as we as a habitat group in the region get a better look at that once the snow melts and we have access to the property, and we can work with them and get a better idea of other if there's any other things that we want to address and incorporate that as part of our agreement with them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Brad on the project? All right, before I promote on this, one other piece of housekeeping business that I neglected to do is to accept a motion to approve the agenda. So let's do that first. Then we'll look at motions for this first project. So I have a motion to approve the agenda moving forward for today.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda.
Thanks, Tyler.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Drew. So I will go through a roll call. Justin, you made the motion.
Yes.
Drew, Tyler made the motion. So
yep.
Drew, yep. Tyler,
yes.
Randy,
yep.
Steve,
yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
and is Jack on yet? I don't see him on yet. All right, the motion. Okay, motions on this project for Hardware Ranch WMA.
I'll make the motion to approve it for funding consideration.
Thank you, Tyler.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Drew. We'll go through roll call. Justin.
Yes.
Drew, you seconded the motion. Tyler made the motion. Randy.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay. All right. And Jack still is not present. Okay. All right. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next project. Still you, Bradley, right?
Yep. So I was asked with the shutting down of everything in 2020, we saw as WMA managers a increase in public use on our WMAs, and WMAs are mainly funded for the improvement of wildlife habitat, growth of wildlife populations, and providing hunting and angling opportunities. And so as the region has worked to address some of the uses of our WMAs, we've seen we recently just removed camping from the Millville Providence WMA on our property, and we've seen some changes with the Middle Fork. I was asked by our regional leadership to look at a camping action plan for Hardware Wildlife Management Area. And and to better handle this, I've broken it up into 3 phases to balance the workload better. So this will give a brief kind of synopsis of things as they are, and then moving forward with phase 1, which will be for the coming fiscal year. Go ahead, Daniel. So WMA, Hardware Ranch WMA was purchased and has been open to the public since 1945, and we've been adding to it since then. And camping originally was, related with hunting and fishing, but it's kind of become its own standalone recreational activity. And we've seen a lot of increase in camping and non-hunting and fishing related recreation. So our 2018-2023 management plan that we're currently operating under directs us to address that impact and the impact of camping and other public rec on the WMA. Go ahead, Daniel. So this is a map from our management plan that shows kind of a current operation where camping currently takes place. The little green squares are dispersed sites where people utilize. The RV icons are places that are designated camping areas currently along the road on the bottom that has most of the green dots on it. Those are day use areas. The RV icons are areas where we currently permit camping in a dispersed fashion. There's no facilities there. A lot of people either camp or camp in their trailer. The tents off by themselves are in Curtis Creek Canyon, which is a non-motorized area. And then further up, you see more RV camping. And those are a lot of dispersed sites along riverways in meadow riparian areas. So, and the point of this camping action plan is to address the most egregious impacts which occur along State Route 101, which is the paved highway that accesses Hardware from Hiram, and the Lake Town Road, which goes up past Hardware, past Curtis Creek and Rock Creek, and eventually can go all the way up to Lake Town, Utah. So just to give you an idea of some of the camping impacts that we've had, this is typical use on a weekend at the Wapiti camping area. For those that are familiar with Hardware, the bottom picture there, you can see that a group has brought in their own porta potty because there's no facilities there to handle their group, or there's no facilities there at all. Next. This is the Baxter Sawmill and Squaw Flats area. You can see the way the trailers and vehicles are packed in there, especially on a big weekend like the 4th of July, Memorial Day. Anywhere there's a spot to pitch a tent, someone will pitch a tent or park a vehicle. Next. And then this is some of the aftermath that we end up having to clean up. Some people are great and others leave a lot for us behind. We've even had incidences where it's evident that someone has used their black water tank on their trailer to put out a fire before they left to make. I mean, I'm grateful that they put the fire out and made sure it wasn't going to spread, but I'd prefer it not to be put out with their black water tank. Next. So camping, like I said, has kind of become its standalone recreation. When we've contacted people, most of them are coming from Cache and Ogden Valleys, And our heaviest camping is between Memorial and Labor Day. But we do see campers, you know, starting on Easter weekend through November, the November hunting. And Camp Wapiti in particular, because of its accessibility, it's right off the highway. It can accommodate large vehicles and large groups of vehicles, and it has proximity to hunting and fishable areas on the WMA, so it's quite popular. And there's an old decommissioned vault toilet that's left over from the Boy Scout days when they leased Wapiti and had their Quonset huts and stuff set up there, and it's no longer functional. Next. So the aspects of our management plan that specifically address this under the wildlife goal, objective 4 directs us to decrease the habitat impacts in controlled and dispersed sites by a minimum of 25% over the life of our plan, and identify some ways to do that. Establishing a camping season, reducing or eliminating the number of sites that we have, developing a plan specifically for Camp Wapiti, and identifying designated camping areas using logs, rock structures, and or signage. And then we're also directed to maintain existing riparian and aquatic habitat and find ways to improve those. And so, you know, we do that by identifying areas that require enhancement or restoration. So go ahead, next slide, please. Our camping action plan, this is the overall synopsis, is we've established a season. We've selected the Friday preceding Memorial Day through the end of the year. This allows these sites to dry out and not be impacted by heavy vehicles and erosion, creation of ruts that coincides with, we lost our slide there, that coincides with vehicles coming in while those surfaces are still sensitive and still, grab this one, still sensitive and soft. So part of establishing that camping season will be implementing signage that identify what areas we're going to direct people to camp in and permit camping in, and areas of approved use or rules of approved use, how to try and limit as well the amount of impact that's happening in those designated areas. We will reduce or eliminate our approved camping sites. We want to convert all our dispersed sites along the highway and between Rock Creek and Curtis Creek to day use areas, reduce the Wapiti area footprint, and remove the decommissioned vault toilet that's there. It's actually not too far from the river. Convert the tie-out camp in the stream there, Rock Creek, that runs by the tie-out camp. We have excessive amounts of algae in the wrong quantities and the wrong types, which indicate a significant nutrient load. And some of that area is popular with livestock, horse riders. We want to enable them to still use that area, but we need to protect the waterway and remove the nutrient load that's being added into the watershed right there. And so we would convert that to a parking access area for that area and move the hitching rails up away from the river, and then move all the livestock camping over towards the Baxter Rock Creek area, so they're up off the water and in a hardened location. And then we would consolidate the camping of those two sites onto the Baxter side and not the Pole Hollow side, so that they're away from the river. And then we would identify the Wapiti area, the Baxter Rock Creek area, and the Squaw Flats area, which is further up and on the north end of the WMA, as the designated camping areas along the road. And Squaw Flats, we're recommending that one stay closed until August 1st. And so it's basically open during the hunting seasons. that one is the most sensitive area of all three. And we would blockade off the southern portion of that meadow, which has got beaver ponds and ephemeral streams that run through there. And we're starting to see a lot of impact and erosion in the southern, particularly in the southern portion of Squaw Flats because of the increased use we're getting. So if you want to hit slide 10 there, Daniel. Thanks. So I don't know how large this is on your screens, but I'll walk you through it. The brown is the WMA boundary. The yellow push pins are all the dispersed sites that we would convert to day use. And the pink on the bottom long side of the brown is the Wapiti designated camp area. The purple on the top brown corner near the white lettering is the Squaw Flats designated area. And the two that are the white and the yellow just above the push pins, just below the purple. The white is the Rock Creek Camp, Baxter Rock Creek Camp, and the yellow is the horse tie out. And so those would be consolidated to where the white pin is, the white location marker is, and yellow would be converted into a parking area for access into, still be permitted into Pole Hollow. Go to slide 11. So this is phase one. This is what we would hope to accomplish with this particular project. We would print and install signage to mark the entrance to the WMA so people know when they're on the property. Signage would inform the visitors of the dates of the camping season and that we do permit camping, but in designated areas. And we hope to help establish approved use of division lands when it comes to regarding camping by starting with this. We'll go ahead and designate the sites along the highway and Lake Town Road between Curtis and Rock Creek drainages as day use through signage, through fencing and or rock barrier as needed. We'll identify those camp areas with signage, and we'll reduce the Wapiti footprint area, bringing the camping up onto the hardened east side and removing the vault toilet from the west side that's nearer to the river, and then going in and doing some restoration in a couple of years once we've got the rest of the project underway. Go to slide 12, please. So this is the proposed reduction for the Wapiti area. Everything in green would be eventually restored. The black lines represent fence and rock barriers to designate the area we want people to camp in and protect those areas we propose to restore. The red dot on the left side of the map is the location of the vault toilet. So this project would include the pumping out of that toilet and the crushing in and backfilling of the vault once it's emptied. After talking with the Forest Service and several other managing agencies that deal with decommissioning these kind of toilets, they said they found the best course of action is to pump them out, crush the sides in, and backfill them. If we don't do that, they tend to want to float out of the ground, and if you try to remove the concrete vault, you end up with sinkage and other issues. And so we would handle this the same way. We pump it out, crush it in, and backfill it. And then the area in green could, and then we would put up our fencing and restore these areas in green. Go to the next one. And so then, and this one's kind of hard to see, but the white lines along the road, these are all areas where little roads and in-cuts have been made. And so most of these, the white represents barrier rock, and near the bottom of the map, there's a black line. That would be some fencing to just direct traffic into that area through a central point instead of having multiple incursions into there. And then we would come in and rehabitat, restore some of this later in the overall project. So yeah, any questions?
Thanks, Bradley. Any motions on this project? The discussion.
I would make the motion to approve it.
I got a discussion. Brad, how's this going to affect hunters camping? I didn't really get the dates. There was kind of a couple different dates. I didn't get a hard date.
Right. So for Wapiti and the Baxter Rock Creek area, those would open up the Friday preceding Memorial Day and be open to camping through the end of the year. Squaw Flats, we would hold off on opening that one till the 1st of August, and then it would be open till the end of the year. So it shouldn't affect any of the hunting that goes on in the fall and early winter.
Perfect. Thanks, Brad.
Okay. Any other questions? Let's see. I think that was Randy. Do you want to try that again?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I would recommend approving this. I forget the terminology. Approve this recommendation.
I'll second it.
That works great. So we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Steve. I'm going to do a roll call here. Justin?
Yes.
Drew?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Jack, is he on yet? Don't see him on yet. Randy?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
Eric, before we go on, maybe we ought to explain kind of what we're voting on. I mean, for the new guys, maybe a little more explanation of how this process works. What we're basically voting on now is to move these projects forward for funding consideration, and then the last meeting of the year, we'll actually vote as a package on all of the projects together when it comes to actual funding. So this is not the last time we'll vote on these projects.
Yeah, that's the purpose of that spreadsheet, right? So we can see at the end of the year how much everything's totaled up, then we can weed out what we need to at that point, correct?
Exactly.
Excuse me, I'm battling a cold.
No problem. Any other questions on that, on the process? That's a really good point, Tyler. Yeah, we're recommending funding for these projects, and like Tyler said, at the end of the year, when we know what all of the more concrete budget numbers are, that's when the mix and match process occurs, and it allows us to then at the end of the year have an additional vote kind of on the collective group of projects that we've put together, and see how far down the road in funding we can get. I mean, every year there's a big chunk of projects that don't get funded because even at 40 million a year from the WRI perspective, we run out of money, and so does Habitat Council. Any more questions about the process here moving forward? Okay.
I mean, I'll just add to that, some of the other options, if there are things in the proposal that you don't like or that you have questions on, you can always table the proposal and ask for them to come back at a later meeting to have those questions answered. We can also vote just to permanently table or put on the contingency list projects as well. At this point, that's kind of how we've done this council in the past, at least.
Yep, exactly. That's a really good point, Tyler. So, all right. So our previous motion carried, and it was unanimous. Okay, our last project from the Northern Region is going to be about WMA Maintenance budget for FY23. Sorno, I'm guessing you're our man.
Yeah, big surprise. Steve is out today because he's got some family medical issues he's attending to, so I'm going to be filling in for him. I'm the Northern Region Assistant Habitat Manager. Been acting Habitat Manager since about November. in addition to a couple other vacancies I'm trying to juggle as well. So today, at least for the next few minutes, I'm doing 5 jobs. So you're really getting your money's worth. I'm probably in the minority of the personnel in this meeting that actually predate the inception of the Habitat Council. So I've seen a lot of these meetings. So excuse me if I don't get really, really excited about it. This is a project that you should get used to seeing every year. We fund the vast majority of our wildlife management area maintenance with these monies. And since 2012, we haven't asked for a budget increase until this year. We are doing that primarily due to the acquisition of 2 very major wildlife management areas, one Cinnamon Creek, and the second access to one we've had since the 80s, where we have not had public access to it, and that being Round Valley, which is across the freeway from Morgan, Utah. We anticipate having access to it sometime in this fiscal year. We would like to delineate the borders and take some assessment of the resource up there before we open it to the public. So that's going to require a significant amount of time. It's a fairly large WMA. Our neighbors have had exclusive use to it since long before I worked for the division, and it will be kind of nice to get the public up there and being able to utilize something that they paid for. Signs are obviously going to be necessary. We have experienced a dramatic increase in sign cost, and with both Cinnamon Creek and Round Valley, we're going to be needing to sign those heavily. We probably will not be able to fence them completely, not even knowing if that's entirely needed at this point. But we want to get the borders delineated, and we probably have some partial fencing that's going to be needed. Another major undertaking this year is we plan to close the East Fork of the Little Bear Wildlife Management Area to camping, overnight camping, make it day use. We may need some fencing there. We're going to try it at least initially with partial fencing and signage and enforcement. But you know that we can only do what we're able to have enforced. It's going to require a lot of cooperation with us and law enforcement to get at least these 3 areas signed and delineated, and in some case closed to uses that people have gotten used to. We really need to do a lot of parking lot prep and probably a new parking lot at the Round Valley installation. So we're going to be working with at least fencing those in to prevent travel off the parking lot onto the WMAs. We've seen an increase in fuel costs, and that's really kind of impinging on our ability to get out in the West Desert working on our guzzlers, which are incidentally less than 2,500 gallons each, just for the record. We do a lot of maintenance on those. We have a good working relationship with the BLM, and they do significantly add to our budget for the maintenance cost of those, at least the ones that are on BLM property. So we thank them for that. Other than that, other than the new duties and the increased costs, that's kind of how we're trying to justify an increased budget. Granted, Brad's going to be doing the lion's share of the weed control on some of our major Cache Valley areas. But we still do the lion's share of the regional weed control. We'll probably have to do some of our conservation easements this year because we've been getting a little bit of complaints. Our neighbors are really, really good. They do point out if we have an extra thistle, so we're always able to keep on top of our weed issues. Apparently they don't like our thistle hybridizing with their thistles. So, and I'll just leave it with that, and we can let you guys hash this one out and decide if we're worth your time and effort.
Awesome, Sorno. Any questions for Sorno on this project? I guess it's their overall maintenance budget. So it didn't include an increase. Kent, do you know what the budget was for the previous time?
I think it was 77,000. I don't know, what are we asking this time? Steve did this, and I'd like to thank him for putting it all together. 77.8.
Kent, Steve Sorensen. Hey, when you mentioned guzzlers, where are they located, and is there livestock using them?
Well, that's classified. We can't tell anybody where they're located. But no, most of the ones we use are in Box Elder County. A lot of them quite a ways west. There's very few that have significant livestock use. Most of them are actually small game guzzlers for chuckers primarily, but we do see some big game use on some of them. Since we can still use trail cams, we can document that.
We won't get into the trail cams. But...
I one thing, if you know me long enough, you know if there's one thing I dearly love, it's picking scabs. So we do true. They're all of the ones we use for upland game are fenced. Wildlife sometimes jump it. We don't really discourage that too much, but by and large, the livestock are able to be excluded for most of our guzzlers.
Thank you, Kent.
Sorno, this is Tyler. I'm just curious, is that Cinnamon Creek property, is it currently fenced?
I think part of it is fenced. I'm not sure if all of it is. The fencing is probably not a wildlife friendly fence. We may have to do some retrofitting if we even continue to use it. But I think more importantly for our purposes right now is getting our entering DWR property or leaving DWR property signs up there so we don't end up with sportsman trespass issues, things like that. I know we're going to have some issues with winter use. It's been a very popular snowmobile area, and it usually gets enough snow, at least as to my understanding, that the fences are a non-issue at that time of year. They just go right over the top of them. But we do have a lot of signage. This is going to be required. Stay on established roads. Don't cut your own trails, sort of thing, because it has largely been abused under Sitla ownership. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of it's our clientele that got away with it. And changing that behavior, as you know, is pretty difficult.
So
Tyler, sorry, Eric. Tyler, that's a great property because, like, on the south side, it's all private, and they've got a lot of signage and fencing already up. The public access area is very narrow and only one road in. So as far as fencing would go, you wouldn't really have to fence 60-70% of that property because they can't even get in through those, I would call it the north and the west side, and part of the east side, they can't even get into the property. So great property. Yeah,
for the most part, we're bordered by private lands. We don't have a Forest Service neighbor type thing where we would have to worry about incursions from a lot of people. Anybody on the border is generally going to be on private land by permission.
I think on the north and headed down towards the west side, there's a lot of steep cliff areas that might not need fencing. the future as well. But I think what you'll see happening with a new habitat manager and more habitat staff coming up right soon, it's going to take a year or more even to put together a good habitat management plan that will firm up more of these requests in the future and how that'll move forward.
I've got a couple of questions. As I know in the habitat section in the northern region, you're down several employees. Is that going to impact the amount of work that you're going to get done for this fiscal year, given the money that was given last year, and you anticipate being able to accomplish everything that was presented today?
Well, fortunately, the positions we still have filled are our maintenance supervisor and maintenance assistant. So they should be able to shoulder their normal workload. With Brad taking on at least the weed control duties on Cinnamon Creek, Millville Face, and Richmond, that should free them up a little bit too, and we'll be able to concentrate on these other areas. The increased cost is mainly because, or the budget request increase is mainly because our costs have gone up. We might only be doing about the same amount of work, but it's costing so much more now in fuel and signs, and I think we can get it all done time-wise. It's just a matter of being able to pay the bills for the materials.
Okay. My second question is, let me back up. I had a hard time paying attention to this presentation after you said you weren't excited to present. To be honest, I don't know. Why on earth are you not excited to get money to improve projects that or habitats that are?
I'm filling in for Steve. I think my enthusiasm is tempered by the seeming foregone conclusion that some of this gets approved, because what else are we going to do, sit on our thumbs all year? So some of this is really good stuff, yes, but I'm just here because Steve can't be.
Well, that might have been the worst sales job I've ever heard on the Habitat Council. And if this work wasn't important, I probably wouldn't fund it. If the region's not excited about it, I don't know why the council should be.
No, the region's plenty excited about it. I'm just cynical and jaded.
Fair enough.
Okay. And any remaining questions about the maintenance budget? And I guess I will say, it's a big task to maintain all of the properties that are in any of our regions, and it does take these funds, and they are critical to move forward to do that, and it'll be critical for a new habitat manager and new habitat staff to be able to have these funds to do that. So I guess I will just say that.
Eric, this is Randy. Just a quick general question. This is not just on the northern, but I noticed in all the proposals for the maintenance for next year, why is there no in-kind budget in it? Is there any thought, or is there any possibility to get conservation groups or whoever to adopt a WMA? There's got to be other ways to expand footprints and spread the load a little bit.
We try to do some of that where we can with dedicated sportsmen, but it's not something we can always plan on. So it's hard to throw that into a budget. I'll certainly encourage Steve to make use of it where he can, but there's a lot of things that require, for instance, non-commercial pesticide applicator license. Things like that we can't just pawn off, for lack of a better term. We do solicit a lot of help on our fencing projects a lot of times. Some of the guzzler projects, receive a significant amount of help, but it's still our trucks and our gas going out there. So the cost savings isn't as dramatic as you might expect them to be with in-kind. But you know, we've had adopt a WMA programs for years, and they've kind of, for lack of a better term, ended up with a resounding when presented to people. I think once people find out how much work it actually is to maintain a wildlife management area, they lose interest rather quickly.
Well, I'll just say that, yeah, we do ask our habitat managers to take every opportunity to involve volunteers throughout the process. But they still need kind of this baseline budget to get them through if a volunteer effort doesn't come together, or I don't know if that better that question. Danny?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that yeah, this is the baseline budget, but oftentimes the biologists have individual projects and where they're planning and they're using conservation groups or to do a shrub planting or something like that. Some of those will come through this process, but that's often a lot of times where I think they're using the dedicated hunters or conservation group volunteer days, things like that.
Yeah, on a normal year, you would see no less than a dozen additional projects from our region, from the terrestrial biologists and aquatics, that do have significant in-kind contributions.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to ask.
Okay. Any final questions for Kent on this project, on this maintenance plan? All right. Is there a motion on this one?
I make a motion to tentatively approve for funding.
Thanks, Drew. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Randy. We'll go through roll call. Justin?
No.
We have a no from Justin. Drew?
Yes, sir.
Tyler?
I'll vote yes, even though I kind of want to vote no too because of his opening, but we'll let that go.
Randy?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And Jack?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, Jack. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate having you here. All right. Motion carries with one no. All right.
Hey, Eric, can I ask just a general question that it's in my mind, and I'm afraid if I don't get it out, I don't know what'll happen.
Okay.
Across the board, and I'm speaking on because of my experience in the hatchery construction projects, the cost of everything from concrete to, you know, a 2x4 has gone up 100% over the past year. And I wanted to ask Sorno, but it was more general than him, so I'll ask it now. Are we sure that what they're asking for accounts for the amount of inflation that we've seen over the past year on all things?
No, that's a good question. I mean, we're leaving it up to our managers to discern that. Danny or Daniel, have you heard anything more about? I mean, we're seeing inflation on lots of projects occurring. I think we're going to see more budget increases moving forward, but I don't know, Daniel or Danny, do you have any additional info on that?
Not a lot. Like you say, we really kind of leave it up to a lot of our managers. For sure, there's increased cost in anything that we've been doing lately, as far as habitat restoration work, whether it's, you know, bull hogs or stuff like that. So we'll have to play that a little bit by ear, how the maintenance budgets work out. Several of the regions, you know, don't quite you know, max out their budget. So they'll just have to play that by ear, how that works out this year. If we have to do some increases to cover some of those kind of costs, we'll just work with them individually to deal with maybe some of those kind of situations as they arise throughout the year.
Thanks for that, Daniel. I appreciate it. I just am concerned that they reach, you know, October, November and don't have enough money to complete their just everyday tasks that they've laid out.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's definitely something we'll need to consider at the last meeting when it comes to how much we over allocate the budget. But even with that being said, there's enough in carryover work that we see every year that doesn't happen, that, you know, from a cash flow standpoint, we can always reallocate funds if needed.
Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate that as well. Just to give you a perspective on what a hatchery project is increased over last year, it's gone exactly double. You know, and that's why I asked the question.
All right. Okay, we're going to move on. Type this here. We're at 10:45. Let's go with this next project, Southeast Region WMA Maintenance budget for FY23, and then we'll look to take a break after that. All right, who have we got for this one? Is that you, Matthew? I can't hear you. Yeah, it shows your, yeah. Okay, maybe he'll jump back on.
How about now? Is that any better?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Oh, hallelujah.
All
Okay.
right. Go ahead.
So, Daniel, I don't know if you want to go to that 5-minute video. Start there, let you guys see, kind of see some critters and stuff that we got running around. And then I can talk kind of while the video is going. So anyway, what you see there is basically the Gordon Creek WMA. And a lot of my pictures come from that because when I first started, Daniel allowed me to put out some cameras. And so I've got a lot more pictures, a lot more data. So basically I've opened up more than triple of what we used to have for the wintering wildlife and everything. We get a lot of deer and elk. We get a lot of hunters, a lot of recreationalists that use the Gordon Creek WMA, mostly because it's close. I mean, we actually have, you know, close to 30,000 acres of WMAs throughout the region. Some of them are far away. Some of them are accessible only by foot, and some of them you can drive right to, just kind of like this one, you know. So what we're asking for is $79,500, basically operating costs, you know, for equipment. That big green tractor I was driving, that's a rental every year. I typically like to try to do, you know, maintenance with on ponds or ditch lines, say at Nash. You know, there's always need for equipment, so that's built in there. Motor pool to get us to and from your herbicides. So we usually have, well, we've been talking about, I shouldn't say usually, but we're talking about actually, you know, getting a weed spray crew actually up to Gordon Creek to kind of help us out. This picture that's on now, these next few, this is actually our Colton Mountain property that's accessible by hiking your tail off. So anyway, it's a pretty neat place and probably because it's not very accessible. So anyway, neat to see all the critters. Anyway, so we have, talk about a weed contractor for the Matheson and Gordon Creek. Help us out there, maybe get a little bit ahead. It seems like every year we do a good job at knocking the weeds back, and we think, hey, we're getting ahead of things. And then the next year pops up, and holy crap, we got weeds where we didn't even have them before. So anyway, it's a job security, it's an adventure, and it never ends, which is good because I love my job and I am excited. So anyway, the rest of it, we've got seasonal training. We're doing a little bit concrete mixer, stuff like that. We got some projects going on, a building up there to kind of protect the equipment, that kind of thing. And then we also have our summer house lease on Gordon Creek. That doubled, but it is actually some lease of some ground that's right in the middle of the WMA. I talk a lot about Gordon Creek, but Nash is pretty cool. We have issues with Nash just because of the distance, but I mean, I don't know, with this drought, and I hate to blame it all on the drought, but man, it's hard to squeeze water out of something that ain't there, And so because of that, because of what we've been facing, through this whole thing, I've kind of moved my crops to more of a 75, 25, 80, 20, more fall grains instead of trying to plant stuff in the summer. I'll still do some in the summer, to try to get some green strips and stuff for the bird hunters. But a lot of my stuff is winter wheats, because you can get them to come up with a little bit of rain. I mean, you get some snow, and in the springtime, man, you shine, you look good, and people seem to like it. So, yeah. So anyway, that's my struggle with Nash. Anyway, there's a lot of people that's got opinions on it, and I'm willing to listen and modify and change what I'm doing. But anyway, that's also fun. The Matheson, that's a place in itself. That's a pretty cool place. As long as you can avoid the people, you can get in Moab and get on the Matheson without nobody seeing you, and get on there and enjoy some peace and quiet. It's pretty great, but it's got its own set of problems. We've got a well there that we actually try to pump some water and fill some ponds on the north end that when Daniel was there, that he started and had us build some resting ponds, some duck ponds. Anyway, that sucker just keeps giving us grief. I think a lot of it's probably the drought, but anyway, so there's some repair work there. Seems like there's always some maintenance work everywhere. But anyway, basically, the budget's broke out there. I think I don't know, back to the fuel question and the question, did we allocate enough? Did we not? I kind of feel like it's a gamble. Some years we do pretty good, and some years there's some added expense, and maybe this is one of them years with added expense, and maybe there will be for a while, but you know what? The job will always get done. We'll figure out a way to get it, and everything will work out. It always does. So, I don't know what else I can say. This is us right here. So.
All right, thanks. Question, Steve, go ahead.
Matthew, I'm familiar with Nash Wash. I believe you talked about two areas. Where's the second one at? Can you enlighten me on that one, please?
Would that be Colton Mountain? Is that what you're thinking potentially?
The one you said you have to hike way into, or
that's Colton.
Okay.
Yep, that's Colton. That's up by the summit. That's up by Highway 6, up over Spanish Fork Canyon into Price Canyon. It's right almost to the top, over, basically kind of above Schofield, above the Schofield Reservoir. There's a little bit of private, and then we border that. there's the access point through Lower Fish. But it's a hike. We've taken horses in there, and it's a little bit of a death march, but it's worth it once you get in there. There's some pretty cool critters and neat country to see.
Appreciate it. I think Justin's talked to me about this one before, so thanks, Matt.
Lower Fish, Gordon Creek, Colton, Nash, Matheson. Got Desert Lake, Huntington, but I think Joe's.
Okay, Eric Anderson, question.
Yeah, Matt, do you have another proposal in there for the well read for the new pump and motor and everything for the Matheson?
You know what, Eric? I do not know that. I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay.
Any additional questions on this WMA plan?
John?
Yeah, I have a question. I noted on the breakout of the allocation of expenses under the different categories, it's I think 6% for waterfowl, and I'm wondering if you could just explain where that comes from.
So the waterfowl, we do have a pond, an irrigation pond, or a few ponds up there to Gordon Creek, but I think the big part of that actually comes from the Matheson. Nicole Nilsson, when she was restoration, she done a lot of projects on there and expanding. I think Daniel was part of this too, but they was trying to expand that central pond to add for the give the waterfowl somewhere to go, somewhere a little more open, somewhere they could go rest. Trying to think where the other ones would be. Probably Desert Lake. But I'm not sure if this one includes that or not. Sorry, I'm kind of a little vague on that one, but I would say the majority of it probably comes from the Matheson, I would bet.
Daniel, do you have any additional information on that maybe?
Yeah, for sure. The Matheson Wetland is where I would say that 6% is coming from, Jack. Just, that's where a lot of our Southeastern Region waterfowl hunters, it's about the only place they can go other than up and down the Colorado River for waterfowl. So we get quite a few waterfowl hunters that will go out there and hit that pond. They usually pull in right behind the hotel there and walk out there and go hunt. So it's not a huge place, but that's probably the main place in the Southeast.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on this one? Matt, is this an increase from the previous year? Do you know?
I do not know that either, Eric. I'm not positive on that one.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we pass it. And Matthew, I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I could tell you loved your job before you said you loved your job. So I appreciate that, man, big time.
Well, good deal. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have
I second it, and I agree with Steve. Well done, Matt.
Motion from Steve, and we have a second from Justin. I'll go through roll call. Justin.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, so Drew.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Tyler.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Right, Steve, you made the motion, so
yes, sir.
Benjamin.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries unanimously. All right, with that, it is.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you for presenting. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll go till 11:05, and then we'll start with the Northeast Region projects and maintenance budget. So 10-minute break. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're back on here, and we'll keep moving. We are going to pause on project proposals for just a minute, though. Jack Ray was able to join us, and I think for his benefit and for the other members' benefit, Jack, you want to give us a quick introduction, and then maybe I'll ask our other three new members to introduce themselves if they don't know you as well. Again, really quick. You're on mute. You're on mute, Jack.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
My name is Jack Ray, and I'm a waterfowl representative. I'm the president of the Utah Waterfowl Association and the chair of the Great Salt Lake Alliance. I've been involved in duck hunting issues, mostly surrounding the Great Salt Lake and Great Salt Lake issues for probably 25 years now. And I have been a lifelong waterfowler, and I apologize. I was late this morning, but I was actually working on another Great Salt Lake wetlands issue where I was making a statement at a public hearing. So,
no, thank you for joining us, Jack, and you're a great author too. I know that, so that's always a good thing. Steve, you want to tell us or let Jack know who you are?
Jack, I'm Steve Sorensen. I represent Big Game. I'm from Hiram, Utah, Cache Valley, mouth of Blacksmith Fork Canyon, where the hardware WMA is. And nice to meet you.
All right, Randy.
Yeah, Randy, just with the Upland, been very involved in the Upland community for a number of years in the Checker Foundation, and just first go around on this as well. So good to meet you, John.
All right, Ben.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit late. Sorry. What are we introducing ourselves again?
Jack, our waterfowl, public waterfowl rep, was able to join us, and so we're just having our new members, get to know him. And so if you could just tell us a quick intro again.
Well, I'm probably the greenest out of everyone here. So I've only been in Utah since 2006, but originally from Idaho, but I'm the sport fish representative for the public, I guess. So
great.
Live in northern Utah out of Syracuse. So I spend most of my time in the north, or central. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Ben. All right. And the other piece of business that we held on to for a moment was scheduling future meetings. We wanted to be sure Jack was on for that. And so, Danny, you wanted to do that, and then we'll jump back into projects right after that. So sorry, Pat, you have to wait a minute.
Sure. So like we mentioned, our next meeting will be the waterfowl upland game centric meeting. And we usually do these about a month apart. So looking at the calendar in February, I'm just going to throw a couple dates out there. We've got February 16th, February 23rd. How does that work for the council members?
23rd would work for me. The 16th would not.
either one of those works for me.
Okay, are we good on the 23rd, everybody?
23rd works for me.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, 23rd works for me as well.
Okay, so that will do our waterfowl upland meeting then. So March, what is, remind me, Daniel or Drew, on the blue ribbon? Do they meet?
Their meeting is scheduled for the 17th. Blue ribbon.
Okay.
And I
17th
already
March.
have that day scheduled, so that would work.
Okay, 17th March, does that work for everybody?
That doesn't work for me. I'll be at the North American, and we have the Wildlife Society meeting, so I wouldn't even. I might not even be able to bring a replacement that day.
That is true. The Wildlife Society meetings is that week.
I've got some stuff in March I got to get in my calendar first before I can commit to that.
So with blue ribbon, can we bring them in another day, or?
I could text Randy real quick and see if he can't move that, but I'd like to have some dates proposed that I could kind of move him into if he can.
What about the next week, the 23rd or 24th?
Yeah, 24th gets past looks like other division scheduled things. That might be ideal.
The 23rd would work for me. The 24th would not.
Okay, 23rd then maybe.
Yeah, I can do
on the 23rd.
Yeah.
So let's go with tentatively March 23rd, and we'll see if Blue Ribbon can join us then.
Yep, I'll get a hold of him right now.
Thanks, Drew. April for the big game meeting. What about April 6th or 7th?
The 6th, I have a RAC meeting. I'd prefer not to do it that day if possible.
Okay.
Have we picked a day for the conservation permit meeting? Because usually we do this meeting after that meeting.
Okay, what about April 13th for big game?
Yeah, that works well for me.
Tyler's good.
That works for me.
Okay. No objections. And then the final funding meeting, what about 2 weeks later, April 27th? That's usually a half-day meeting. Usually we do that from like 9 to noon.
That works good for me.
Okay.
That last one was April 27th for the final.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And the thing I didn't mention this morning is we usually do a field tour during the summer or fall or something where we, as a group, will pick a spot to go out to see where some projects have happened as well. And we usually kind of figure that out in one of the final meetings, but that's kind of a fun opportunity to get out in the field and spend some time together and see some projects that have happened. So we'll schedule that at some point. So if you have ideas through the year, keep those in mind of a place to go for a day, or we've even done an overnighter before. So
Danny, you can get with me. There's a lop and scatter that was done above the hardware, and you very rarely see the new mahogany trees coming up, and they're coming up all over this lop and scatter. So let me know if that's something you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start a list and put that one, the first one on the list, and we'll welcome any other proposals for a field tour later in the year, summer or the fall. So, all right. We have our dates taken care of now. I think we're ready to jump into our Northeast Region projects. We're at 11:15. We'll look to see how far we can get through this before our lunch break. All right. Project 6025, Trail Creek WMA fencing. Pat, are you up?
Yes. Do you hear my audio okay?
Yep, sounds great. So go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Well, great to see everyone. Wish we could be there in person, and welcome to the new council members. My name is Pat Rainbolt. I'm with the Northeast Region. I've been with the DWR now in Vernal for 14 years. I've just slowly worked my way up. I'm the Habitat Program Manager here now, and so I'll be presenting all the projects for our region. We'll start off with the Trail Creek WMA fencing. This WMA is located it's just south of Flaming Gorge in Daggett County. It's surrounded by the National Rec area. You see that there in the red color. There's a few private inholdings. The green to the south is just National Forest. So pretty much surrounded by National Forest up here. It's a great higher elevation. Get a lot of wildlife use in that area because it is fenced off. There's public land grazing all around that on the forest land. So it's one of those few places, higher elevation that is strictly reserved for wildlife use. and that's the purpose of this WMA. It gives it's great, crucial winter habitat for big game, for elk, for mule deer, for moose. We see bear use in there in the fall and the spring. It's also a great summertime habitat for fawning and calving for deer and elk. So great wildlife habitat. As far as access for the public, you can drive right up to this. It is behind a Forest Service gate that's locked seasonally for protection of the roads, just like they do everywhere else. So this is kind of it's open to the public during, the time of the year when access is good. When access is not so good, it's closed off, which really benefits the wildlife, gives them a refuge to go to, and keeps them out of trouble. So this project, it's one I've had my eye on for a while. This is one of those where you maintain and you maintain and you maintain year after year, and then you finally get to a point where it's time for a rebuild. This fence was built sometime in the 80s and just patched up through the years. It was a poor design to begin with the way the top rails were secured on this fence. The barbed wire I do not like. We have heavy snowpacking up here, and you guys know what a heavy snowpack will do to a barbed wire fence. It makes it useless. So yeah, that's the issue we have here. And yeah, if you kind of scroll through these pictures, Daniel, kind of see the state of repair or disrepair this fence is in. Our seasonals spend quite a bit of time every year up here. That comes out of our regular maintenance budget. And like I said, we've come to the point where it's just time for a complete rebuild to avoid the excessive amount of time and resources we spend on maintenance of that property. Now you can see on that picture, the left and right, the difference in grazing. I know that's right up against the fence, but kind of gives you an idea of what on the right within the WMA, what is available for wildlife. It's great winter feed that's going to stay up above the snow for those animals. So great spot for wildlife. Let's go on through those, Daniel. Just more examples of the top rail breaking, very thin top rail, just poorly designed. The spans were too long and the secure wasn't done very well. Now, this is the design that I'm proposing we use there. We've started using this on our high elevation WMAs where snowpacking makes barbed wire just impossible to keep up with. So what you see is you see the post, and we alternate the rails 42 inches on the top to make it very passable for big game. They can just belly ride over that. 24 inches on that bottom rail. It works, keeps cows out, keeps horses out, does the job. It's secured with, you can kind of, I think the next picture may zoom in a little bit better. That is secure. There you go. There's a piece of rebar. We drill a hole through the rail, the post, and then through the other rail, put a piece of rebar through, and then just bend the ends opposite directions. So very low maintenance, easy construction. It can take a beating. It can take the wintertime snows that the old design can't. So yeah, that's what this project is all about, just to help protect that area, improve the fencing there, and keep this WMA. It's just give it a much needed upgrade. It is quite pricey. We're talking about over a mile of fencing here. Those of you that have seen my fencing projects before know that I like to go big and beefy and minimize the maintenance and minimize the vandalism that we experience a lot in our region. I would do pipe fencing for this one, but the cost just kind of prohibited that. So I went with the treated lumber on this one. Comes out to about $100,000. That's going to give us another 30 years plus on this. It'll help free up the maintenance budget in our seasonal time. And yeah, 100% big game on the funding there. This is all strictly big game habitat, public access, public hunting land. A great little spot. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Pat, what's the cost on pipe fencing if you went that route? It sounds like you looked into it. What's the price difference between the wood and the pipe?
Well, the pipe fencing we have been doing up till about last year was about $10 a foot contracted out. It's now about $15 a foot, which is getting really expensive. $10 was expensive, but 15 is really expensive. This treated wood, I over allocated a little bit. Lumber prices have been fluctuating so much lately. I went with 13.5 on this one. And this location, the fact we're behind a Forest Service gate during most of the year, in the wintertime when the area is closed, it's going to eliminate a lot of the vandalism that I would normally address with a pipe fence. So that's why I went with the wood on this one. And the cost, like I said, that was the best estimate I could get from a few different suppliers that we use.
So 150,000 for the pipe, or are you thinking, give me a ballpark on the pipe fencing?
Let me do some quick math here.
You said you like to overdo things, and that's my style too. So I might have an idea after I get that number.
Yeah, it's not too much more. I mean, it's 110,000 is what I'm coming up with.
Is that something you would rather do, the pipe fencing? Because I would rather see it last a life, 60, 70 years instead of 30. Pat, is what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to beat you up, but if it's only $10,000 more, maybe we split it in 2 different years. Do 50 this year and 55, or 55 this year and 55 next year type things. Pat, is what I'm getting at.
No, I appreciate that, Steve. Usually I get beat up going the other way. So yeah, if you're recommending pipe fencing, I'm all in. And I would, just to be on the safe side, maybe add $20,000 to this budget to account for that. And something I also do with the pipe fencing that helps alleviate a lot of the cost is I'll solicit our dedicated hunters for pipe donations, for sucker rod donations, and I've been pretty lucky with that. I've been getting about a mile of that every year donated, and that really helps cut the cost down when I can go pipe fencing. So that's something also to consider with this. If we did switch to pipe, it'd be, we'll just say 120,000 to be safe. That could go down to as little as 80,000 if I had a lot of donations.
That's something I'd love you to look into. And if we can't get it all funded this year, maybe we'll fund the rest of it. What we don't get funded this year, fund it next year.
That sounds good. I'm willing to bring this back with a pipe design and an adjusted budget. Is there any more discussion on that? Ben,
yeah, this is Ben. I mean, I'm a sport fish guy, but I'm always curious about hunting. What impact to the habitat happens from the down fences? Are we talking livestock come in and eat all the vegetation? They destroy the habitat? Like, kind of explain it to me.
It's a trespass cattle issue for sure. And number one, they eat the feed. The feed is there for the wildlife use, so the feed is gone, which removes the wintertime value of the property. They cause excessive erosion. There's a couple little wet spots in the meadow there that can really get degraded really quickly by livestock, and you're also at the top of the watershed for Flaming Gorge, so it's just down the hill. If there's any kind of excessive erosion or weed seeds or anything like that, it gets passed on down through the system very quickly.
And so based off your photos and stuff, it looks like a lot of the fencing is in immediate need of repair, or has that been addressed, or is it still down? Are the fences still down at this moment?
So I took those pictures about a month ago, and yeah, I didn't do any kind of maintenance while I was there. We had a seasonal up there a couple of weeks this summer fixing that, and I think some of the damage you saw was from the fall grazing pressure where they want to push on that fence, and all the cows were gone, by the time I got up there. But I think we're seeing some of the after effects of those cows getting late in the season, running out of feed, and they come upon our WMA, yeah, they're kind of pushing on that a little bit. I didn't see a lot of evidence that there were actually cows in there, you know, actually physically on the property, just around the perimeter in a couple spots.
Okay. No, that helps. So, and you're saying a 30-year lifespan for a wooden fence? I mean, that seems kind of long, isn't it? Even with pressure treated lumber, right? So I'm kind of leaning towards a metal fence too, if it's going to be a more permanent solution.
It is. And, you know, the thing about those metal fences is they don't burn. And with, you know, fire intensity and frequency going up, especially in that area, in that higher elevation area, you know, that's a threat we may not have thought of in the past that would be addressed with a pipe fence.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is this it, from your pictures, Pat? This looks more like a field than anything. Is there ravines and trees and stuff on this, or is it just a mile kind of big pasture?
There's a couple little spots, little strips of trees, yeah, right through the middle there. You can see those couple strips of wet meadow that I was talking about. You get some willows in there, and there's some larger trees. For the most part, it is just a big open pasture, though. But you do have those two seeps of water coming from the southwest flowing to the northeast there on the right. You can see those wet areas there on the map.
That helps out big time, Pat. Thank you.
Hey, Pat, just curious. I don't know this area very well. I'm assuming, is this a fence out area for cow?
That's a great question. To the best of my knowledge, Daggett County is a fence out county.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Okay.
It is.
Sorry, it's Ben again. Explain to me what a fence out, just briefly. Sorry to add to the call.
It's okay. Fence out is usually your more rural areas where you don't have a lot of traffic and humans. It's basically up to private landowners to fence cattle out of their property, DWR included. Fence in counties, it's the responsibility of the cattle grazer to fence their cows in to their property, or be fenced within public land grazing. So that's the difference. Fence in, it's up to the grazer. It's their responsibility. Fence out, it's up to everyday Joe out there.
So we're kind of under the barrel then. That's what you said. Yeah, we kind of have to do this. But.
Well, yes, our only response to trespass grazing would be build a fence. There wouldn't be an opportunity to trespass someone or you know, do that sort of thing. So our hands are kind of tied.
Pat, one more thing. I like this project. I worry when we start having to come up with funds for it. If you could do me a favor, maybe bring two options to the table: full funding and half funding. So we would do half this year, half next, Pat, so we get the ball rolling and get it started. That way, if we're having to cut funding on some stuff to make ends meet in April, we can at least get half of it done.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. I'll word the budget that way. I know Justin's really excited about this project, so I see it as like a one-only kind of phase. So,
any other comment about that, or maybe even considering just fully funding it this time around? That's throwing it out there.
I'm just curious, Pat, if we had fast track money, do you think you could get it done in the spring?
I could probably buy materials. Getting access to that site before the end of the fiscal year would be, I wouldn't want to make that call. Sometimes it's July before you can access that site, but I could definitely, with any fast track money, buy and stockpile materials.
And then I'll just add, I agree with Steve. I really like Pat and the Northeastern Region's fence design with those pipe fences. I think if we're going to do it, we got to do it right, and we got to do it in the manner that you guys have been doing those fences. I would say that I'm typically resistant to phasing projects like this if we're going to do it, I think economy of scale helps us with the funding if we just go do the whole thing or just push it to another year. So that's my opinion on that.
Anyone want to take a stab at a motion on this?
I'll make the motion to tentatively approve it for funding consideration and just have Pat bring back, you know, I would just have him, I'll make the motion to have him change it to a pipe fence.
And adjust the budget accordingly for the full project?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Tyler and we have a second from Steve.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Should we table this and have him come back with a cost estimate for what that pipe design would be before we make a motion on the project itself?
I don't think we need to table it. I think we all agree it's a good project. It's just, at this point, it's a cost discussion. I think that can take place at the final meeting.
Okay. That wasn't what was proposed today. That was my only hang up. So I'm good with it if you are.
I've got one more question. Pat, you mentioned earlier that you could get donations for stuff like this through Dedicated Hunter and other sources like that. Would you have some of that information before our final funding meeting so we'd have a better idea, or would you just give the total amount of what it would cost to go purchase all that pipe, and then whatever we get donated is gravy, and that would just be donated back?
I'll probably propose the full price with, you know, I've gotten these donations several years now, so I can kind of anticipate what I'll be getting. So I'll go ahead and throw that in there as in kind, because I know I'll be getting a little bit, but I really don't know what I'll be getting. It's usually in May after the new Dedicated Hunter batch comes on board and they know they have some service hours. I usually get those first year people that, so when May comes along, they know, hey, if I want to hunt in August, I better get some service hours in, you know, I'll donate some pipe and get that taken care of. So I usually get those donations between May and August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion in place from Tyler and we have a second from Steve. I guess the agreement on that motion is that we'll finalize the budget on this project at the final meeting. I'll go through the roll call and we'll start with Justin.
Yes.
Okay. Drew?
Yes.
All right. Tyler, you made the motion. Jack?
Yes.
All right. Randy?
Yes.
All right. Steve, you seconded the motion. So Benjamin?
Yes.
All right. Motion carries unanimous. All right. Thanks. Okay. Pat, you up for the next one? 6026 Blue Mountain Guzzler.
All right. So for those of you who have been here before, you maybe noticed this is the first year the Northeast region isn't proposing any new guzzlers. Probably the first year ever. We've kind of gone through, we feel like we've saturated the area, especially the Book Cliffs and other areas. So right now we're kind of switching gears. We're going through all of our water features that we have inventoried and looking for opportunities to upgrade what is already on the ground. And this is one of those spots. A member of the public actually brought this to my attention. We went up and looked at this one day, and it's a perfect example of this. So right outside of Vernal and Jensen, up on Blue Mountain, very close to the Colorado border. It's general elk unit, summertime use by big game, deer up there as well. This one's on a Sitla parcel. So yeah, this is one of those big asphalt guzzlers that was built back in the 80s. And the apron on it is just a big slab of asphalt that was poured on the ground. It's about 100 feet by 100 feet. Okay, there's a great picture. That's probably the most beautiful guzzler you'll ever see in your life. It's overlooking Split Mountain down there, the Dinosaur National Monument with the hyenas in the background. Just a beautiful place to be getting a drink of water. So if you look at if you look into this picture, though, you kind of look at the very bottom, you can see that old asphalt there, and you see what kind of a condition it's in. That was poured back in the 80s, probably not maintained in the last couple of decades as far as the weed control. All those weeds have sprouted up through there. Easy to control that. Someone would go up there every year and spray that pad in, an hour, but it just wasn't done. This was a joint project by BLM and SITLA many years ago. So this is one of those the division is just kind of willing to take on. There's a shot at the bottom. You can see the asphalt apron above that. That's the old collection pond. And the way it worked, there's a pipe in the middle of that pond, and it feeds it on down to a trough. It uses a float valve. It uses all that fencing, all the stuff that I hate about guzzlers that just needs constant maintenance and costs extra money and is just completely unnecessary. So this was one of those we showed up and I said, yes, this is perfect. This is what I want to do. So there's the old sign, Blue Mountain Guzzler. It was BLM and SITLA back in the day. There is livestock use there. There is plenty of wildlife use there. So this is one of those that benefits all stakeholders, all users on the landscape. So the redesign on this, I've talked with some asphalt companies here in town. The square foot apron, that was the best estimate they could come up with, to come out, prep the ground, compact everything, pour it, $60,000. Removal of the fencing, the pond liner, all the earthwork that I'll have to contract out to a private contractor, and then the collection tanks. I'm going to use a series of 5 collection tanks on this one. Basically, we'll kind of use the same design, but I'm going to fill in the collection pond up to the level of the apron with gravel. So it'll still be, the water can permeate down, but there won't be an actual pond there for critters to get into and get the water there. At the bottom of that, we'll collect the water through a pipe, and it'll go down underground and then fill a series of it's our big game guzzler tanks. If you guys have seen those, that's what we'll be using on this one. Water rights, I know Eric Anderson's on the line, so I want to address that really quick. There are no water rights on this project right now. There are water rights available in that watershed. It has not been over allocated, and there's actually some existing SITLA water rights there on some adjacent ponds. So there is some room to work there. So far with these bigger guzzlers, I guess I won't speak for Eric. He's the one doing the work on this, but it doesn't seem like too big of a hurdle to acquire those water rights. And I will be doing that first on this project, as opposed to the big mega guzzler we did last year, where we kind of found out we didn't have water rights after the fact and had to apply for those. But again, wasn't a big issue. We got it all figured out and everything. So, I guess with that, well, there you see the budget, $117,500. I am applying for some water development funds through Department of Ag, since this does involve a grazing allotment and we'll be watering livestock part of the year. So split that 85-32 on the numbers on that. So with that, Habitat Council are only asking 32.5, 100% upland or big game. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Pat, there's got to be some birds or something using this. Both your last projects were 100% big game, putting me on the spot. One thing I'd like to see is maybe the cattlemen. Is it cattle or sheep?
Cattle.
Okay, I love cattlemen. I love sheepmen and what they do for wildlife, but they need to have a part in this, whether it's the cleanup or some of the funds. They gotta feel like it's part theirs, to respect it, to help maintain it, etc. I'd love to see something like that, Pat. I hate to beat you up twice in a row, but you seem excited about this project, so it sounds like a good one.
No, I appreciate that. Something we did on the the big guzzler we did last year was I did have an in-kind from the ranch where they came and they helped us clean up and haul off materials. It was just a day for them, and they actually showed up on their own a few weeks later and helped us build a little bit, you know, and that's been good for that relationship. So I will reach out to the producer on this project for just some cleanup. That's really the big thing, is just someone getting a trailer and some equipment just to clean this up and spend the day up there. I think that'd be a great in-kind from them, and maybe even some commitments to weed spraying in the future on the apron or things like that. That would just be simple maintenance for them. So I'll include those two in-kinds after I speak with the producer.
And you feel the asphalt aprons better than the traditional ones I see in Nevada and stuff?
You know, I like the wood and metal aprons that you guys are used to seeing from us in our region. Nice low profile to the ground, no fencing. They're super tough. The animals can get on them. They'll take a heavy snow load. Where these already have the asphalt on the ground and it's already, I mean, it's kind of prepped. You know, I've looked at going either way with it, building a metal apron, redoing the asphalt, and it's on this one, as far as time and money, it's just cheaper to redo the asphalt on it and go that direction. And there's only, I think, 3 of these in our region they did with asphalt. I think Sitla and this producer redid one in just over the Colorado line 2 years ago, and it looks amazing. They've been doing a great job maintaining it, and it collects water, and it's kind of ugly. It looks like a parking lot on the middle of the mountain, but it does a great job at collecting water, and I'm impressed. I think where those are already in place, I think it's good to refurbish those. I wouldn't build a new one in a new spot, though. I wouldn't go that route with it.
Thanks, Pat.
Pat, this is Eric Anderson. Hey, Pat's on the ball when it comes to getting the guzzlers, water rights taken care of. You sent me an email that said you were going to use, you were going to use 4 1,800 gallon tanks. Did you change that to 5?
I did change that to 5. I think we were talking about a different guzzler, though, Eric.
Because you sent me one for West Tent, Ridge, and Blue Mountain. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get it fixed.
Is 5 too much? Are we over the limit?
No, you'll be okay.
Okay. Let's go with 6.
6? Tell me what you want, because I got to come up with the right figures.
No, sorry. West Tent is 4 and Blue Mountain is 5.
Okay, I'll fix that one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, I've got a question. This is Justin. Just in looking at the map of this project, it kind of reminded me of the guzzlers that you proposed. I can't remember if it was a year ago or 2 years ago. The guzzlers south of Matheson. Then the idea was to pull those animals away from the agricultural fields. I know it's a little off topic, but where this is adjacent agricultural fields, it looks like it's a little bit longer by those ones in Jensen. Did you guys have any luck with that last year? Is it too early to tell?
We're still implementing that project. So we have the tanks in the ground, and we're going to build the aprons this spring. And so that was a FY22 project. So
okay.
Yeah, we haven't seen any effects. This one, though, the distance is so great. There won't be any benefit that way to the ag fields.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think there would be, but I was just maybe offline when you get those guzzlers in. I would love to just hear if we felt like it held pronghorn and kept them out of some of those areas, but maybe a discussion for another day. So good job, Pat. I like this one.
Sure. Thank you.
Justin, maybe that's a tour idea in the future. I don't know. Okay, any other questions for Pat on this one? All right, do we have a motion?
Eric, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
Okay.
I second that motion.
All right, thank you, Drew. So we have a motion from Justin We have a second from Drew. Any follow-up discussion? Okay, we'll go through roll call. So Justin made the motion, Drew. So Tyler.
Yes.
Okay, Jack.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Awesome. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Allison, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment kind of relating to what Steve had mentioned on the allocation on that last one. A lot of times the project manager does not necessarily assign Habitat Council funds. So a lot of times I'm going back in and adding, like splitting out a portion of that and making those percent allocations. And so I'm not as familiar with the project as the project manager would be, but I'm usually doing those the night before the meeting. So if you do see issues with those percentages, when we're having these discussions, just bring it up and we can always make adjustments to those as well. So I just want to make sure the new members knew that they could question those and that they were not gospel.
We adjust those frequently. So, yep. Thank you, Allison. Good point.
Allison, I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to ask this. I thought I had a good feel for the WRI website, but I did not find that feature on where to see where the percentages were. Where did you actually get that from? Could someone click on that and show me?
Yeah, Daniel, do you want to show?
So the finance tab and then
it's right there. Okay. Perfect. I didn't realize that was a hyperlink there.
Thanks, Daniel and Allison. All right, we're going to move on. Red Creek Irrigation Development and Fencing. Go.
Okay, this is part of our Tabby Mountain WMA in Duchesne County. This is just north of Fruitland, just below Red Creek Reservoir. Yeah, you can see Strawberry Reservoir out Highway 40 to the left there, to the west. So, yeah, this is a great WMA, kind of the higher elevation on the west side of Duchesne County. A lot of wildlife use there, mainly transitional in that area. A lot of big game, mule deer, elk, just migration corridor from summer range to winter range. You get a few wintering animals in there, depending on how the growth year went for forage. This does have great access for hunters, anglers. Just up, you see the reservoir just up the road there. So, yeah, on our WMA here, we've had some issues with water rights coming out of that reservoir and have had that battle going on for about 10 years. And last year they were finally settled. DWR has a certain amount of water rights coming out of that reservoir. They just built a brand new pipeline. So we need to tap into that and use our water rights to be able to keep those. They did put a stub for us on the line there to be able to access that water. So yeah, there's the pipeline that Daniel's highlighted in yellow. It kind of comes off that main line. It goes to the east, up the hill. It's a pressurized line, goes down, and then you have risers all along the line. In the past, when we could use that water, we just flood irrigated that. But I want to start the process of upgrading this and into a system where we can actually do some really good irrigation. That's kind of a weedy area, so if we can keep that water, it really helps maintain the wildlife value of that area. So another issue down there is the fencing, and so this has been an issue. And what Daniel's showing here is just what I proposed for the fencing down there, the same one you saw 2 projects ago, just the simple design. So the issue we have with a lot of our properties in Duchesne County is that the bordering property is these little 5-10 acre ranchette lots, little playground properties people like to buy, and they like to slowly over the years just encroach in our properties and kind of build and build and build and build. So we've met with Duchesne County over the last few years. This isn't the only place where we have this issue. Rabbit Gulch, we have a lot of this problem. I'll talk about that later. But so we talked with Duchesne County, and they're on board with us getting the boundary line right on these properties, with, sending letters to the property owners to letting them know what's going on, giving them the opportunity to participate in the fencing or where it is a shared border fence. Had some luck with that, some choice words from other landowners, and that's fine. So, but that's the situation down here. We really need that fence to firmly establish our boundary on this property with all these little ranchettes down the road there. That's something we need to get a handle on early. Right now, we're not having too big of an issue with it, but in other places where we've let that go in Duchesne County, it's a really big problem. You can see how close they are to the line there. And then the other one, I'd love to see between that yellow line and the black line just be a field of green. If we could get the irrigation set up and actually use the water we have there, that'd be great for elk and deer coming down in the fall to migrate down and have some feed there. Eric?
Yeah, what I was going to say is the irrigation has not been finalized yet with the irrigation company. So hopefully before the funding, I can have an answer on that one.
I'd love to know an answer before, because if we're paying to protect a field of greens, one thing, but if we're paying to protect something else, it might sway my decision one way or the other, guys.
We need to talk about the irrigation out of that other canyon too. We probably ought to do something different with it too. So.
Okay, sounds like we need to discuss the water rights on this one a lot more and then bring it back. My apologies. I was under the assumption that was all figured out.
It's been figured out with the irrigation company. I just have not been able to get water rights to act on some changes we've done yet. So until I can get them to approve it, we're on hold.
So Eric, how long do you think that might take, or is it just unknown?
Well, the change has been in there 3 years. So, yeah. I talked to him about it the end of last year. So that's the only information I have.
Okay, maybe we can check on that with them again. I don't know, other thoughts on how to move forward on this?
Can I beat Pat up again about his wood fence versus a pipe fence?
You bet.
What's the fire danger in this area? I mean, do you think it's less than the other project? What's your thoughts on putting a pipe fence in, and especially against these ranchettes where they might try to vandalize it, cut it with a chainsaw, etc., if it's wooden?
Yeah, that sounds great. Again, it would last longer. It would. There's not a huge fire threat here, but this was very close to the Dollar Ridge fire in 2018. So there's definitely a threat there. And yeah, this is a spot where you've got enough neighbors where they kind of tell on each other, so you don't see a lot of the vandalism. But I have had fences cut there before with a chainsaw, just like you're talking about. So it does happen. So yeah, if there's an opportunity for an upgrade, if we can bring this back, once the water rights are figured out, I can write that up as a pipe fence.
Perfect, Pat. I just think it makes more sense to do it once for 60, 70 years versus twice with a wooden fence in that time period. I mean, save you the hassle and everything else. So.
No, it's good. I've heard the complaint, you guys have too over the years with these pipe fences that it's a Cadillac fence, but I've also heard the argument that our properties are the Cadillac properties. You know, if you go to our management areas compared to a lot of other public lands, they're top notch. You know, especially here in the basin. I'm kind of partial, but I think they deserve that kind of protection, Steve. I'm with you on that.
Hey, I've got a question. My internet froze when you were talking, so I missed a portion of it. And I'm not entirely sure why. I'm not entirely sure about the two fences. Can you explain the purpose of both of those one more time for me? Trying to wrap my mind around that.
The purpose of two fences?
Yeah, on the map there, you got the fence on that's like that. Yeah, that one, and then the other one. Are you asking for funding for both of those, or is one of these already existing?
So the one highlighted in yellow right now, that's a water pipeline.
Oh, that's a pipeline. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Okay.
And the other straight one is that's the fence.
Okay. Thank you.
I got a question for you. If we were not required to exercise our water rights, would you be pushing for this project?
I would, Tyler, because we've done a wet mowing project in there in the past. You know, it's at the point where it wouldn't take a lot of water to bring it back to be in full production and not just a weed patch. So yeah, I would, if we're going to call this a wildlife management area and make it productive for wildlife, yeah, I would feel bad just letting it sit there as is, for sure. It's just going to further degrade.
Okay,
So you
thank
think
you.
even without water, this would still be something that might be needed?
Yes, the fencing for sure. Yeah. And you know, ultimately down the road, we're going to get those water rights resolved. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Ben?
Yeah, kind of fill me in on that fence. Looks like it runs the, you know, kind of the border of, is that a creek or is it a river? I mean, what kind of fishable area is that? Or is it dry a lot of times in the year?
So that's Red Creek. It's more of a small stream. It's basically irrigation water. Yeah, and it ultimately flows into the Strawberry River just around Highway 40 there. It's very turbid water. I don't think it's a very good fishery at all. You don't see a lot of people fishing that like you do the Strawberry River or Current Creek on the next drainage to the west. You get a lot more anglers up there. But yeah, Red Creek's more of just a little stream you could step over where people pull irrigation water. It's a good riparian area, but as far as a fishery, it's not productive.
Okay, but the fishery is in the reservoir above, to say,
Correct.
not outside of this WMA. So.
Yes.
And you said that creek is pretty small. I mean, it doesn't act like a natural barrier at all to the residents. They can't cross it with four-wheelers, trucks, or they can, or what? Yeah. That's what I was saying. Is it any kind of natural barrier? Is there a need for the fence? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
There is, in a lot of places, yeah, that you could just drive a truck right across it. You know, it's no problem. And so
and that's
yeah,
the encroachment you're talking about. So.
And I've already seen that exactly. That property on the very north end there, that gentleman has just encroached on us severely, and that's kind of where this project originated. He's back, yeah, almost past the willows there. Yeah, right where that cursor is, claiming that's his property. So that's
okay.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Yeah, so from a land's perspective, you know, we have to work hard to make sure we maintain our boundary lines with or without fences. And this obviously is a big problem where a fence for that purpose would be hugely helpful.
Pat, is that his fence I can see where you said he claimed? I can see a fence line there. Is that his fence he's put up?
So that was the original DWR fence that was put up just to avoid the creek. he just assumed that was the this last go around I've had with him. He assumed that was the original fence line and just ripped it all out by himself and started rebuilding it. And then I happened to drive by and notice. But that's the issue down here, is the fence was put in a convenient spot. It wasn't really put on the line, and that's in a lot of places. In some places there is no fence, but yeah, right here you can see where the fence is just to the east of the actual property line. And you know, I've dealt with this issue a lot in Duchesne County. People have this assumption that if I use a piece of property without a fence for 7-10 years, whatever, that it's just theirs all of a sudden. And I've been to court over it, and this guy is one of those guys. He just believes he owns it now because he's been using it for, say, he had his truck parked there for 10 years or something like that. But that's the issue we have, and it only gets worse as you let it go. Rabbit Gulch, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, it's basically this property 20 years down the road. It's been developed all the way around it. There's just constant encroachment, and the issues we have there are way more significant than this property right here. This is more of an effort to nip this in the bud.
So Pat, quick question for you. But we're going through on this, I know the water rights, it sounds like it's still, and this I guess is an observation, the water rights is still a little bit up in the air.
Yes, it seems that way, yes.
Ben, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with this because my dad has an issue. He's dealing with an easement from people that have been using this, but it's on his property. So anyways, yeah, I can kind of understand why you need to have a designated, a fence that determines your property. But my question is, it's a wildlife management area, not really for fishing, probably upland game, maybe big game hunting. I mean, what are the laws? You can't hunt up against his property because it's probably too close to his buildings, right, and home. So, I mean, there's probably a zone in there that's not even usable. Does that make sense to the public, that they wouldn't even use it? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, there is a 600-foot buffer. That's the state law. So, over there on the other side, on the east, on the hill slopes, I think you're far enough away to be outside of that buffer.
So that's, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to explain. Maybe you guys can voice it for me, but yeah, he's probably taking that property just because, hunters cannot use it, basically.
Well, and I would say, our wildlife management areas are for all users, even people non-consumptive. So we do get a lot of people that just drive through there and look at deer in the winter, and look at elk, bird watchers. We've got a lot of different user groups that will still use the WMA, even if maybe in this little parcel you can't shoot a high-powered rifle. You can still archery hunt there, or you can take a picture of a bird, or you can go for a hike, or whatever you want to do. So there are a lot of other uses for our WMAs.
Okay, thank you.
And I also just going to throw in there, I appreciate the description of the legal baggage that's going on a lot of our properties, Pat, and it is one of our not just habitat section, but division objectives to protect our properties. And so aside from a water right issue, protecting our property in this area is a high priority. I'm just going to throw that out from a habitat chief standpoint. Anyone want to venture a motion on this one?
This is Ben again. I didn't see a breakdown of the funds. Where's the fundings coming from? As far as big game, waterfowl, fish? Okay, so I don't. Thank you.
Are there fish in that creek, Pat? I know you said they don't really fish it, but are there fish in it?
No, the lower portions, maybe 4 or 5 miles downstream, but yeah, not this upper stretch. No. I'm sorry to hit you with another 100% there, Steve.
You're putting me on the spot, man. No, you're good, Pat. I mean, it sounds like it needs to be done, especially with the encroachment from them other landowners. And I'd really like to know if we got the water rights secured. I mean, I'll make a motion to pass it, Pat, but before we fund it in April, I'd really like to know the water details and make sure it's top priority. It sounds like it is a priority, but top priority. Thanks.
It is. And just from my understanding with Eric is we do have water rights secured. It's just making sure that that's been formalized with the irrigation company and the Division of Water Rights is my understanding of that. So
Steve, to kind of let you know what's going on, what we're trying to do is put our water into their pressurized system to be able to use the system in that pipeline that they put across us. So we're still waiting to get the formal approval from the water rights to be able to do that.
Thanks, Eric. And there's no ditch or anything to get your water rights as of now, or is it just all depend on that?
Yeah, once they rebuilt the reservoir for the second, they rebuilt it about 5 years ago. Everything's been taken out. So that's why we have an agreement with the irrigation company to divert out of their pipeline. It's just trying to get the approval through the state engineer's office.
I'll second the motion to move it forward.
Eric, your mic's off.
Okay. Yes, indeed. So who made the initial motion on that one?
Steve. I made it.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Steve. We have a second from Tyler. We'll do the roll call. So Justin?
Yes.
Drew?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
I want to be clear on the motion, though. I would really like to see it a pipe fence and putting Pat on the spot to get some donations on both of these projects through the dedicated hunters. I know that's typically easier after May, Pat, but see what you can do when we go to fund these. How much pipe you think you got?
Will do. Thank you.
Steve, real quick, I agree with you on the pipe fencing for a lot of these. On this one, where the fence is right next to all the residential areas and that creek, I think for me anyways, that lessens the fire danger. I think if there was a fire, those structures would be protected anyways, whereas on some of these ranges and some of that, we could lose an entire fence like you're talking about. So I mean, I think if they have the means to get a pipe fence, you're right, long term, it's the Cadillac and it's going to be what we need. I just want to throw that out there.
That good point, Justin. So
Okay, then. So we're at 10 after 12. I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch. Maybe we could shorten it up a little bit and start up again at 1 instead of a full hour. Does that seem okay? And pick it up there for the Northeast Region maintenance proposal at 1. Does that seem okay?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, let's do that. We'll break until 1 p.m. and then Pat, you'll be back on. Thanks, everybody. All right. Thanks, Michael. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate everybody jumping back on after our lunch break. Our next project, Northeast Region WMA Maintenance Budget. And so, Pat, I think with that, you're up again.
All right. Thanks, Daniel. Got a short PowerPoint here, just real quick to give everyone a kind of an overview of what we do in the Northeast region, our WMAs, the kind of opportunities they offer the public. Really want the council members to know where your money goes with these. You see these WMA maintenance budgets. You'll see 4 or 5 of those today, and so this is just a slideshow that shows you where the money goes, how that money's spent, and how we manage these WMAs. So next slide, please. So in the Northeast region, we have 28 individual wildlife management areas. It's about 170,000 acres. That's the most acreage out of any other region in the state. We have a lot of lands here. We have a lot of federal partners that border our lands. Some of the benefits to wildlife in our region: upland game, big game, all types of habitats, excellent fisheries, angler, hunter access, and access for the public at large. Next slide, please. So I'll just go through some of the highlights of our WMAs. This is a Meadow WMA on Diamond Mountain. Excellent sage-grouse habitat, Lex, brood rearing, wintering habitat up there. Next. This is our Montes Creek WMA just outside of Roosevelt. Great upland game property. It's a little bit limited by size and the location, but upland game right there up close and personal. Next slide. Moose, this is from our Trail Creek property, the first project I was proposing today with the fencing. There's a moose just wandering down the trail. Next slide, please. Now this is back up on Diamond Mountain on our Mel Draw WMA or Warren Draw WMA. Nice mule deer. That's a limited entry mule deer unit. So you see some of the products we're providing to the public there on our WMAs. Next slide. Antler gathering, a lot of our winter range WMAs. This is Two Waters out in the Book Cliffs. Great opportunities for the public to enjoy wildlife in any way that they see fit. So next slide. Waterfowl areas. We have two of our WMAs. The W stands for waterfowl instead of wildlife. So Browns Park and Stewart Lake are both waterfowl management areas. Excellent areas for breeding and young rearing right next to the Green River on those. So excellent properties, and that's where a lot of this money goes when we're asking for maintenance funds. That's how we use these funds to benefit wildlife on these properties. And I'll go through a few of the activities we do. Next slide. So fence maintenance, that's a big one in our region. A lot of public lands grazing, a lot of trespass issues. This is on our Current Creek WMA in Wasatch County this fall. You see we have a nice water source there on the property, and we've had a lot of issues over the years with trespass sheep and cattle and different livestock. So there you go, fence maintenance that helps protect our assets on our WMAs. There's actually a couple tree stands in that picture you can't see, but this place gets a lot of use by hunters, and a really neat spot on our WMAs. Next slide, please. More fence maintenance. That was the Trail Creek fence that I showed earlier today. We see a lot of this. That's most likely from an elk that tried to belly over the top rail there and in some deep snow or something like that and just broke the top rail. So a lot of the money when we say fence maintenance, it's for a guy to drive up there on that property and assess that, bring some different materials with them and fix that. That's what would be involved in a maintenance activity. Next slide, please. Here's some of our famous pipe fencing. We're using the cable on that instead of the sucker rod for the bottom rungs. But yeah, just another example. That's our Willow Creek property out in the Book Cliffs. That's a really important fence to hold back trespass cattle and trespass horses on that property. Next slide, please. There's another shot up in Current Creek, WMA, nice fall colors, good picture. Our maintenance staff, I can't say enough about those guys. A lot of this money goes to fund our seasonals, the vehicles, the materials we use for our maintenance staff, and our folks are top notch. They love their jobs. They love working here, and they could be making a lot more money doing a lot of other things, but they love what we do, and they believe in our mission with the DWR, and they do an excellent job at taking care of our properties. Next slide, please. Guzzler maintenance. So some of the budget is designated to maintaining our guzzlers. We have a lot in the Northeast region, and when it comes out of this budget, it's more just minor things here and there. You know, there might be a missing piece of tin or some screws loose or just different little things, parts and pieces. Some specific to a group of guzzlers, but when you see it coming out of this maintenance budget, it's across the region, just minor little repairs. Next slide, please. Some more guzzler maintenance, just redoing the tin roof on that one. Next slide. Habitat assessment. This is where we cross our sectional lines and work with our wildlife staff, our fisheries folks, our range string crew out of Ephraim, just going across our WMAs, looking at the habitat, looking at trends, looking at the needs, looking at project potential. And this is I believe this is our Current Creek property, again, in Wasatch County. Next slide. More range rides. That's a couple volunteers from the community helping out with the range rides. So get some good support from volunteers doing these sorts of things. Next slide. Prescribed fire. A lot of our folks hold red cards, so we can do wildland firefighting. Our fisheries and habitat staff are, I think, we're all red carded. So we work with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands hand in hand a lot of times doing controlled burns, mainly on our waterfowl management areas. This is Browns Park up in Daggett County, burning to benefit waterfowl habitat up there. Next slide, please. This is our Stewart Lake property down in Uena County on the Green River. This is a prescribed burn. That's all just solid wall-to-wall cattail out there, and burns hot and quick and fast and really cleans up the area, makes it good for upland game, good for waterfowl. Next slide, please. Different plantings, seedings on our WMA. Try to restore habitat, where we've had habitat shifts or altering or conversion to weeds or non-desirable wildlife species. We'll do different seeding projects and smaller projects that you won't see set aside as large-scale individual projects, but we still do those sort of things on our WMAs. Next slide, please. Cabin maintenance. This is the Little Creek WMA in the roadless area. We have a couple cabins down there. Some of the funds that pay for like horse hire, different materials, things we need to maintain these cabins. They are work cabins for our employees. They're not play cabins. So we show up, we stay for a week. We're fixing fences, spraying weeds, all those sorts of things to help our WMAs be better for wildlife. Next slide, please. There's one of the cabins out in the roadless. Really, see, we're pretty tidy. It's not the Hilton, but we do take care of it, and it's a great little place to work out of when we're down there. So, next slide. Back to the plantings. Kind of got the slides out of order here, though. But it's some tree plantings on our Montes Creek WMA. Some of the funds go to do different plantings like that. Next slide. This is our Strawberry River WMA. This was after the Dollar Ridge fire burned in 2018. I think this was this spring or 2021 spring. Had some extra funds with our maintenance budget. Bought some different seedlings and had a work day where everyone in our office showed up, and good team building exercise and good to rehab a lot of the riparian areas on that WMA after the burn. Next slide. Irrigation, we have to use our water rights to be able to hold on to those. You guys know that. So that's a big part of our WMA. We actually hold a lot of water rights in our region. You know, not just stock watering or guzzlers, but we do have a lot of irrigation on some of our properties. So a lot of these maintenance funds that we're requesting, go hire someone to, if you've ever irrigated, you know how intense that is. You've got to drive out, you know, some cases an hour out of town to one of our properties, change everything over, make sure everybody's working, and go home, and then 8 hours later you got to do it again. So it's pretty time consuming, consumes a lot of our resources, but we get a huge benefit out of it. This is the Montes Creek WMA, great upland game use right there in that field. It's a little 7-acre field, but probably holds all the quail and most of the quail in Uinta County right there on that little property. So great little spot. Next slide. Weed management is another shot of the roadless area. We're hiking up out of there. We sometimes use horse hire. Our guys will just hike in sometimes. We have those cabins we'll stay at, use those as kind of spike camps, workstations, and do weed control that way. Next slide. So we've combined the aquatics portion of our WMA maintenance for aquatics resources that we hold on our WMAs. So here's a shot of a happy angler on one of our WMAs. I think that's Diamond Mountain. I'm not sure. That may be the Green River, but nice brown trout there. Next slide. This is our community fishery at Old Ford Pond, right here in Vernal. See happy folks, happy parents, happy kids. I mean, you just can't beat that. So that's where a lot of these funds go to. You see the nice fence there, the nice walkway, the nice trash-free shoreline in the background. You know, no weeds popping up. That is exactly what these funds are used for. The next slide. You can just scroll through the rest of these, Daniel. Just some of the folks, our aquatic stuff goes to maintain roads and fencing, fishing piers, get a lot of use out of those. Here's some volunteer work around Montes, just creating a little trail for improved fisherman access around that WMA. And this is the last slide. You know, I'm really proud of our region and the properties that we have and the way we manage those and the product we give to the public. You know, in the last year or two with all the COVID camping and people just getting out to places they've never been before, we've gotten a lot of compliments, and those are hard to come by these days. So it's a real tell of what goes on in our region, the commitment from our people. They're extremely passionate about their jobs and the product we give to the public. And we're proud of the product we give. When people show up, when I described our WMAs as Cadillac WMAs a while ago, and they deserve Cadillac fencing, you know, it's true. You go to other public lands just adjacent to those, and the difference is night and day. So, and that's true across the state. Everyone that manages these properties, these WMAs, they do an excellent job. So with that, I'll take any questions, any discussion. So this budget hasn't changed in at least 10 years. We've added in the aquatics component, but that was just combining two proposals into one. So as far as us asking for more money, I appreciate the point someone brought up earlier in the meeting about inflation and trying to keep up with that. I feel like we're still in pretty good shape with these numbers. I think in the next year or two, we're going to hit that crossover point where inflation has really caught up with our over allocation of this account. But for now, I feel comfortable with these numbers.
Pat, just curious, that 10% allocation for upland game, was that based mainly on that one field you showed us in the picture? And I apologize, I forgot the name of the WMA it was from.
No, you're fine. That was a Montes Creek WMA. So we actually have 21 acres worth of field there. That was just one little 7-acre piece I was showing you. There's some upland seedings we've done there. It also goes to the Kevin Conway WMA right outside of Mighton. Great upland game WMA, quail, turkey, pheasants. It's one of our pheasant release sites. The other two properties where that would be allocated would be Stewart Lake. That's another great spot for upland game pheasants. It's one of our pheasant release sites. And then finally, Browns Park. it's also a place where we release pheasants and have some upland game opportunities for folks.
Great, thank you.
This is Tyler. I'm just curious how the upcoming 5931, the Guzzler Maintenance and Weed Crew, how that relates to the maintenance budget. I haven't seen you split those out before.
So we split that one out, Tyler. I was digging through our seasonal positions. We actually have a couple of extra seasonal positions that we just don't have funding for, and this was a way to fund those positions. That proposal, I guess, just to skim over it real quick, it's a 2-person crew to basically go around and inventory all the guzzlers in our region. You know, we have our collector app where we go through and we, you know, look at guzzlers every year, but we've just gotten this to the point we have so many in our region, and I feel like it's worthy of a good once over for a crew to go to every one of those and prioritize that, hey, this one needs just a little bit of work, you know, this one needs a total rebuild, you know, and when we come back in the future, we'll have a list of those we can go to, because it's overwhelming for us to try to get to every single guzzler every year and check it out. I mean, if we did do that, that's all I would do. So that's the reason you see the separate proposal for the guzzler maintenance.
This is Justin. I got a question for you. In your PowerPoint, you showed a pipe fence. Did you put that in over lunch for Stevie Sorensen, so that way you'd look at this project more favorably?
I know he's going to get really excited when he sees that, and he could use a good uplift, I think. So yeah.
Hey, all joking aside, for the amount of acres that you guys have in the Northeast region and all those WMAs, I mean, I look at this, and to do what you do for under 200,000, I think is incredible, and you guys do a good job. So I very impressive presentation, and well done. So
thanks.
Yeah, Pat, I'm going to second that. It's not a motion or anything, but yeah, you know, appreciate the enthusiasm and the great presentation to show kind of what's gone on in the Northeast region. One thing to mention, over the coming few months, Northeast region will be essentially inheriting an additional up to 16,000 acres of additional property from the Utah Reclamation and Mitigation Commission. They'll be transferred to UDWR, along with all of the legal and more maintenance headaches that might come along with that. And so, you know, that's a big chunk that's going to be coming to that team. Central Region will get some of that too. So anyway, thanks for that, Pat. Any other questions for Pat right now?
I do have one more, if that's okay, Eric.
Yep.
Pat, you said that budget hasn't changed in 10 years. Are you and your staff just like shoestring stuff absolutely tight to where you're scraping every year, or is that enough for you guys?
No, we're not shoestringing things together. I mean, we're definitely we're doing quality work. I'll say that about my guys. They're not going to halfway do something, and you know. So if the budget was ever an issue, I would certainly ask for more and have been encouraged to do so. So I feel like if I needed more money, or if we needed more, you know, it's difficult to put that budget together every year, because some years I might have a tractor tire blowout and cost $3,000, you know, and then other year, I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen. So I feel like I still feel good about it, though. I feel like we have enough money to provide a product that we can be proud of, that's quality work. And when the public shows up, even the signs we put up, I mean, it's not just slapped on the fence, you know, it's put on right on a post, you know, and done right. And those simple things, people notice that. So, but we're not so strapped that we can't provide that product anymore. No.
Okay. Well, I agree. The work out there is incredible. It's always nice to go to the WMAs out there. And my question wasn't to say we were compromising quality. It was more of an invitation that if you need more to do it right, bring that number in future years. with that, Eric, if there's not more discussion, I would make a motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
All right, we've got a motion on the table. Any further discussion or a second?
I would second that.
All right. We have a motion from Justin and a second from Randy. Okay, I'll go through the roll call. Drew.
Yes, sir.
Tyler.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next one. Let's move on. Rabbit Gulch WMA fencing phase 2. Go ahead.
Okay, this will be really quick. Drill pipe fencing, I guess last year, if you were on last year's council, you saw the first phase of this project. This is just continuing that project. So same problem we discussed earlier about Duchesne County. We have a lot of, you see the WMA in brown there and the transparent to the south. It's all private properties. And those are all little 5-10 acre ranchettes all the way around that WMA. That WMA is great for wintering big game. It holds a lot of deer, heavy, high concentrations of deer on that WMA, more than any other that we probably have. So this is just a continuation of that. The problem we have here is you can see just above that yellow line, folks have made their own road. It was actually a road to that well pad. Well, what they've done is started making spur roads off to the south of that road onto the little cabin properties. And the first phase of this project was off to the west, and you can see that a lot more down that, past the intersection there down the west. But these properties have legal right-of-ways that don't involve going across DWR lands and destroying our properties. And that's the issue here is, it seems like small potatoes, someone buys a piece of property, hey, can I put a road through your property, get a right-of-way? And we just don't do that. If we did that, our properties would just be a network of roads, especially in this area. So when we tell people no, they decide to build their own roads. And this is basically, we've gotten to the point at this property where we have to put in a pipe fence and to discourage vandalism, to discourage off-road use, the erosion, the illegal roads, the encroachment on our properties. That's an example of the finished product. The existing fence right now is just a little T-post and wire fence. And there's no cattle to hold there or any issues like that. This is just more of a people trespass, encroachment of property issue. And one more thing is we've discussed this at length with Duchesne County Commission. They are completely on board and supportive of us keeping that property line where it should be and working with those neighbors. And when they get those angry phone calls and I get those angry phone calls, we have our bases covered. So this is, again, my best guess with dedicated hunter donations and contracting. I'm asking for $40,000 on this one and hopefully get about $15,000 in kind and donations from dedicated hunters. And yeah, there you go, Steve. All upland game again. But
can we build this one out of wood?
This is the one place I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I'm going to have to insist on pipe on this one.
Okay, you twisted my arm.
Steve, do you know what that reminded me of? When I first got on the Habitat Council, Paul Burnett, he would be like, oh yeah, we need to have a fish passage here so fish can get through it. And I was like, oh, this makes sense. I think I'm wrapping my mind around fishery stuff. And then the next project, he's like, oh, we need a dam here. There's no way we could allow fish passage here. And I was like, I never know what success looks like with these. And so I always felt so dumb. So I have to call him afterwards. But Pat, this looks like another good one. I do have a question for the group though. Over the break, I reached out to some of our friends in agriculture, and I found out that pretty much every county is a fence out county unless there's an ordinance within that county to make it be fenced in. And I really like Steve's comment that if it is a fence in and we're doing some of these fences, that we ought to partner with to the extent we can. I know not every fence is going to lend itself that way, but my question to the group was, Eric, do you or your staff have a list of counties that are fence in or fence out? Or does anybody know of a list that exists like that?
I'm not aware of anything. Danny or Daniel, do you aware of anything like that?
I bet each habitat manager probably has an idea of what's going on in their region.
I think you can look it up. I'll do some research and see if I can find it. I know I've looked it up before, but there should be a list somewhere on the internet. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I spent some time out with him and couldn't find it. So if you find something, that would be great. And I just thought it was a really good point earlier that if it is a fence-in county and we're helping, and I know it's not going to work every time, but the extent we get more partners on this stuff and help that way, I thought that was a really smart idea. So anyways, Pat, great job on this proposal. Well done.
Do we have a motion on this one?
I move to tentatively approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew and we have a second. Was that Steve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll go through the roll call. Justin?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy? Randy, you there?
Yes, sorry, I'm having a terrible time with my internet. Yes, I agree.
Yep, got it. Ben?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, 2 more to go, Pat. Go.
Okay, I'm about to lose my voice, so I'm almost done. This next one, it's Rabbit Gulch Wapiti Scatter Phase 2. The exact same property that we just looked at with the Rabbit Gulch fencing. So this is just maintenance of an old project. I think it was a chaining they probably did back in the 60s or 70s to thin out the pinyon and juniper trees there. A lot of those have sprouted back over the years. So this is a maintenance going in the early stages of this pinyon juniper encroachment when you can still get to it with a hand crew and be efficient and cheap and make the best use of your resources and maintain a project that's been there for 30, 40, 50 years, you know, to benefit wildlife. Here's some good pictures of it. You can see a debris pile from the old historic chaining, and then you see some of these trees starting to pop up and see that area start to convert back over to pinyon juniper. You see in the background, there's plenty of pinyon and juniper in that area as far as like thermal cover and hiding places and things like that. This area is where they get the food, the forage from, and we want to keep it that way. And it also provides a good fire break out in this part of the world where you have a lot of dense pinyon juniper stands. To have these open areas really helps provide a fuels break for fires should they occur. Any questions on this one?
How many acres, Pat?
I believe it was 1900 and 1945. And at $30 an acre, that's about as good a deal as you get. You know, you'll see some of these pinyon juniper projects, once they get past this phase and they get thicker and thicker and thicker, if you have to go in with like a bullhog or mastication type project and you have to seed, you're talking $300 or $400 an acre. So it's important that we maintain these projects in an early state like this, when you just get those small trees popping back up, and go in and do it with a hand crew, do it cheap, fast, and maintain those projects.
Pat, this is Tyler. I'm just curious, how many more of these maintenance type projects have you got this upcoming year?
So BLM Fuels is doing a lot out in the Book Cliffs, kind of independent of us and WRI. You know, we assist them with some of the contracting, and some of the projects get put in the database, some don't. But I think they're doing almost 10,000 acres out in the Book Cliffs this year with just the BLM Fuels folks. You know, I'm just looking on our WMAs specifically for Habitat Council projects. So, you know, there's thousands and thousands of acres out there on public lands, but as far as WMAs, this this was one of the low-hanging fruit projects that I came up with.
Okay, I think you've probably seen before in some of the other regions. What I like to see, especially through the WRI program, is when they package a bunch of these together on all different lands and we put out like, 8 or 9,000 acres or whatever, it brings the cost down. But maybe you guys aren't quite there yet. Just something to think about in the future.
No, it's good. And, something we do in our region is almost the opposite. We'll have, I think Torrey has a Tabby Mountain, Wapiti scatter, and when we contract those, we'll probably lump them together then. They're kind of close enough. They're not close enough to be in the same project, I guess, not really the same watershed, but, for a crew to be working on that would be close enough. So, no, good comment. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Pat on this project? All right.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler. We have a second from Randy. Go through the roll call. Justin?
Yes.
Drew?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Thanks. Okay, last one, Pat.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier, this is the first year you haven't seen any new guzzler projects from us. We're trying to make the shift to go back through all our guzzlers. We have hundreds of them here in our region, and go through and with the crew and look at all these guzzlers and prioritize a list of what needs, like I mentioned earlier, from a total rebuild to just, a couple screws put in it. And they would have enough equipment and gear to go around. They could do simple little repairs that our maintenance crew would normally do, but also some of the larger stuff, some of the apron rebuilds, they would also be doing as kind of an independent crew, and systematically go through our region, use our collector app that's been developed by Salt Lake staff, and go through each and every water source, and not just guzzlers. It's spring sources, it's ponds, it's water gaps, just all kinds of different things. Mostly guzzlers though. So that's the intent of this crew. It'd be a 2-person crew. Like I said, we already have the positions available. It's just finding the financing. So this isn't funding a new position or anything like that. Motor pool, some equipment for those guys, uniform, safety gear. Myself and some of the other biologists would oversee this crew and make sure they're delivering the product that they need to be at the end of the season. Random equipment, some materials and supplies. So that's the intent of this crew. We're asking for $51,000 on this. I'm not sure how the funding broke up in Habitat Council down there, but it should be distributed. Yes, it is. So we get a lot of use on our guzzlers by everything on the landscape. So yeah, up and game, non-game, big game mostly. But so that's the intent of this this proposal, is just to go through and kind of take that workload off our biologists this year, and then at the end of the year we'll have a prioritized list to be able, when we come back to you guys with projects in future years, we can say, hey, we did this exercise back in 2022. We found that these need rebuilds, and that's what this request is all about. So kind of setting the foundation for that. So with that, I'm sure there'll be some discussion. Any questions?
Pat, I'll just throw in, I love that you're doing this, and I wish you talk other regions into doing it. The guzzler, to have full-time guzzler maintenance crews, I think is a phenomenal idea.
Thanks.
Pat, is this a seasonal? Sorry, I interrupted somebody. Is this a seasonal or two full-time positions?
It's 2 seasonal positions. It would just be 6 months and you're done.
Okay.
Any other questions for Pat on this? Okay. We have a motion on this one.
I'll do a motion that we pass it.
All right, we've got a motion from Steve.
I'll second it.
Okay, and we have a second from Justin. Go through the list here. Drew.
Yes, sir.
Tyler.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
And Ben.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, thank you. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much on that. Okay, thanks. Lisa, question? You're on. There you go.
Any emails, just let us know. Who was that motion and who was that second? I just want to make sure on the minutes.
The motion was Steve and the second was Justin. Okay, so before we move on to Southern Region, I'm just going to make a mention. Pat frequently referred to an app that we have built in our Salt Lake office to map and help collect information on guzzlers in regards to their maintenance status and whatnot. And I applaud the Northeast Region that they're moving ahead to utilize that app along with a crew to go inventory the status of all their guzzlers, like others have said. And maybe what we could do is either the next meeting or the meeting after, maybe the big game meeting where it's a little more relevant. We can take a couple minutes and we can provide a short demonstration and a view of that app and what's already in there. And there's photos that it's just been really great for when staff really use it, and it's been really helpful. And so I really appreciate that Pat and his crew are going to utilize that, and it'd be a really helpful tool for them moving forward. Okay, we're going to move to Southern Region projects. First project, 5975 Buckskin Overlook Guzzler Enlargement and Replacement. Gary, are you up?
Yeah, I'm up.
All right.
So I'm Gary Bezant, the Habitat Program Manager down in Cedar City for the Southern Region. We've got, it looks like 6 projects. I'll present most of those, but we do have a couple of one of my staff and then one of our partners from the Forest Service also on that will present one of theirs. But this first one, the Buckskin Overlook Guzzler, is a really cool project. It's one we've been asking the BLM for a long time, over 10 years. It's a guzzler that sits out on the Paunsaugunt Winter Range. You have to wrap your head around, in the Southern Region, we have a lot of different habitat types, different places. Typically, we don't think about water as a need on Winter Range, but on the Paunsaugunt, on that Arizona Strip stuff, it truly is. And so we do a lot of winter range guzzlers out there. So over the years, I don't know if you can turn on the adjacent projects. That big NEPA project kind of blocks them all. I don't know if there's a way to turn off just that one, but you can. We've done a lot of habitat work out there, and we've also done quite a bit of water development out there. This is kind of a hole in the middle that we've had water there, and we've always had water there, but it's a small, just pieced together guzzler that is not meeting the needs. We're having to haul water to it every year to continue to meet the needs. And then we had a fire there in the last couple of years that increased forcing the deer into that area. And so we're proposing rebuilding that guzzler. I think we've got a couple of pictures in there too, Daniel. So you can kind of see what I mean when it's kind of it's a piece together. It's got 2 different aprons, 2 different tanks, and it's just kind of, long time ago, some people wanting to do some good stuff, piece something together and made it work. And now we're ready to have the NEPA in place to build it big and build it right and meet the need without having to continue to haul water out there to the Paunsaugunt deer. You'll see as we present all of our projects today for the Southern Region, there's several guzzler designs as well. I mean, like I said, there's multiple habitat types, multiple elevations we work in, and so you'll see different designs. This one is proposing to use a rubber membrane apron, and then that'll feed into a 20,000 gallon frag tank, and then that'll feed the drinkers. This one is specifically just wildlife only, so it'll be fenced off so that the livestock can't get into it. It'll be just for the deer. got the BLM doing all the work in-house themselves to get it done. So they're just looking for the materials to be able to take out there to put it in. So about $21,000 for this one.
Okay, questions for Gary on this?
Gary, you don't have any trouble with it freezing up in the wintertime?
Definitely there you do at times, but most of the drinker design is worked out that they work well. When we get to that hardest part of winter, usually the snow has arrived there, but it's really November and December, we don't get a lot of snow, and we are able to provide the water. And then by the time the snow actually arrives, it provides for that need.
Gotcha.
Anything else for Gary? All right. Do we have a motion on this one?
I would propose to accept it for consideration.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Tyler. Go through the list. Justin.
Yes.
Drew.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, next one, Gary.
This one I'm going to turn over to Mark Bigelow. He's been on. I hope he's still here and able to present this one.
Yep, I'm still here. Hopefully you guys can see me here.
Yep.
Is there anything good on your guys' end?
Yep.
Okay, I am extremely new to this WRI stuff, so I'll give it my best shot. So this project is just a guzzler project on the Cedar City Ranger District.
Mark, maybe give us a quick introduction of yourself first, since you're new.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Mark Bigelow. I'm the new wildlife biologist for the Cedar City Ranger District and on the Dixie National Forest. Came over from APHIS Wildlife Services. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them. Was doing some endangered species work and some airport work previously, but so now I'm with the Forest Service. And this is like all this NEPA and all this applying for grant stuff is extremely new. So
yep. No, you're doing great. I appreciate
putting my feet to the fire a little bit with it.
Yep.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, so we back in 2017 did a big guzzler, forest-wide guzzler project, and these are two of the locations that were on that. I believe, I don't know if you guys went through this process to getting our Sandy Peak guzzler in, but now we're looking at trying to put 2 more guzzlers on our ranger district. So with this project, I'll eventually keep adding more guzzlers. I think we have maybe 5 more on our ranger district to put in. But this one is just up on top of 5 Mile Ridge, and then in an area we call Choke Cherry, or just known as the Choke Cherry Guzzler. It's in an inventory roadless area. The 5 Mile Ridge is on some summer crucial habitat for mule deer, and I think the Choke Cherry is on substantial. If I had to look again real quick. Sorry, I'm just glancing. Yeah, summer substantial habitat. So mainly just looking to get some water in there to kind of keep them, trying to disperse them across the landscape so they're not all using the same spot. That's just a vicinity map. I don't know if that's going to pop up. It's pretty much just the same thing as the map before. And then this is the kind of guzzler I'm hoping to install. I've been working a lot with Jake Shoppy. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Jake. And this is a design that he really likes, just these galvanized tanks with the umbrella on top. Just easy on maintenance, easy to, well, pretty much just easy on maintenance. I don't know how easy they are to install, but I'll be working on that. So yeah, I'm looking at fencing out the drinker portion to keep all the livestock out. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess there will be an overflow just in case we do get a really wet year. There can be an overflow, just like a water catchment or some troughs or something that can be utilized. But yeah, if you want to look at the finance portion, I pretty much just, for the materials and supplies, just doubled the cost of the guzzler from, I think, last year when Jake presented it. Because I know talking to people about steel prices, they say they've doubled or tripled. So, and yeah, I don't know, things are just getting a lot more expensive, like everyone's talking here. The upland game portion I put in because there is some turkey habitat up on top of 5 Mile Ridge, and I think the turkeys could probably benefit a little from these guzzlers, but the majority of it is going to be for mule deer and other big game species. So I don't know if you guys have questions for me or.
Yeah, Mark, quick question for you.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course my internet just goes down.
We can hear you, Randy.
Oh, we back? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep, I got you.
All right, my internet's just struggling. Hey, one, I'm not going to argue it, but yeah, the tricky thing's pushing it with the 10%. But what I was curious about is I'm not familiar with that type of guzzler. How big is that apron and how big is that tank?
So we're somewhat limited to a 2,500 gallon tank, just because you guys have brought it up, the water rights issue, and written into our NEPA. I guess we have to be under 2,500 gallons to not have to apply for water rights. But the apron, I think it's going to be like an 8-foot apron out, and we're looking at trying to catch as much as we can with that, and then just store it all in one. But so it'd be like an 8-foot circle going around the guzzler.
Cool. Any other questions?
Mark, this is Tyler. I just got an email maybe last week from Jake saying he was having a hard time getting these galvanized tanks that are used on this guzzler. I just wonder if you've got any update on that. I don't want to fund another one. He's asking for an extension on the last one of these that we funded. I don't want to fund another one if we can't get these tanks.
Yeah, so we actually, Jake and I spoke with the company yesterday, or maybe it was yesterday, or today's Wednesday. Yeah, so it had to have been yesterday. And they kind of gave us an update on the company has switched hands now and their Amarillo tanks. And we kind of talked to them about, how their tank system is very good as far as maintenance wise. I guess Jake's has some on his district that have been lasting 30 years, or upwards of 30 years, he was saying. So it's looking like they're going to be able to get them to us. It's just a matter of cost. Like they're still sitting there trying to twiddle their thumbs. They don't know how much it's going to cost. And they keep giving us steel prices, have doubled or even tripled. And that's why I kind of guesstimated higher on the high side. I was kind of advised that I should do that. So I guess that's my question to you guys too, since I'm so new at this. If, let's say, the galvanized guzzler stuff doesn't work out, is WRI flexible enough that we could put a different guzzler system in, or does it have to be the galvanized type?
I would think if you change types completely, we probably have you come back. But that's just my opinion.
Would you say that even if we jump to a boss tank, Tyler, and just?
Yeah, probably. Just because they're so different. Honestly, I wish Jake could just use the boss tanks, but he seems really married to this type. But yeah, to me, the cost is so different.
Yeah, Tyler, I was going to say something similar. I mean, we just approved the Blue Mountain guzzler, and that was about $117,000, but it was 5 1,800 gallon tanks, and now we're talking about, $64,000 of real money, 101 total with all the in kind for 5,000 gallon. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around the price, and maybe I'm missing something on this. But
no, you're not missing. I think maybe if this is going to double in cost, I think we've kind of let Jake do his thing down there. But if it's going to be way, way more expensive, it might be time to push Jake to what everybody else is doing, honestly.
And that would be good for me to know anyway, what everybody else is doing. So maybe I need to talk to Todd a little bit more about what everybody else is doing and kind of switch this up.
Well, we need you to resolve your costs is what we need. I mean, we need them to tell us if they can deliver and what it's going to cost, honestly, before we can make a decision.
Okay.
Another option, Tyler, this is Curtis. We ordered some big storage tanks through state purchasing, and they're galvanized tanks that were built and put together for storage on some wells that we did with the Cedar City BLM and the Kanab BLM field offices. And maybe we can minimize the cost if we do state purchasing and do a bid process, if these tanks are like where they're dead set on sticking, and see where we come out there. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming some ideas while we're talking about it.
Well, I think for this project, you guys are probably gonna have to come up with what your solution is gonna be that's probably cheaper, and maybe come back on it again. I don't know, Steve, you had a question?
Yeah, Tyler kind of hit on it, but Mark, it seems, I don't mean to beat you up, it seems like your hands are tied kind of on price. They're saying, oh, it could have been doubled, it could have been tripled.
Yeah.
You know, I would like to know, especially where most of it's big game, beforehand, what the true cost would be.
Yeah, and we've been working on that because I tried to come here with an actual price for you guys, but they kept pushing us back on that just so I wouldn't look like such a fool. But yeah, okay.
And when you come back, Mark, I'd really love to see the justification for this type of guzzler over the other more economical ones.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if you guys have examples of the more economical ones, I would be more than happy to see those or to go through them. I mean, I was just, like I said, I was going off of what has been used, I guess, in the past and what is known down here with working with Jake. So, I mean, I'm definitely not opposed to anything like that. So I would appreciate it.
Curtis, I can get with you, Mark, in the next week or so and definitely hash that out and see what it would look like. I think historically, we, like Tyler said, Jake really loves them, and financially they weren't a big deal in the past, and so it worked. And so I guess now if we are where we are with price, it's time to talk about the other options.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so do we have a motion on
I
this?
guess I'll make the motion to table it to come back at a later council meeting with some updates. And I'd bring Jake with you next time so he can help defend the design, and we'll talk about where to go from here.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler to table this for now and maybe bring it back during the big game meeting. Would be my suggestion. And then we have a second from Steve. Okay, we'll go through the roll call. Justin?
I'm going to say yes, but I feel a little bad, like raining on Mark's parade for his first presentation. So
hey, it is what it is. You know, yeah. I mean, it's we went with what I thought was common. Apparently, it's not.
We're excited to work with you, and my answer is still yes for today on this one. So.
Okay, Drew
and Justin, this is Gary. I'm going to throw out there. Mark hit him right on locations. He's got great locations, so we just got to get the product figured out.
Okay, Drew.
Yes.
All right, Jack.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. This project is tabled until future meeting. Like I said, I would suggest the big game meeting would be a good one to maybe bring this one back to. And Mark, come back and visit us again, and don't give up on us, okay? You did great.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to our next project. Gary, is that you?
Yeah, I just got to get unmuted again. So this one is the WMA Maintenance one. You've already seen 3 of them. So I'll try to breeze through it semi-quickly. I do have a PowerPoint to try to take you on virtual tour of the Southern Region, help you see what we have. Very similar to like Pat said, I don't know if I'll call ours Cadillac. We don't have drill pipe down here available to us like he does. So we build wire and wood fence a lot, but we'll look at that. But we have about 80,000 acres and over 300 guzzlers in the Southern Region. And so it's critical that this is funded every year. We're excited about it, Justin. We love doing this work. So they're just throwing it out there at the very beginning. The largest majority of the time the seasonal spend is fixing fence. And that's out on our Indian Peaks WMA, that picture you can see there, working on fence that sees a lot of snow every year and a lot of pressure from adjacent livestock. And we work hard on it. Go to the next slide. So I'm just going to walk you through a handful of our WMAs and some of the things we've done this past year to show you how the money's been used. It's been talked about. It's hard to nail it down. Years ago, when I put some of the first of these together that I did, they really wanted it broke down with a spreadsheet, how much money to each WMA. And the fact is, we were lying to you when we made those spreadsheets. The reality is we don't know what is going to happen any given year. Like Pat said, you don't know which tractor tire is going to blow. You don't know what's going to happen. This year, the Elbow Ranch, we saw a significant flood event come down. We have an irrigation pond there that powers our irrigation system down in the fields, and we had to bring the heavy equipment crew in to help pull sediment out of the irrigation pond. So that's an example of something we did this year. And that flood event also blew out the phase converter that powers the pivot out there on our field, so we had to replace that. If you go to the next one, we've got, I call these our big three, the Fillmore, Beaver, and Parowan Front. There are really large, really forward-thinking people identified some really good winter range along those three fronts and have become really important because of the loss of being able to continue further west because of I-15. Hugely used by deer, elk, and turkeys. Fence maintenance going on these WMAs every year. Seasonal road closures, weed control, active restoration. The tractor tire that blew for us on these ones this year was up to Fillmore. We have a gun range on one of them, and mid-July we had a fire on the gun range, and we had to do some active management, had to close the WMA, had to also worked with the county fire warden, and we had to do some vegetation manipulation to create a better burn control around it. We did a chemical treatment that would take out the vegetation into the 5 to 10 years into the future, so it's in a much better position moving into the future. Next one. Mentioned Indian Peaks. It's a great one out on the Southwest Desert. Elk and deer use huge out there. Fence maintenance is a big deal out there. We have an agreement with Beaver County Roads where they take care of our roads out there for us every year. We have a wild horse removal coming up in February that we'll be out there helping with, and a lot of active restoration on Indian Peaks. Next one. Yankee Meadow. This is where I laugh because Pat shows you pictures of the Cadillac and the pristine, pretty and clean stuff. I'm going to show you what a restroom looks like after a hard 4th of July weekend. That's a reality. That's what we pay for. We've got a contract that twice a week they get up there and they clean those, restock them. But that's what it looks like after the 4th of July. So it's important. This money is important because we can't leave that like that. So next one. We've got two other properties that also have great fisheries benefits, Black and Kingston Canyon. There's a lot of waterfowl jump shooting that happens on them. We do a lot of fence maintenance there. Had a project this past year where we had a lot of downed fence and a lot of livestock trespass going on the Black Canyon one from an adjacent BLM allotment. And having the fence in place was critical to being able to then work on the trespass issue with our law enforcement. Next one. We have some great upland game WMAs too, Richfield and Annabella, just great places. You'll see stuff later in the year at some of the other meetings. Richfield has we have a game farm there actually where we grow pheasants every year. We plant a lot of good fields, do a lot of good things there, and again, just trying to show you the breadth of the WMAs we have in the region. Next one. This past year, again, like the blown tractor tire, you never can know what to expect. A lot of you heard of flooding down here in southern Utah in the cities. You know, I live in Enoch, and we definitely dealt with that in our homes. But those same storms, they wreaked havoc on our WMA. As I mentioned, the Elbow Ranch already sediment in the pond, the destroyed phase converter. That kind of, you can see the picture there at the Elbow Ranch. The amount of sediment and everything, and all the tree branches that came down. Up on our Beaver WMA on the easement piece just below the B on the hill, we saw a lot of fence and road damage and had to go and repair fence this year that we normally wouldn't have to do. And then the Parowan front, we lost a culvert completely, lost complete access to what we call the cinder pit. Road is completely washed out. That's still in that condition right now. We'll be working toward this spring. We partner with UDOT and BLM on that. There's a tricky way that the land ownership comes together there. Possibly, in my mind, I don't know if I care if we ever fix it, but it's just something that happened. But it also prevented people from getting access to an area where we're trying to keep roadless anyway. Next one. We talked about guzzler maintenance. We have over 300 guzzlers in the southern region. Do a lot of stuff. We do have a position that's dedicated to that goes around, uses that guzzler maintenance app, checking the condition of these guzzlers close to annually. There's a large portion of them that are checked annually. Some of them are on the biannual checking. The upland game ones don't have a lot of maintenance needs, so they get checked a little less often. But we've done some big things with that this year. Have a bighorn sheep guzzler out on Blake's lambing ground. You can see where we had to dig that up. The tanks had been leaking and we couldn't get water down to the drinker, and had to dig that out, excavate it completely, and figure out the problem, which was a leak in the feeder bar, and replace that and get it back to where it was providing water for the bighorn sheep. Had another one where a fence was burned, had to replace that fence to keep it protected for the wildlife. We had another one, I couldn't find any pictures of it, but we had a guzzler apron that was actually stolen off of one of our guzzlers down by St. George, and so we had to replace an apron as well. So again, any given year, we don't know what it's going to be, but the budget total we've not asked for an increase for quite a while either. Don't feel like we need one, but I don't know where and how it'll actually all be used in any given year. And if I tried to tell you I did, it would be lying. Like I said earlier, there's enough property out there that we don't know what's coming, but we know we've been able to meet the needs every year with what we're currently asking for. And the next one, I think there's one more. Yeah, that's just what happens if your 12-year-old turns 12 3 days before the deer hunt, and he convinces you to backpack in 3 miles on a WMA into a bull hog treatment you've done, and you let him shoot a yearling buck 5 minutes into the hunt. That is kind of a cool, fun thing. So that's what it's about to me. So with that, just the budget, I believe it's right at $100,000, 95.2. Like I said, I actually think we decreased it a couple of years ago. We were right at 100,000, and we were leaving some on the table every year, so we actually pulled it down a little bit. So. Any questions?
Just a quick question for you on the allocation.
You bet.
30% for upland.
Right.
Based on.
So we've got Richfield and Annabella that are large acreages of upland game that we put a lot of effort into every year. And then on those big three I talked about, Parowan Front, Beaver, Fillmore, there's a significant turkey flock as well that is heavily hunted on all three of those large WMAs. And so they're a big part of what's going on there. Definitely the focus is the big game, but we've got a big turkey benefit going on those WMAs as well.
Yeah. I did not know you're getting a lot of turkey pressure in Beaver. Okay.
Any more questions for Gary on this WMA maintenance plan and budget?
Raising the pheasants that you're raising, Gary, that comes out of this bill too?
No, you'll see a separate one later this year. Kendall Bagley, my restoration biologist in Richfield, does an excellent job. Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife fund a lot of that. They've been a great partner on that, but it comes in front of Habitat Council as well. I think Habitat Council typically funds the actual habitat manipulation, and SFW funds the raising the pheasants part of it.
Gotcha. Thanks, Gary.
Okay, any final questions? All right, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make that motion, Eric.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. Okay, we have a motion from Justin. We have a second from Tyler. Before we do a roll call vote, we'll mention, you might have seen in the chat, Drew Cushing had another additional critical meeting he had to be to, and so he had to drop off. Randy Opplinger, the sport fish coordinator from Aquatics, is here in his stead, and so Randy, I will let you vote in his place, and I'll call for your name. So, let's see, Jack.
Aye.
Okay. Randy.
Aye. Yeah. Which Randy?
Sorry, Randy Opplinger.
I'll go aye.
Okay. Randy Hutchison.
Yes.
Okay. Steve.
Yes.
Okay. Ben.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure I got that right. Justin and Tyler, Jack, Randy, Steve, Ben. Got it. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next one.
All right, this next one is, we're calling it the South Summit WMA Boundary Fence Improvement Project. Every once in a while, this is something that it is WMA maintenance, but it's a need that's larger than that budget handles, and so it's a project we put together to try to help with that. This project came about as a result of me taking a thinking walk in November. I was sick of the desk for a minute. It was close enough to drive. I went for a walk, and I discovered that we had some fence that I didn't realize we had. It was net wire fence in really poor condition, and there was a lot of fawns hung up in it. So I walked a lot of property there, did a lot of thinking. I think my maintenance guy hates it when I take thinking walks, because I always come back with a list of ideas for him to implement. But this is one that we would like to do. We've got this area, that deer you saw my son shoot, it was just straight south of here up on the hill. But these deer come down and hit this private land below us daily from 1st of October through April. And they're coming and going to these fields in this area daily, heavy traffic. And as we discovered that there's a lot of fawns getting hung up in that fence. And interestingly, I took a phone call from one of the landowners, like the same day I did that walk. And he said, I've been wanting to do something for deer on my property. What ideas do you have? And so that all kind of came together on the same day. So if you go to the pictures, I can kind of show you what's going on with the fence there. So here, this isn't the net wire through here, but it's a pretty rough stretch of fence. As you continue out across the flat, it converts to net wire. You keep going. So here we have net wire fence, and trying to highlight for you how much traffic there is coming and going. This is the day after a storm, being able to show you how much volume goes into and out of that fence every day. Next one. Hate these pictures, but it's reality. It's what happens out there, and if we've got the wrong type of fence in place, we've got to do something about it. And the next one. Again, just the same story, just the wrong type of fence. Some of this area, and obviously there's a reason there is net wire fence. A lot of these adjacent landowners, some of them run sheep, and so it gets a little trickier. So if you go back to the map, you'll see, let me get you back there. If you look at the land ownership, you can see I've got a ways further I could go. If you continue around to the east, that whole area could be done, but we're dealing with sheep utilizing those other areas. And so I've got to work with those landowners and figure out what we can do. But these ones, the area that we've identified, we have landowners on board and are going to be able to work with them and put together. What I'm proposing is not a steel pipe fence. That would be cool, but don't have that option. Just a 4-strand fence, smooth wire on the bottom. And what I'd like to do is, in addition to that, we've identified, and you can look at it very easily and see where they like to cross. I'd like to put lodgepole rail at the on top of the fence through those areas we know they're crossing. And so in that just over a mile of fence, picture putting 60 to 80 foot sections in 5 or 6 places where they'll have top rail that'll make it really easy for them to get over. So about 28.5 to get that done is my hope. And yes, Tyler, I can get this done by July 1st if you need me to.
That's good to know. Any questions for Gary on this one?
I have a question. It sounds like you're going to be putting the rail in the places that you've identified as the high traffic areas. Do the deer, will the other areas still have the top wire that the deer's legs get hung up in potentially?
So it'll be a 4-strand wire fence rather than the net wire. The net wire is really where the legs get caught, and then the spacing is also critical. And I don't have it right here in front of me, but that making sure there's enough space between that top strand and the next strand. That's another place where legs get caught, but there's a wildlife friendly design where we have that spacing where that does not happen.
Gary, I know you said you had sheep elsewhere. What's this fence meant for? Keeping cattle out, or?
I think historically it was for sheep. There's been a lot of change in land ownership. It's a very complex family situation. There's like 5 acres with 5 acres, 5 acres, and 5 acres, all with the same last name, and they all hate each other, and nobody's running sheep there anymore. But historically, I think they all ran sheep there. And then when I continue on over to Summit, the Dallies are definitely still running sheep, and I've got to work with them, see if we can come up with an idea, because they definitely need the net wire fence, but they definitely are catching deer there too. So.
Okay, so it's just a boundary fence for the WMA then?
Yeah, it's really just a boundary fence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on this one.
I'll make that motion as well, Eric, especially for $5 a foot. That's a pretty good deal to make this better and help deer. So I'll make that motion.
Second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve from Justin, and we have a second from Jack. We'll run through the roll call. Tyler.
Yes.
Randy Applinger.
Yes.
Randy Hutchison.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Awesome. The motion carries. Okay, next one.
Okay, this next one is the last one that I have. It's the 50-mile bench catchment. This project was actually put together by one of our wildlife biologists, Kyle Christensen. It's out on 50-Mile Mountain on the Grand Staircase on the Kaparowitz. It's an area that they worked hard to try to get sheep established, but feel like just water is a pretty limiting factor out there. So there's 2 locations there, a south and a north. Two different things going on. One is currently functioning, one is completely non-functional. These are existing systems that are already there. But we need to, one has a tin apron that's been completely blown off and lost and is non-functional. The other is, like I mentioned, functional. The idea here is these are livestock catchments that are providing water for livestock, and we're going to work with the BLM and the livestock permittee to make some improvements to it and be able to put together, add some storage tanks that are specifically for wildlife. They'll each get a 1,500-gallon tank that is reserved just for wildlife, and they'll go to a separate drinker than the livestock drinker. So we'll put those in. The other thing that's going on is they don't have lids on them, and so there's a product, it's a hexagon lid. They just kind of float on the top, but you put them in there and they tighten up and they're able to prevent the evaporation loss. And so we'll be putting those on those as well. And then replacing the apron on the one that they'll go with a rubber membrane apron rather than a tin apron again, and put that together. The kind of cool thing, if you go to the budget, is all the partnering going on this project. So there's a wildlife benefit. We're trying to reserve some of the water just for wildlife, but there's also a livestock benefit. But you see everybody's coming to the table. The BLM's providing funding. The livestock permittee, Flying V Ranch, is also planning to come out and do all the install themselves on the apron and help us put in the wildlife stuff. Flying V Ranch is a great partner. They actually are a permittee on the Elbow Ranch where we run the pivot there as well. And so kind of just a cool thing when we can partner with livestock people who care about wildlife too and put together projects together that benefit. And this one, again, it's largely for the bighorn sheep out on the Caparowitz, but we also have definitely mule deer out on the Caparowitz that need water as well. Not in high numbers, but the ones that are there definitely need it. So,
hey Gary, one other cool thing about the design is there's 1,500 gallons of additional storage, but the pipe that feeds that storage is coming from a 50,000 gallon tank. So yes, it's 1,500 gallons on the books that are devoted to wildlife, but there's 50,000 gallons sitting there feeding that. So this provides a year-round for sure drink for wildlife all the time.
Okay. Any
Gary,
questions?
I've got a couple. This is Justin.
You bet.
One, I love to see a wildlife biologist in the wildlife section put a project together like this. I think that's kind of unique and good. So hats off to Kyle. My question, as I was reviewing this week, and I meant to call you beforehand, but the guzzler that's more south along that road, if this is real, I've never been there before, so I'm trying to wrap my mind around
Sure.
it. It's where it's that far away from the cliffs and the escape terrain. Do we really think bighorns are gonna leave the steep slopes to go out there through that brush and drink from it, or is that a pretty steep area where that's at?
I've not been there either, so I'm not gonna be able to speak really well to it. I wish Kyle could have been here, but he couldn't. But I know the north one is the more exciting one.
Yeah.
Provide the bigger benefit, but they're doing both of them, and so that there's opportunity. I will say, we have bighorn sheep guzzlers elsewhere in the region, and they travel further than you would think.
Okay.
We do see bighorn sheep get out into the flats to make it to water and then hustle back to the cliffs.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of research on this. When it comes to bighorn sheep, the closer we can get that to the steep slopes and the escape terrain, the better use we're going to get. And we've documented no use on a lot of natural water sources in areas where it's too far away. So I would just, maybe it's one that you and I can chat with Kyle about. I think if there's an option to move that south one closer to the escape terrain, let's see if it's an option, especially where in the species benefit we say bighorn sheep. But if it's not, I understand that as well. That north one looks really good though. That looks like a good one.
Yeah,
so,
the north
one. Trying to pass that along.
The north one is definitely the bighorn sheep benefit, and then the other one probably more mule deer. And I can answer your question about can we move it. The answer is no. There's no NEPA that allows movement. This is being done under a maintenance action. As long as we stay in the same footprint, yes, we can do it. If we move footprints, then we go into NEPA. So
okay, thanks, Gary. Let's get what we can get. And this one looks good. Appreciate it.
Okay, last call for questions on this one. All right. We have a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass it. And Gary, I appreciate the work you've done with the landowner and the BLM, or the grazer and the BLM. That's awesome, man.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right. We've got a motion to pass from Steve and a second from Jack. We'll run through the list. Justin?
Yes.
Randy Opplinger? Randy, didn't hear you. You're on mute.
Oh, I thought I unmuted. I said yes.
Okay, thanks. Tyler?
Yes.
Randy Hutchison?
Yes.
Sorry, I said that wrong. Ben?
Yes.
All right. Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, last one, Gary.
This one I'm going to hand over to Stan Gurley. He's the one that put it together.
Okay.
So I'm Stan Gurley. I'm the Farm Bill biologist in Cedar City, partnership biologist with the NRCS. So this is on private ground, just west of Cedar City, on one of the newest CWMUs. So this is the Iron Springs CWMU. It's a deer CWMU. So it's a large tract of private land in this area, surrounded by BLM and some Scylla, as you can see there. So this this area used to be where the old iron mines used to be, and where this pump is there's a existing well that's still a good well. It just needs a new pump, and then obviously we'll run it to a trough. The well used to be used for washing material and that, but now it's just inactive. So like I said, like we show here, we're just gonna the private landowner had a contractor come out, give them a bid on what it would cost to put in solar and a new pump and all the stuff we need for the well, and then we would just essentially run pipe to a tire trough and install that tire trough, and then it would be strictly for wildlife. So there's currently no livestock grazing. There might be some trespass livestock, but on this private chunk, there is no livestock grazing currently. This is part of the Pine Valley Mule Deer Unit. So, and I talked to Jason Nichols about it. He was supportive of it. Long as it was used during the right times. I talked to the landowner. He seemed in agreement with that would be fine. So generally we try to match this up with some NRCS dollars, but the NRCS moved their application period a month earlier, and this landowner contacted me just a little bit too late. So anyways, he'll do the install. We would pretty much just provide materials.
Eric has a question.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I'm wondering what type of agreement we have with this landowner. Gary, you know the type of problems we ran into in that one. So I just want to make sure that there's some sort of agreement with this landowner about this project.
Well, I'll just speak up, Stan, because I can see he caught you on your feet. We did a similar project multiple years ago in the Beaver area, and the landowner didn't end up fulfilling their obligation to provide the water at the site. So when we put this together, there's going to need to be an MOU that creates some legal framework to actually make sure they provide the water.
Okay, that makes sense.
Steve.
You're muted, Steve.
Yeah, I realize that.
What's happening?
The total project's 30,400 is what I got.
So yes, that includes the 20,000 and 5,000 from Habitat Council to just go towards purchasing materials and helping with the actual pump and solar panels and stuff.
And this is it deer winter range? I mean, what's the benefit to me as a public guy versus a CWMU?
So there is the opportunity to hunt this CWMU if you drew the tag, if you put in for it and drew it. That is one opportunity. For a member of the public, yes, that is pretty much it, unless, I mean, it is close to public roads, so you could use it for a wildlife viewing area, and a lot of people do that. It's pretty popular to watch, go out there and watch the deer. So the deer show up November to it's pretty much winter range, kind of transitional range. So there are deer there during the deer hunt. The other water sources are about 5 miles away, so that kind of limits how many deer are there. Plus, like I said, when I talked to Jason, the biologist, he didn't want to have water there during the summertime because of potential conflicts with agricultural producers in the valley. Even though the closest agricultural field is probably 4 to 6 miles away, still there is the potential for that kind of conflict. So as a member of the public, viewing and the potential of drawing that tag if that was a tag you chose to put in for.
Okay, and how much is the landowner paying?
So in the
Sorry,
current,
Mike, anytime they put up numbers on here, it's really blurry. It's like
oh,
faded and I can't read the letters.
no, that's fine. So the private landowner is putting approximately $5,000 in to it. And that would mainly be the install. And I mean, that's an approximate amount, $5,000 towards install, burying the pipe, and installing the trough and so on.
Okay.
Well, and Stan, this is going to piggyback on Steve a little bit, but
okay,
I'm having a hard time seeing the public benefit for this one. It seems like the state's putting in a lot of money with very little contribution from a private property owner that's going to benefit from selling his tags for the CWMU.
Yeah, so that's one thing to consider. And like I pointed out, there was a missed opportunity for some partnering funds that we typically really shoot for. And like I said, this that could potentially mean that the funding doesn't happen this year. Another thing to consider is tolerance of wildlife when they're able to. I mean, that's the whole idea of the CWMU program, is to help private landowners be tolerant of wildlife on their property and get the benefit they need out of that. So like I said, I pointed out already the hunting opportunities, yes, limited, and yes, they are going to sell tags. That's just the name of the game when it comes to CWMUs. But like I said, this is a popular area for people to go and travel for wildlife viewing. So it's kind of, there's really no way to sugarcoat it, I guess you could say. I mean, when the location and the area, that's just the way it is. So the landowner had contacted Donnie Hunter, and Donnie seemed interested in helping or providing some kind of input, yet I haven't heard what that might be. So
I would sure like Stan to see the landowner chip in a lot more than just $5,000. This is going to benefit him and him mainly. Yeah, public guys get to hunt it, but he gets to hunt it 90% of the time. We only get 10% of the tags. I think something needs to change there and get, he needs to bring more than $5,000 to the table, and in my opinion, for me to be able to support it.
Stan, this is Jack. It looked to me like there was a lot of public land interspersed with the private land there. Does the CWMU include a lot of that private land within its boundaries? I know there are restrictions on when they can include private land and things like that, but I would think the deer that are drinking there or whatever are going to be moving back onto public land and back and forth, aren't they?
Yes, there are the deer mainly from the north up there on that BLM will be moving back and forth to use it primarily. The closest water source is to the south, kind of where that, basically where it says Desert Mound, for those of you that can see that, about where the D is, just south of the D is where that water source would be. It's a trough on some private ground there too. So yes, deer are going to be moving across here from public ground. But obviously whenever you install a water source, and especially when there's not an extreme amount of pressure, you could expect deer or wildlife to avoid moving long distances. So I hope you see that as honest truth rather than me trying to paint some some picture that, yeah, the deer are never going to move because, or they're going to go right back to the BLM because the BLM is better than the private, and that's not the case here. So it's pretty much equal. There are a lot of treatments that the BLM has done on to the north, WRI treatments that have been paid for and installed. So that will be a benefit. But then again, that would be one thing that would help draw the deer off the property. As you can see, range conditions weren't exactly the most ideal from those pictures. And that one picture is just showing where one of the trough location was. So I just took that trough location and moved it away from the pump. So deer didn't have to come right to the pump house.
The 5,000 that is asked from the Habitat Council is kind of de minimis, but I share some of Steve's concerns. On the other hand, the public will be getting 90% of the antlerless tags. Do you know how many those amount to?
Last year, if I'm not mistaken, there weren't any antlerless tags on this. The Pine Valley unit's been struggling, and if I'm not mistaken, they didn't issue any antlerless tags on this CWMU last year. So
yeah, Jack, I had similar thought, and I looked it up, and last year the CWMU offered one public buck tag and one public buck pronghorn tag. So a buck deer and a buck pronghorn tag was what the public got.
Thanks.
Stan, I've got a question for you. Maybe you don't know the answer, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. The ag fields to the east of this, do those landowners have high tolerance for wildlife, or is this an area that we're paying a lot of depredation and doing removals and counts and that type of stuff? Do you know any of that, or are you unsure?
I'm not completely familiar on that. It's definitely not one that I've heard of a lot of. It's definitely not a hot spot. We'll say that.
Okay.
Eric, do you have another question? I mean, you raised your hand a long time ago, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna say 14,000 for that solar pump and stuff. I put one in, and I'm into it $2,000. So this seems awfully high.
So I have the invoice or the quote right here. The solar pump and the motor was $3,532. The smart box was $583. The switch, splice, check valve, wire kit, $311. Solar panels, $2,752. The structure, $2,673. 121 feet of pipe, $650. Pump cable, $486. And then some couplings, and then $1,800 in labor. And like I said, that's just the quote. That's just to give us an estimate.
I would look on RPS. They sell them all the time. Like I said, I'm into it. 1,500 plus 500 for wire. So and I'm down over 100 feet. So just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on how we need to move forward on this one?
Eric, I just have one more, and I don't know. It feels like this is a project of opportunity, maybe more than priority. And I guess if I were to ask Gary Bezin, I don't know if he's still on with us or not, but out of all the areas in the southern region that water is a limiting factor and needs to be a priority for us, where does this rank compared to everything else?
It's not going to make the top of the list. And I would have maybe I can ask a question of Stan too. There's an NRCS opportunity. Is it going to hurt to wait a year?
In this situation, no. And like I pointed out, that's an opportunity that was missed by the landowner. He was given the opportunity to sign up, and he was aware of the deadline, and he missed that deadline. So in a good faith effort, because of other treatments he's done that have really helped the Pingwich Lake deer herd on other private property that he's very tolerant and manages strictly for wildlife. I took this as a good faith and put the time and effort to put the proposal together, kind of with the assumption that this would be the outcome, but you can always ask, right? So.
And I appreciate the honesty in the answer, and I'll second you. This is a landowner that loves wildlife and does good things for wildlife, and we appreciate him in the Southern Region. But I think I would lean towards advising the council if there is a funding source that's available that's a year down the road, priority wise, it's not going to hurt those mule deer to wait a year.
Okay. Anybody want to?
Eric, I'm torn on this one and the rest of the council because does it qualify? And is it a good use of funds? Absolutely. And should we rank it here or should we rank it at the meeting at the end of the year? I struggle in my own mind to do that. I mean, I felt like for a long time, my job as a council member is to say, does it qualify? Yes or no? And I think it does. And I'm appreciative that the landowners come with $5,000. I think that's a good thing. We get some projects on private lands without any funding match. And so I'm appreciative of that. And I'm struggling in my own mind whether to rank this now and say, let's wait a year, or whether to rank it at that next meeting or the meeting at the end of the year and just make myself a note that if funds are limited, maybe this is one that I don't prioritize as high because I know there's opportunities down the road for more funding. So I don't know if others are struggling with that, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Justin, let's ask one more question here. The other funding source that's on there, $20,000 from WRI. Stan, what's the idea there? It doesn't fit WRI criteria really. It's a water development project. Was that the hope that there would be a water development round of funding later in the year, or?
Yeah. So, like I said, put this one together with the hope that potentially we could pick it up as, not necessarily the highest priority or something that's provide the greatest benefit, but at the same time, something that if nothing else is available, we do know it's going to benefit wildlife, but rather than turn money back or pass up opportunities to do something.
I'm just trying to get at it, the likelihood of that 20,400 coming to fruition through. It's not going to happen through WRI. It won't rank out, and I hate to be the downer on that, but being the regional ranker, I know the criteria. It's not, unless there is.
We even took it off the list, Gary.
Yeah. Unless there is hope that there's going to be a WRI water development fund later, then yes, it may be. Tyler's shaking his head no. So, but that may be filled by a conservation permit group later in the year too. So maybe what Justin's saying is, if you let it ride, have that conservation permit meeting, and have that piece of information. Did we find the 20,000 somewhere else or not? Then you can make a decision about the 5.
Allison, was that a point you were going to make too, or do you still have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say that Tyler had me check on that, and it is not on the list to be ranked in the Southern Region for WRI, so
okay,
it won't even be ranked.
Well, I think the landowner. What's the landowner's name, Stan?
His name's Frank Nichols.
Has he got a company name? Is it Thousand Peaks?
Are you looking at like land ownership, or it might be on
Peaks?
I'm just trying to figure out if there's some other water right issues with that one.
So I'd have to look at the water right to see. I was just going off what he said that he bought those water rights. So when he bought that property from the mine.
Okay.
So
And is there grazing on the land on this piece?
He does not graze this. The the value for for grazing is pretty poor. So
I guess I'm going to go back to maybe some of the comments you had, Justin. Is there a way you could form a motion that captures maybe what you want to put together, or somebody else?
Well, I don't know if I'm ready for a motion, and I know we need to move on. I was just wondering, I guess maybe for guidance from people that have been on this council longer than I have. I mean, when we're in a situation like this where we think it's going to rank low, but it does qualify for Habitat Council funding. Does it make sense to approve it and say, hey, let's just put a star by this one at the funding source and at the end of our last meeting? Or does it make more sense to say, I don't think we're going to get the WRI funding. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a good project for GIP, and NRCS is a year out. Let's just wait a year. I mean, for those with more experience, how have we typically gone on these things?
So for me, the thumbs up or thumbs down from this council also triggers whether or not it can go to the sportsmen's groups, because it needs to have review from either this council or WRI. So to me, it kind of sounds like this council is not real high on funding it. The sportsmen's groups, I don't know, maybe not, probably not this year. So in the past, Justin, I think we've kind of given these the thumbs up and let them go forward. But honestly, I don't know that I do that with this one this year. And to me, the biggest sticking point is the fact that there is still an NRCS funding component that I think we need to wait on.
And Tyler, just to clarify, I mean, it doesn't sound like this is one that GIP would entertain because of a lack of grazing. Is that correct?
Yeah, once the Water Development Fund left WRI and went to GIP, it really took more of a livestock centric approach. And you know, projects like this that had more of a wildlife centric approach would do well when we had the funding, but they don't do that well anymore, honestly. Like, I don't even know that they qualify.
Well, with that background, Eric, I think I would make the motion that we table this for a year and try to look for additional funding.
Okay. Do you have a second on that?
I'd second that.
I'll second it.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion from Justin, and we have a second from Tyler to table this project for a year and possibly chase the NRCS funding or other funds to assist with it. Go through the roll call. Let's see. Jack?
Yes.
Okay. Randy Opplinger?
Yes.
Okay. Randy Hutchison?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries to table to come back in a year, hopefully with additional other funds.
Yeah, and Eric, if I may, Stan, it's not that this is a bad project, but for sportsmen to pick up 5/6 of it, I think if we had more of a 50-50 match or something along those lines, I think this would be easier for the council. So we just want to communicate that back.
yeah, no, I'm not a stranger or a newbie to the WRI system, and like I said, this one, we knew this was a stretch, but like I said, we've heard a lot that there's tons of money this year coming down, so that gives you optimism to really reach out and throw these out here. These, you know, ones that aren't your typical big Cadillac WMA projects. So anyways, I appreciate you guys' time. It was a pleasure, and we'll hope to see you next year.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. So we're at 2:46. We have a planned break in, was at 2:30, so we're going to shorten that up. We'll do 5 minutes unless the council feels like they just want to move through. Break, yes. Break, no. No.
How many more projects do we have?
We've got 11 to work through. And to try to get that by 4.
I'd say we keep going.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? I'm good with that. All right, we're going to keep going. Our next group is from our Central Region. And Mark, you want to give us an intro and then you can jump in.
Greetings, Habitat Council members, new and old. I'm Mark Farmer, the Habitat Program Manager for the Central Region, and I'll be doing the next 4 or 5 projects, and we'll try to move it right along. The first one is for our Levan Wildlife Management Area, where we've been planting shrub seedlings since 2019. Last 2 years, we've put 5,000 shrubs in the ground. Typically 10-month-old shrubs are larger, and this property used to be old ag land, so there's a lot of shrub poor places there. Why don't we just go through the photos real quick, Daniel? So this shows you some of this. This is last fall's planting, and we had a contractor plant that. That's his tractor over there. And we just don't have the time to do it, and we have a hard time getting volunteers in when we need them. And go ahead, next one. This is what they look like. They have Vexar tubing on them, which prevents animals from wildlife from just eating them as soon as we leave. We find that also keeps the gophers out, because that Vexar netting goes all the way down to the roots. And gophers are a problem in some cases. Go ahead. And these are scalped previously. This is our D3 dozer here from the Central Region. And it's got a Seiko plow on the back. It opens up a furrow. When you have to hand plant, this is really handy. Now that we're using a different kind of planting, we might not scalp quite this way, but this scalps do open up that grass competition and keep it that way, keep it open for a few years. Go ahead. And this is another scalping project in Santaquin. Go ahead. And that's just showing you a picture of that. I did some survival counts, and we're getting in Levan, we got about 50% survival overall. We planted several different shrubs. Sagebrush, bitterbrush, curleaf, even some serviceberry, 4-ring saltbush, and silver buffalo berry. The problem is when you come across a dead plant, sometimes you can't tell what it is. So we did overall survival, and in 2019 we had about 51% survival. And last year, 2020, we had about 66%. And it totally depends on the moisture of that year. Soil moisture at the time of planting is pretty critical. When we looked at just a sample of about 200 sagebrush, we had 72% survival. So sagebrush does a lot better than some of these other shrubs. Bitterbrush is extremely difficult. Anyway, we want to plant another 5,000 shrubs this fall with the cost of the shrubs and contract to plant them. And we do broadcast seed over the scalps, forb seed and some sagebrush seed. And we do get some sagebrush coming that way, but sometimes they get eaten up pretty quick. So we're asking for, what is it, about, 28,000 total. And it's mostly big game. We do get a little bit of up and game here, but not a whole lot. We have some turkeys in the area, and we're trying to get some quail use on some of these areas. There is some quail use to the south, some quail, but they need those shrubs with the fruit and stuff on it, and it's not quite there yet. Any questions?
Okay.
I was patiently waiting for somebody else, Mark. Hey, is this is deer winter range, or are you transplanting these once you've planted them? Or is this that you plant them, that's where they stay there?
Yeah, so this is just west of the town of Levan. That's winter range right there. It's really good habitat. We've worked on this property for several years, doing lop and scatter, bullhog work. We're trying to get some shrubs.
Sorry, you broke up. You broke up there in the end, Mark.
Don't have the greatest internet at this office. I don't know why. I got better internet at home. I don't know why. Salt Lake office has the only good internet, I swear. Anyways, it's definitely winter range, and we want to get some more cover for our upland game, our turkeys, and our hopefully quail. And we do transplant pheasants to this property for the pheasant hunt.
Hey, Steve, I will say it's been really hard for us to grow deer on that mountain range south of Nephi. And so I'm a huge fan of the location of the project as well. So
I was just confused, Justin, whether it was just a facility to take them elsewhere and plant them. It looked really, like an ag field or something. So I was just making sure that was the case. I figured it would be.
Well, Steve, it's just easier to plant things in a straight row when you're in a hurry. So we can't quite make it look totally natural like other things.
All right. Any other questions on this one?
This is Ben coming from the sport fish. This may be way off, but why haven't shrubs grown there in the past historically? Are these going to survive? Is there going to be the water needed to grow them, or what's?
Yeah,
can you fill me in on that?
Yeah,
like,
basically
planting plants that won't survive. Or?
You go across the county road. There's lots of shrubs there. The place where we're at used to be agricultural fields or pastures, basically, where they, took the shrubs out in the past to grow hay or whatever. So, yeah, it's adapted to this area, and we're growing shrubs, and they're surviving. So it's just a matter of getting enough of them to survive, and it takes a while for a shrub to get established and start getting bigger.
Right. Okay. So it was previously ag, kind of cleared it out, and now you're just kind of restoration. Am I thinking that correctly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of more. Okay. Thank you.
So we're kind of planting
with the crest wheatgrass, and that's why you scalp the top of the surface too.
Yeah, we're trying to reduce that competition. We're kind of planting these in blocks so that those shrubs get bigger. They can kind of spread on their own once we get them established. So, but the grasses that are there kind of make that harder for shrubs to establish and persist, or they persist fine once they get established, but getting established is the hard part.
Did you mention how many acres is involved in planting those 5,000 shrubs?
That's only a couple acres total.
Okay.
So there's basically put in rows like you saw side by side.
Okay.
Got two locations, both old ag field areas. Probably going to split this up into two pieces.
Anybody want to entertain a motion on this?
I will, Eric. I make a motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
All right.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We've got a motion to approve from Justin. We have a second from Randy. And we'll do a roll call for the rest. Tyler.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Randy Opplinger.
Yes.
Let's see. Steve.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, Mark, next one.
Okay, next one. Go ahead. Let's go to the map real quick. We'll talk about a redhead stepchild of the Central Region. This is the Timpanogos Wildlife Management Area. Let me put the land ownership up real quick so you kind of see where this is. This is the mouth of Provo Canyon. And because of the proximity to so many people, this property gets a crap ton of recreational use. And that didn't used to be a big deal until mountain bikes became very popular. Go ahead and go to the documents or the pictures, Daniel, and there's that first picture on there is a map, and let's talk about that for a second. So about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, we found out we have a whole trail system of user-created trails, mostly bike trails on the property. We worked with the Utah County Trails Alliance and user groups to try to get these trails under control and kind of come up with a system we could live with. So you see all those red lines, those are all that were trails. And now the black and the blue lines are the official trails. We went from about 47 miles of trails, I think it was 47, down to, yeah, 41 miles of user-created trails total. And our official trail system is closer to 17. Go ahead to the next picture, Dan. It's another PDF. And this is kind of the map we're putting on our kiosks, showing the official trails, the names, and it's really hard, like somebody mentioned earlier, changing public's use of things after it's been that way for a while. Very difficult. And one thing that made this a little bit better actually is the range fire lot in 2020. Okay, let's go to the next, go through the pictures now, Daniel. I'll explain that in a second. So part of this project, this property burned in the late 80s, and it burned again with the range fire in 2020. So all we have is oak brush and perennial grass and some forbs that were planted with that fire rehab back in the 80s. We did fly seed on and try to establish more forbs because this is a transitional and winter range. Go ahead, next slide. So we did get lots of volunteers, and because the range fire happened, let's go over this first. This is showing you some of the trail damage. Keep going. These trails get ridden, and if we don't get the water off of them, they become ditches. Next slide. That's more of the shrub planting. Keep going. Okay, and that's in this spring of 2021. So you can see that everything burned. I think 80% of the WMA burned in that fire, and that was caused by target shooters actually at a police gun range. It's like, thanks guys. It was so dry, it happened in late October. More trail problems, keep going. And see how those we don't get the water out of the trails, they become channels and they start making new trails. Keep going. That's kind of what you're seeing there. Keep going. So this is really a problem in keeping these trails in good shape for long periods of time. Next slide. Let's see, where are we? We have got a lot of volunteer help from every high school has a mountain bike team nowadays. In order for them to practice on the property, we require them to provide a certain amount of labor per participant. So we're able to get a lot of labor to do certain things. This is some trail work I did in the spring of 2020, or I think that's 2019, sorry. Next slide. That's pre-burn work. So rerouting a section of trail that was unsustainable. Next slide. And this is trail work we did this spring. This is after the fire. So we're trying to get a hold of some of that. This is actually taking that trail around a different way off to the right where it's sustainable and not so steep, and closing that part on the left that's too steep and the road's too much. Next slide. And this is a structure to get water off the trail. You can see that nick, call it nick. Water comes down the trail, then spills off to the side. And that's some of the things we need to add to some of our trails. Next slide. That's just more seedling planting. Okay, next slide. That's just more trail damage. Next slide. So to make these trails, this is some of our signage before the fire. Hopefully keep people on the official trails. All those signs burned, so we had to replace almost all of those last spring. So we do have almost all the signs up now. But we kind of have to make sure people stay on the right trails. You got to sign them. So next slide. And these signs are wooden posts with fiberglass panels and stickers. They're pretty easy to change out when they get faded. About $1 a piece. So for the stickers. Next slide. We also have trail signs on we call secondary trail signs that are coming off the Altaditch Road. And these have information on the trail name, the mileage, and some other things. I think that's it, Daniel. Well, there's a picture of what it looked like after the fire. The one good thing that happened after the range fire is we closed the property to all users, the entire property. So, and that was pretty tough to try to do that, but it made people realize this is not the Wild West anymore. It's not the Forest Service. It's a wildlife management area. So we were able to get that message out and get people to understand this is a privilege for you to use this property. And we got a lot more help from user groups to improve trails and get the signs back up so that we could open those trails again. So this project is working on doing a couple things. Some trail work to make these trails more sustainable. And some of that can't be done by just volunteers, high school kids with a Pulaski. We're going to have to do some of that work with a professional trail builder to put some structures in, and then volunteers can easily maintain those in the future. Volunteers will help to close illegal trails, help put up signs, and plant shrubs. And the other part of that project is going to be to decommission some of these trails that keep getting opened up. We tried to close. We need to use some equipment to close those better. And then the last part is using the Mad Max dozer to scalp and plant shrubs back on the property. Because I didn't put any pictures on it. We'll show you some pictures of that in the next project. Basically, a bulldozer that plants dribble seed and plant seed on scalps. I thought I put that on there. Anyway, we're going after a recreation grant to help fund some of this stuff, and then asking some from the Habitat Council as well. So this is one of the most heavily used WMAs in our region, and so it's kind of requires a lot of our time and a lot of our money. So any questions for that? We got turkeys and chukars on this property, so that's the upland game component.
Thanks for throwing that in. Hey, quick question, and this is maybe beyond our scope, so don't let me go down a rabbit hole. But these are wildlife management units. They're for wildlife.
Yes, sir.
How much? I mean, even with the trails, looking at those maps you provided, there's still tons of trail mileage on there. What's reasonable for the wildlife that you're trying to carry there? Because that looks like that's going to be primarily winter range. Is that correct?
Yeah, winter and transitional. We know where the animals are hanging out in the wintertime, and we've kept those areas. Most of those areas are free of trails or very few. So we're aware of that. A lot of these animals become habituated to human presence. So if I would love to just say, this is a wildlife management area, everybody stay the heck out, but that's not realistic. You wouldn't believe how many people are on that property every weekend.
You say it's not realistic, but they closed the Millville face here in Cache to all human presence in the wintertime. Do they close this one in the wintertime?
So everything above the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, which is on that map I can show you, is closed during the winter, but that's just mostly for bike traffic. If you want to give them your phone number, Steve, we'll try to close the property during the wintertime to all users. But it's just a matter of what can we really do.
Well, Mark, Brad presented some stuff at the hardware. I don't know if you were on for that. That's going to directly affect me, my family, and camping. But I know these WMAs are for wildlife, not for bikers, not for Steve and his family to camp on, and we need to manage them as such. That I wanted to say something to Brad, but I didn't because I represent big game people and not Steve Sorensen and his family. So that's something your law enforcement could hand out a couple tickets, and that spreads really quick, Mark. I mean,
we've been down that road, Steve. Our law enforcement guys could spend every minute of their day on this property. So it's a trade-off. We provide some official trails and keep people channeled to certain areas and instead of wherever they want to go. So it's a good compromise, and we've got a lot of input from user groups, and we'll see how it goes.
So I'm going to jump in here on this one. This is some good discussion, and the council as a whole needs to know, I guess, from my chair and from the division, we work really hard to make sure that the public know that these are wildlife management areas, and these are not intended to be managed as other recreation sites. These are not multiple use properties. We are working really hard to emphasize that. The problem we have is some of these WMAs in areas that are highly populated, they get overrun. Mark mentioned the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, which has been a long time, and I guess an official trail through the area. And sometimes on some of these areas, we don't have the ability to fully to say, well, we're just going to close it, because other pressures force us to do a few different things that we just can't ignore. So I just want to make it known that this WMA in particular was a specific problem area where we know that these problems are existed, and we have, as a division, made our very best efforts to try to reduce trails, reduce the other types of recreation. We don't intend to cater to those other types, but if we do have to have some trails, I appreciate that Mark's got the high schools up there, working on it and whatnot. And so I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that we work really hard to push back on all of these other types of recreation. Some of these WMAs, Middle Fork up in the Northern Region, Timpanogos and Central Region, are just really tough. And I'll say Mark and company in the Central Region, Jason Vernon, they've had a specific management plan for this WMA to try to combat that as much as possible, and they've done a great job to try to do that. I agree that the fire situation actually kind of helped highlight it, and maybe has made it to be a little more successful. So with that, Ben, you have a question?
This sounds kind of similar to what us fishermen deal with all the tuna boats, the ski boats out, and it's a wildlife management area, yeah, for animals and hunting, but yeah, you got to deal with recreational traffic. And so at what point, where do you reach that balance? My concern is you put money into this area, is there interest groups and Parks and Rec and land or whatever that could possibly take over this property because of the public demand for trails? If it is such an awesome mountain biking, hiking type area.
That's not something we can just give away, or we would give away because of where the money comes from. But I think the best thing we can do, we're trying to make this sustainable and limited as far as trails, but you got to build them or improve them, keep them from eroding. You got to sign them, and you got to keep people on them. And that's what we're working on with this. We can make them sustainable, and we have plenty of user groups and people that will help us maintain these trails and adopt these trails. And that's been really helpful to monitor what's going on there, because we can't be there all the time, and to help us maintain and do the maintenance on the trails. We couldn't do it by ourselves. So that's what we're trying to do. It's kind of have the user groups help us manage the property, but we're still going to own the property and have say over what goes on.
And I'll also mention that from a law enforcement standpoint, our staff work constantly in these types of areas, Central Region and Northern Region specifically, to combat the illegal creating of additional trails and whatnot. The counties often are helping us as well. So, I guess to some of these other questions, we do go those other routes of getting assistance, and it's just like pushing back, a tidal wave, and it just becomes really hard. And so we're not trying to strike a balance per se. We're trying to push back as much as possible. And just in some areas where it's just so populated, you can kind of only do so much. And the overall objective of these properties, like you've stated, Steve, these are wildlife properties, and that's what we work hard and stick to. But a couple of these are just really difficult. Okay, we need to make a motion on this and move ahead. If somebody thinks that they can do that on this.
I'll motion to tentatively approve.
Okay. We have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So we have got a motion to approve from Ben and a second from Jack. Okay, we'll do a roll call. Justin.
Yes.
All right. Randy Opplinger.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Randy Hutchison.
Yes.
Steve.
No.
Okay, we have the motion carries with one no vote on the motion.
Steve, I want to hire you as a ranger for the property, and we'll put you up there on the weekends writing tickets.
Mark, if you
I
did, I'd
understand.
do my job, my
I
friend.
understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, we close our Millville face, like I stated, and I think if it's winter range, man, it ought to be closed.
One thing you gotta understand, some of these mountain bikers, the price of their mountain bikes is probably upwards of $8,000 to $10,000, and they have lots of time and they have lots of money and they are politically connected. You try to tell them they can't ride a mountain bike on that property, you're gonna get a call from the governor's office in no time at all. That's
Give the governor my number, would you, Mark?
Okay, we're moving on.
Thanks, guys.
Wallsburg WMA shrub restoration. Go for it.
We're talking about that Mad Max dozer we're using on Timpanogos. We're also using it here. So that's kind of where the Wallsburg property is. That's one of our probably winners in most animals of any WMA in my region. I'm going to go to the photos. Okay, there's Mad Max. So Mad Max scalps and seeds. The green boxes on there drop seed in a furrow, dribble into a furrow, bitterbrush seed. And then the yellow boxes drop broadcast mix on top of the tracks. Go ahead to the next slide. So this is the way the northern regions have been using this machine for a while, and we finally got to use it last year. And that's just showing you kind of how it digs a hole and digs a scalp. Go ahead, next slide. And that's what we did last year on the Wallsburg property. On some of these areas where we're losing some sagebrush, we do graze this pretty heavily, trying to keep our shrubs in good shape. But the sagebrush has kind of declined in some areas over the years. We get a lot of boll damage in the wintertime, girdling of bark on some of our older, mature sagebrush. So we got to get some younger sagebrush in this. And if we scalp this like this and seed it, hopefully we'll get that coming back. Next slide. And this is kind of an area where we have livestock water for that summer. You can see those areas without shrubs. Next slide. And some of these grassy areas look in the same type of direction. You can see what areas we need more shrubs. And fortunately, a lot of this grass is crested wheatgrass, and we do have bulbous bluegrass in the inner spaces of that crested wheat, which makes it tough for a sagebrush to get established. Next slide. Might be it. This is last year's, we did some seedling shrubs like we were going to do at Levan, and we scalped with the Mad Max dozer. We'll be planting some more shrubs this year, seedlings, and doing the Mad Max. The shrubs we're planting this year are part of a shrub study we established last year. We're going to have a lot more information on different sizes of shrub seedlings, which works better, how they survive. We'll have a lot more data, and we'll be continuing putting some of that shrub study in this next fall. Next slide. I think that might be it. So here we have that last one we had the seedlings where we used our Seiko plow, and then right next to it we have Mad Max scalps, so we can compare those. And then further to the right of the picture, in the upper part of the picture, we have just Mad Max, so we can compare those different treatments. Okay, go ahead, next one. This is some shrubs that were planted back in 2019, fall of 2019. That's forming salvage plants that are coming in real well. They did really well on that planting, and our sagebrush does really well, but our bitterbrush, for some reason, didn't do well at all. Okay, I think that's all the photos. There's Mad Max. Okay, so basically, we're going to try to do about 50 acres of Mad Max dozer work, and then plant about 5,000 shrubs. It'll probably be buying with shrub seedling planting projects. We have to buy the shrubs in advance, grow them for 10 months, and then plant them. So we'll be growing shrubs and planting some of those next fall. And it's going to be part of that shrub study, and then also money for a contractor to help plant those. So it's $22,000 from Habitat Council. It's a pretty good deal. Almost all big game. We do have some open game here, but not much. We do put pheasants on this property in the fall as well for the pheasant hunt. Any questions?
I'll make the motion to approve it. Good project. Love Mad Max.
Yeah, except for this property's so rocky, there's big rocks, and that thing will just stop and tracks go up. It's pretty tough, but it's a pretty cool machine.
Got a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a second from Steve. Okay, we'll go through the list. Justin.
Yes.
Randy Opplinger.
Yeah.
Okay, Jack.
Yes.
Okay, Randy Hutchison.
Yes.
And Ben.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thanks. Okay, next one. Moving along.
Okay, Daniel, on this one, go to the documents, and there's a PDF version under documents of the slideshow. It's that one right there. This might be a little easier than the other one. All right, so that's interesting. This is our Central Region WMA Maintenance proposal for FY23. Right here, we're looking from the Wallsburg property, looking towards Mount Timpanogos. Got a nice view. That's Deer Creek in the foreground. Next slide. Central Region has the most WMAs, and the second most in acres. So we have 43 WMAs, 6 conservation easements, 5 sportsman access points, and a total of almost 111,000 acres that we manage. And that's a daunting task. Next slide. More than half of our budget goes to our noxious weed program. We typically hire 4 to 5 seasonal personnel. We have 2 spray trucks, 2 UTVs with 50-gallon tanks, and 2 ATVs with 25-gallon tanks. And we spend from April through August spraying weeds on our properties. Down below that, you can see how much number of properties we sprayed weeds on, and the gallons of chemical, and the mandates since 2011. This last year, March was extremely dry, so we didn't spray as many weeds because there wasn't as many weeds to spray. So we only sprayed about 7,000 gallons, a little over almost 7,500 gallons of chemical. If you look at 2018, that was a very similar dry spring, and that's kind of similar to that. Normally, we're closer to 15,000 gallons of chemical sprayed a year. That's the personnel costs, the motor pool, and the herbicide we spray is pretty much most of our WMA maintenance budget. Go ahead, next slide. Guzzler maintenance is another one of our important parts of our WMA maintenance project. We like to give wildlife a nice place to drink with a view. So this is on our bird's eye wildlife management area. Unfortunately, there's power lines running through the picture. That's the only bad thing about it. Next slide. This year we put a new one on our new Mustang guzzler on our Triangle Ranch WMA in near Nephi. Next slide. We've got about 235 guzzlers in the region. A large majority of those are, upland game guzzlers. This one in this picture is on Silver Island, and it's a buried tank there's a drinker right next to that apron you can see. And we established this other rotoguzzler type guzzler that's open during the late fall when we have already turned these off. So we turn off about 50 guzzlers for the BLM. This is one of them. And we maintain about 60 guzzlers for the BLM. And we do get money from the BLM to help us do this. We built about 7 new guzzlers in 2021. We've also got financial assistance from the Utah Trucker and Wildlife Foundation, which they've hired gave us money for a seasonal employee in a truck, which is really helpful. And this year we've had the Utah Wild Sheep Foundation help us with maintaining some of our guzzlers, like this one here in the picture. They're used by bighorn sheep. We're in those bighorn sheep areas. Next slide. Fences, cattle guards, and gates. 8 fences, but we got lots of them. This is a new cattle guard we put in our Santaquin Wildlife Management area this year. We had one we had to replace. Go ahead to the next slide. So gates, fences, cattle guards, that's a lot of what our maintenance guys do, besides our guzzler maintenance. So we got to get over 220 miles of fences on our WMAs. Most of those were built probably in the 60s. So got a lot of fences that need to be rebuilt, and then we have fires, and then we got to rebuild them. So a lot of roads as well, a lot of county roads. Some are open all the time, some are seasonally closed. So it's a lot of works. Next slide. This year we did some goose nest boxes, platforms. Dedicated Hunters built these. And we gave them plans, and they built 8 of them, and we put 5 of them on the Utah Lake Wetland Preserve and 3 of them at Manti Meadows. Next slide. And straw bales on top, and last slide. Manti Meadows property is one we've finally got more water on. And you can see these ponds and pictures. Next slide. There you go. There's another, if you look past this one, there's another box just probably a couple hundred yards away. But a lot of waterfowl on this property just south of the town of Manti. Next slide. A lot of shrub planting projects this past year. There's Timpanogos on the upper left, Levan on the upper right, and Santaquin and our Walsburg property as well. We planted about 20,000 shrubs last year. Next slide. On those properties. And like I said, we're got a shrub study started, so we'll have some really good information on survival, which will be really handy. Next slide. Now we started doing a lot of scalping last year, and we're going to be doing this type of work on Timpanogos. That upper right picture is from the Timpanogos WMA last year in the fire scar. The upper left is from our our Spencer Fork Wildlife Management Area, which burned in a couple times in the Wood Hollow fire and then again in the Pole Creek fire. Anyway, that's something we're going to do a lot more of this fall. Next slide. We also do a lot of access management, not nearly as much as the Hardware Ranch people, but this is on west side of Utah Lake, and it's we got some money for this from a project, gravel parking lot, barrier rock, fences. Next slide. Signage, try to keep people where they're supposed to be. Next slide. One problem we had this year that haven't had for a while is homeless camps became a real problem. This homeless camp trash is on our Powell Slough Wildlife Management Area, just on the east shore of Utah Lake. And I don't know how people that don't have a home can collect so much trash. But luckily, with the help of the UDOT, next slide, and a front end loader and dump truck, they were able to pick a lot of that stuff up. And then we had volunteers come in the next day and finish off what the loader couldn't pick up. But it's something that we had to deal with. Next slide. And this year was we closed a lot of our WMAs to shooting due to extreme fire danger. So we had to put all those signs up on our properties. But the good thing is we didn't only have one fire on a wildlife management area. In 2020, we had 5 different WMAs burned by fires, all started by target shooting. So I think it was more of a factor of, well, the target shooting closure did help, but the biggest help was lack of cheatgrass growing in March because it's so dry. Next slide. The only fire we had was a banyan fire, which burned about 8,000 acres, a little over 8,000 acres, and about 1,600 of that was on our starvation WMA. Next slide. We did early seed that. I hope that'll come back in well and get some decent spring precipitation. The last slide is just showing our budget. It might be easier to see this on database. Basically, we haven't changed our amounts yet. We heard you talking about rising costs. I'm not sure quite what that's going to look like yet. Our biggest cost is personnel costs and motor pool, and I'm sure those are going to go up. We'll probably have to kind of see how that goes. It will probably go up next year, our budget, but we've had the same, asked for the same amount the past few years, just about 118,000. Almost 119. For 110,000 acres, I don't think that's too bad. I should say we get a lot of work from our dedicated hunters. We couldn't manage all these properties without that influx of labor on projects and fencing and weed spraying and everything else, and guzzlers, building guzzlers and stuff. So that's about it. Any questions?
I'd move that we tentatively approve this item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, who said it first? I didn't catch who said that first.
It doesn't matter who put it down. Yeah.
I got Tyler then. So, okay, we have a motion from Jack. We have a second from Tyler. Justin?
Yes.
Randy Opplinger?
Yes.
Randy Hutchison?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. Go ahead. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, our NEVA water system repair is a chance to refurbish, rebuild some water systems on the NEVO unit on Forest Service land. In the past, we've done some of these that were damaged by wildfire. These were just outside the Pole Canyon or Pine Canyon fire scar, but these are old steel tanks that are all rusted out and not working anymore. Let's go ahead and go to the photos. So basically, the Forest Service and help from Grazing Improvement Program provides the materials for these projects, but these permittees don't have any way to get this material into these remote sites. Next slide. That's kind of what one looks like. That's not the one. Anyway, this is kind of what they're going to be building back. Aluminum troughs, really nice. And then the fencing goes around that. Next slide. We do, in this slide here, you do have a spot. We make sure we've got room for, a big elk with antlers to drink out of that. Next slide. That's just kind of the picture. These are ones that we did on the Sheep Creek Mountains back in 2017. We flew in materials too. So basically, the permittees get help from the Forest Service for materials and give for some of the fencing, and they need some help with helicopter time. So this project is just asking for some help with the helicopter time. I think that's all the photos. Yeah, to fly in those materials. Those are remote locations, and then all the building construction will be by volunteers. Okay, so budget, we're looking at about just 10,500 for mostly helicopter time there, and a little bit of in-kind. A lot of in-kind from people building the troughs and stuff though. So putting water. Any questions?
Mark, will you just make another funding line item for that in kind? So it's not listed as Habitat Council and it's just listed as DWR.
All right.
Thank you.
Mark, just a quick question for you. I know when I've helped install guzzlers or the Check Your Foundation, when we've been working in conjunction with the DWR, we've used helicopters in the past for jobs like this. And the Department of Transportation actually supplied that time. Is there any possibility of doing something like that on this type of job?
They didn't do it for free. They still cost the police helicopters still cost like $1,500 an hour.
Yeah,
So,
there's still some money. It just wasn't real steep.
well, it's similar to what basically we put this out for bid because it's over $5,000 and get what we can get. We have some good pilots that do a really good job. The highway patrol is depends what happens that day, if they're going to be able to do the job or not. If they get called out on something, they're not going to be there. So we've used them in the past, and we've used private contractors as well. They're about the same price.
Okay, perfect.
All right, any motion on this one?
I'll make that motion, Eric. This is Justin.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion from Justin and we have a second from, let's see, Randy. Okay. Randy Opplinger?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Last one for Central Region. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Sydney Burleson. I'm one of the Farm Bill biologists for the Central Region. So this project is a little interesting. It is already obligated and partially funded by the NRCS. Jennifer McGowan has a contract for this next upcoming few years. I added the funding line item of, I think, $68,000 to the NRCS. But I only included the funding that's going to happen on land that overlaps on the part of the project that overlaps on state property. The McGowans have a much larger project that they're also doing on their own property. But just for WRI and Habitat Council, I'm only counting the funding that will affect the property that shares of state land. So what we're planning on doing here is historically there's been a pond on the property on the Bird's Eye WMA. And in the 2019 fire and the flash floods that happened afterwards, the entire pond and drainage system got silted in. And there's currently no water happening in this canyon at all. So our plan is to re-excavate the pond, reestablish the livestock pipeline that did exist in here before, and do some general habitat improvement projects in here, like adding some water troughs for wildlife, putting a fence around the pond to keep cattle out of it. What else? If you want to go to the pictures, we can show you where the pond used to be from some satellite images and then what it currently looks like. So these are some satellite images, and you can see where the pond is. And if you kind of look in the shaded red area, you can see how big the pond used to be. You can get out of this one if you want and go look at some pictures. So this is a style of the trough we want to add, like Mark was showing in the last one. We want to put this below the pond just as a water access point. And this is pretty much what the pond looks like now. It's been completely silted in fairly large cobblestones and dirt. The whole stream bed channel's filled in too. I think all the water that was in the system is now just going underground. You can just scroll through these pictures if you want. So there's not a whole lot there anymore. I've been up there a few times and I haven't seen any water coming down the stream. We believe it's all just going underground. So what we plan to do is re-excavate the pond, put in the new livestock pipeline to collect water to fill the pond, and then have a pipeline running from the pond to the property so the McGowans can access the water like they used to be able to, which they currently cannot do at all. And then we also want to install a trough below the pond and put a wildlife-friendly fence around the pond. And we're asking for about $49,000, which should cover the other half of the NRCS contract. That's about it for me, unless Mark wants to add anything to it.
There's some pictures on there that show before and after. Daniel, there's a close-up, the next one down, the close-up of 2015. Shows you what that area looked like before the fire. That it's been there about 30 years. Good-sized pond, and wildlife been using that, as well as used it for putting a pipe to take down for livestock water or whatever the private landowner did with it. And just go to the close-up of 2018 or 2019. It's totally wiped out. And unfortunately, a lot of this area that burned on this side was all backburned when they tried to control the Pole Canyon fire. But anyway, enough water has come down and just washed everything out. So we kind of like to reestablish what was once there.
So what is the 5% upland based on? What birds are in that area?
Got a lot of turkeys in that whole canyon.
Sure. Okay.
So for Mark or Sydney, have you guys researched the water right situation for this pond in this area?
They got the water right. It was questionable for a while, but they've gone through the entire process and they do have the water right to reestablish the pond and the pipeline system.
The pipeline system, Sydney, is coming from where? Just upstream where there's still water, or?
So yeah, there's going to be an additional pipeline above the pond going up and having like a headgate collection area to fill the pond for storage. And then there'll be another smaller livestock pipeline just giving the McGowans access to use the water on their property because they do have the water right to use it.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask Eric, does that satisfy any water right concerns we might have on this?
No, it's on our property. There's a lot of concerns we have water right wise. McGowans don't have a right to construct a pond. They've got stock watering rights, which don't entail pond. There's probably going to be easement issues putting the pipeline in. It's probably not a record of a pipeline already on our files. So water right issue is a big one for me.
As far as I know, I thought they had gotten that settled out, but if there are still issues, I can work on that with them.
I might be a little slow on this one, so I apologize. But it sounds like they have water rights, but if they have water rights, that's one thing, but why would we pay money to transport that water for them? Which sounds essentially what we're doing.
I can remove the pipeline part out of there if we want. I was just including it because it was on the state property. I just figured if we were putting it on there that we would include it, but I think they mostly would just like help getting the pond excavated, if that's something that we're okay with.
So we've had a pond there for 30 years. We'd like to reestablish that for wildlife purposes and for the ability to water livestock that are grazing on the WMA in the future. So we're definitely getting something out of this.
McGowan's did file a change application. It is not approved, but it does not include a pond. It's a stock watering on a stream point.
I see.
It hasn't even been advertised in the newspaper yet. So,
the
did.
McGowans told me that it was advertised in the newspaper, that it had been in there for the certain amount of time.
I just noticed it. It's not on the file. It's not on the database, but it's in the file.
So it has been advertised then?
It has been advertised. It has not been approved.
Okay.
How long, Eric, do you think that this kind of decision will take to be made by them?
Well, that's another good question. The other concern I have is the access. I mean, their water right goes from their property to the west side of the main freeway there going in. They're asking to pull it back onto our property, which
And that gets into and like you said, an easement land issue then.
Yeah. And we've got stock watering rights out of that source too, but it's on a stream. It's not out of a pond, which is a totally different thing. To build a pond, you've got to cover a lot of different aspects of the pond.
The way it is now, there's no water for anybody.
And they're probably, yeah. It may totally sub under the ground from here on out now because it got washed out. So just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we need to determine if this is an actionable project at this point. Are we able to even make a motion on it? Is probably a question that the council needs to know. And if we can make a motion. But if we can't, and it's not something that can happen in the coming year, then we could take a different action.
I think we need to figure out if they've got water right. It includes building a pond or not.
Okay.
It's more than that, Mark. It's more of, do we want a pond? Do we want to take maintenance on the pond? Do we want to be responsible for the pond at washing somebody out?
As far as I know, in the past, the McGowans were doing the maintenance on the pond. I know when they had it in 2018, they were doing maintenance on it, but then it got silted in, and they could never actually use anything with it.
I think it needs to be talked about internally, Eric, on this one, what we're going to let them do.
I'll make the motion then to table it for a later date once all the issues are worked out. It sounds like it's not quite ready.
All right. Do we have a second on that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. All right. We have a motion from Tyler to table this project for later to work out water right issues and possible easement issues. And we have a second from Randy, who's sitting in for Drew, which I think Drew is back now. We'll go through the roll call. Justin?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy Hutchison?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries to table this project. See what we can work out and maybe come back in another meeting later in the next couple of months. If we can't work out the water right and possible easement issues, then we might have to push it to next year.
Okay, that sounds good. I will call the McGowans and talk to them and see what's happening on their end.
Okay. Work with Eric Anderson too, and on the water rights side, and he'll try to facilitate what he can as well.
All right. Will do. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, you guys from Central Region. Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys.
Salt Lake office stuff. See, Danny or Daniel, do you want to introduce this subject before we jump into the first one?
Mostly this is just some administrative stuff that we have going on that requires some Habitat Council matching stuff. So the first up is Chelsea with the Property Acquisition Fund.
Okay. Chelsea, give us an intro and you're up.
So thanks, Eric. Hi, everybody. My name is Chelsea Duke. I am the Wildlife Lands Coordinator in the Salt Lake office. I oversee the real estate program that handles all of our real estate and legal matters as far as property goes across the state. This is a yearly request that we make to Habitat Council for the Property Acquisition Fund. So this is not necessarily to a specific project for funds to buy a piece of property. This is for the costs of due diligence. So all of the things that are required to make a purchase of land, appraisals, appraisal reviews, surveys for legal descriptions, title reports, any other necessary due diligence costs. That's what this fund provides money for. And this is really valuable to us because it's our pot of money that we can quickly jump to if there's a great example this year is Cinnamon Creek. We needed to jump on that chance to purchase that property, and we used funds from this Habitat Council item to pay for the appraisal costs and some of the other due diligence items. Last year, it was a big contributor to the Jensen acquisition that was part of the public shooting grounds purchase up there in the northern region. And then this year we've also used some of that money to do some due diligence costs for an angler access along the Weber River for Weber and Davis County. So I don't have any pictures or fancy things to show you. A lot of my stuff is just paperwork, but I did ask, usually this request comes in for $20,000 a year, and this year I'm asking for 25. We've been drawing down almost all of the funds for the last couple of fiscal years, and costs are going up, especially for appraisals. We're seeing the need for a lot of Yellow Book certified appraisers. A lot of people are retiring. COVID hit a lot of people. So we're seeing the cost of particularly appraisals increase across the board. So that's why I'm asking for an additional $5,000 this year to go into that line item. Does anybody have questions for me?
I don't have a question, but as someone that's benefited from the use of these funds when we've had opportunities arise, this is a good one for us. It may not be like a fence or a guzzler or a restoration project, but I see a ton of value in this. I'm supportive.
Yeah, I'll just say it's not flashy, but this fund is critical to have available to move on some of these big opportunities and big projects that come up throughout the year. And I'm supporting, I guess, Chelsea's request here personally.
Yep, I'll echo that. Cinnamon Creek and the shooting grounds are two great examples. You did really good work in the Cinnamon Creek.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
Ben?
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And I assume it's kind of like a piggy bank. If it's not used for what you're using it for, it can go to another feature or roll over to the next year. So yeah, it's a no-brainer kind of.
Perfect. Good motion on this one.
I make a motion to pass it, especially because of that Cinnamon Creek. Chelsea, that was awesome.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve to consider for funding, and we have a second from Drew. We'll go through the list. So Justin?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy Hutchison?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Chelsea.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Danny, I think you're up on the next one.
Yeah, it's me. This is our
excavator for our heavy equipment crew. So we have a 2-man crew that does a specialized heavy equipment work, and their number one specialty is stream restoration work. So this is an example of a collapsing bank, and the crew coming in, putting in different structures to they work with the biologists to fix these streams, and that's kind of the number one specialty and reason we're having. Here's a fish passage structure that they built last year on Nebo Creek, and so we have this one is on Diamond Fork, doing post-assisted log structures to try to create more structure for fish and habitat. They've been doing a lot of this kind of work, but then they also do basically any other kind of specialty or work. That we have a grader that they do some road grading. This is another J hook on a stream that they did, and so what we've done with the excavator, we lease it for a cost of $25,200, and with a contract with Wheeler Cat. That's a 3-year lease, and so we get a new machine every 3 years. But it also saves us a significant amount of money. If we were this lease, if you were to rent a machine for a year, I think I had to get some quotes a couple of years ago, and it would cost you $60,000-$80,000. And really the machine is active probably 3/4 of the year. It's on a project somewhere. So and so this takes, as we get to some of the projects in the coming weeks, the project manager doesn't have to account for renting this piece of machinery because we've already got it on hand. So it helps them bring their costs down as well on their individual projects. That's been pretty beneficial, and we've been doing this for probably a decade or more with this lease. And so any questions on that? And if there's other equipment they need on projects, then the project rents the equipment. But this has proved to be pretty flexible and versatile for us to have this on hand, and when something comes up right away, our guys can hit the ground and get out to a project right away.
Go ahead, Ben.
Curious, does that cost just include everything, like tractor trailer to move it from site to site, fuel costs, everything, or is that in a separate operating budget?
That's a separate part of the budget. We have a couple dump trucks for this project, and trailers and fuel, and so we do have a base budget that the division provides, but then these guys are kind of like internal contractors. So when there's a project on a river that, such as what we're, a proposal that we'll hear from in this Habitat Council, then the project pays for the fuel costs and for the cost, the labor costs for our guys and everything. But we've been able to show on quite a few different projects that it's cheaper than going with contractors. And since it's really specialty work, then we don't have to teach the operator what to do. That's our guys know what to do when they're working in streams.
Yeah. Well, it just looked really cheap. So yeah, I was like, there had to have been more cost somewhere else, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, this really saves us tons of time to not have to teach a new contractor every time that we go out to do this, and we have people who already know how to do it. It saves money overall, and kind of one of those things that is part of our standard operating procedures moving forward to make these projects work. Motion from anybody on this one?
I move to tentatively approve this project.
Thank you, Drew.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew, second from
I'll
Tyler.
second it. Yeah.
Okay, we've got it. Justin?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next one.
This project is our DWR NRCS Farm Bill biologists. We've heard from a couple of them today. So we have 4 wildlife biologists across the state. They're located in Provo, Ephraim, Christ, and Cedar City, and they are partner biologists with the NRCS. NRCS, if you're not familiar, is a federal agency that works with private landowners, and they work through the Farm Bill. They have statewide, they have basically two wildlife biologists, one who's the statewide biologist, one who works in the Una Basin. Other than that, they don't have any wildlife expertise in their offices. We partnered with them clear back in about 2006 to create these 4 positions. And it's a 50-50 split. We pay 50%, they pay 50%. And then we get, our goal with it is for our biologists to work through NRCS and to deliver Farm Bill programs to on-the-ground conservation. And so we're accessing this huge pool of federal funds to get wildlife conservation onto primarily private lands, but they can also work on behalf of a permittee on a public permit, like on BLM or Forest Service, to do improvements on public lands as well, but they do it through the permittee. So oftentimes they work with the private landowner or permittee and sign them up for a Farm Bill program. It has a certain amount of cost share, and often that cost share is prohibitive still for many of these operators. And so they are the glue that partner together with WRI and all of our different funding sources to make these projects happen. Daniel, there's a PowerPoint in the documents. So this program has been really successful and helps us reach private landowners. It helps them get benefit as well as a wildlife, and have them feel good about benefiting wildlife as well. Over the years, we've done a lot of different programs. This first slide basically talks about what I already mentioned, the 50% cost share. They are actually they're division employees that they're stationed in the NRCS offices. These are some of they provide technical assistance, and they can do outreach when actually NRCS employees can't solicit work, but our guys can. But these are some of the programs they use in the Farm Bill: the EQIP, SGI, Sage Grouse Initiative, Working Lands for Wildlife, WRP. So go ahead and go to the next one. And just over this, in the last calendar year, from the reports we have, they had different contacts with 132 landowners. They helped issue 117 different contracts through the Farm Bill, and they were involved in 33 different WRI projects as a manager, project manager, or contributor. And they work with our restoration biologists to help plan and do WRI and habitat improvements on private lands, and they play a big part when we have fire rehabilitation for private lands as well. So it's been a really good program, a really good bang for our buck, where we're accessing a lot of federal funds. And so we've had the Habitat Council pay a portion of our 50%, and the other portion is just picked up by the rest of the division restricted funds. So this year, we're asking for about $60,000.
Yeah, for a lot of years, this partnership with NRCS has leveraged hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from NRCS into, the conservation database and WRI.
it's Stan Gurley, who we had on earlier, who he's the longest serving farm bill biologist right now. But last year he allocated more funds in the state of Utah for NRCS than any of their employees. He was the top dog, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Danny, this program, the reach of this program is just always amazing to me, and hats off to you guys. I did have a question though. The last couple of years, as I recall, the NRCS has been delinquent, or there was a logistical problem getting money from them. Has that been worked out? Are we clear and clean now?
Yeah, we've been. There was a year period there where they had some change in leadership, and they drug their feet and and it was frustrating time. But yeah, for the last probably almost 2 years now, we signed a new contract, and we've been in good shape. We got our vacant positions all filled. Now Sydney, who we just heard from, she's been with us for almost a year, so they're all getting their feet under them and figuring it out. So we're really in a good spot right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Eric, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
I second that.
Great. We have a motion from Justin. We have a second from Drew. We'll go through the roll call. Tyler?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thanks. You got another one, right?
Yeah, this one is somewhat similar. These are sage grouse initiative biologists. We have two positions in the state of Utah. One is in Tremont and one is in Vernal. These they do similar work because they work through NRCS and Farm Bill programs. I think I got a PowerPoint on there as well on this one. And they are not our employees. They are actually employees of Pheasants Forever, and we contribute a much smaller amount. I think $16,000 total. Last few years, it's all been picked up by the conservation groups. But it's kind of the similar deal where it's adding capacity, where and they've kind of changed their focus from just sage grouse to, they call it working lands for wildlife. That's a nationwide program, but sage grouse is still a big focus, but where we do get a lot of benefit on mule deer and other things. And these are kind of a lot of the projects they work on, a lot of pinyon juniper removal, grazing systems, range seedings, water development, things like that. And so this adds capacity in the basin and in northern Utah. And we have their partner biologists who we ask to coordinate with our various regional offices there on what kind of work's going on, and they've done some good work. On the next slide, there's I think some statistics on what they accomplished in the last couple of years. Quite a lot of brush management, weed control, pipelines, and grazing, plantings, all these different things. So it's just a continued capacity to do more work on the ground. And this is a relatively cheap thing for us when we're only contributing $16,000.
All right, thoughts?
I'll just jump in and make the motion to accept it.
Okay. Got a motion from Randy.
I'll second it. And I just want to say these last two that we've heard a lot about our willingness and ability to increase our capacity for projects. And these are two of the projects and positions that I think it makes a lot of sense to continue to fund these. They've been very successful. So thanks, Danny. I'm a big supporter, obviously.
Great. Go through the roll call. Justin?
Yes.
Okay. Drew?
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Last one. We're almost done, guys. Who's got this one? Is this you,
I
Dana?
got this one.
Okay.
So this is kind of an administrative part of the council. This helps fund part of my position, part of some of our positions over in our fiscal department. It helps pay for different miscellaneous costs associated with the council, the lunches, different items like that to help administer the council. So it's a pretty, this is what it is, 132,000. This is the breakdown of that amount.
So basically, without this funding, the Habitat Council and WRI could not exist. 40 million would go completely wasted and not spent on the ground in a year. Okay.
You're selling pretty hard, Eric.
Yep. Do I have a motion on this one? No, if there's questions, please ask questions.
Hey, Danny, under images and documents, I was hoping to see a selfie, but there's not much there. But
you get
I'll make the motion that we approve this for funding consideration.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion from Justin. We have a second from Steve. Drew.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tyler.
Yes.
Jack.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Well, that concludes our meeting for today. Does anybody want to make a motion to end our meeting? Before we do that, though, our next meeting then will be February 23rd. Will be our waterfowl and upland council meeting. And
can I ask a question on that meeting, Eric?
Yes.
I'm assuming, but I want a clarification. Will it be remote or will it be in person, or do we know yet?
We don't know yet. So look, probably over the next 2 weeks, we'll probably have a full decision on that, whether we'll try to meet in person or if it'll be virtual or be hybrid. I suspect it could be hybrid, but it still could stay virtual. So
I make a motion that we adjourn except for Justin Shannon.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion. Everybody say aye.
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 Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.